including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield, however you must remain off the square, and spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field. The teams are as follows: Derbyshire, Caleb Jewell, David Lloyd, Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen captain, Nye Donald, Brooke Guest wicketkeeper, Lewis Rees, Alex Thompson, Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner, Jack Morley. For Leicestershire, Rishi Patel, Sol Dullinger, Rayhan Ahmed, Lewis Hill, Peter Hanscom, captain and wicketkeeper, Ian Holland, Liam Travaskis, Louis Kimber, Ben Green, Logan Van Beek, Josh Cole.
Morning. Welcome to the Central Co-op County. I almost forgot where I was. It's Derbyshire against Leicestershire at the top, the very top. Couldn't get more topper of the second division of the County Championship. It's second against first. And I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and he's Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester.
Good morning.
How are you, mate?
Very good, thank you very much. Morning to everybody. Amazed that it's dry. Come through some awful weather on the way here, but dry it is. Well done, Derby.
Always dry. Always dry in Derby, I think you'll find. Or perhaps not. I'll give you the Derbyshire team news. Actually, there's one interesting piece of team news. Well, a couple of interesting pieces of team news, but the major one is that Ahmed Donald plays his first game in the County Championship this season because Martin Anderson, who missed the last T20 on Friday with a back spasm, hasn't fully recovered. So Ahmed Donald in place of Martin Anderson, and they also play two spinners, Jack Morley and Alex Thompson, so no place in the side for either Ben Aitchison or Pat Brown. I think Pat Brown is away skipper in the seconds at the moment, so perhaps not a major surprise that he's not here. But Ahmed Donald plays his first game of the season on a pitch that's been used 3 times before, including on Friday and the previous Thursday. That's 8 days earlier as well, so yeah.
Which explains the fact that 2 spinners.
It would explain that, and that's why Leicestershire, when they won the toss, decided to have a bit. Go on, just turn one of the buttons, for goodness sake. Which one do you want to turn?
There were so many, I was just going to turn you down a bit. You're quite hard.
Well, if you do that one,
that's the one.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
there you go.
You've gone too quiet now. There we go.
That's never been accused of that before.
Well, Leicestershire have also picked us a spinner. And a spinner and a half, I suppose. No, that's not fair. So Rehan Ahmed obviously is a frontline spinner. I say a half because Liam Travaskis has had a big hand problem and still does, his right hand. And presumably it is still a little bit of a problem because it's still quite markedly bandaged. However, the state of the pitch, the worn nature thereof, although I think, like Leicester, sometimes the appearances can be a little bit deceptive here at Derby as they can at Leicester. But Liam Travaskis plays for the Foxes. He's listed to come in 8. I suspect he might, if he does have that hand problem still, and he appears to, then he might come in a little bit lower. But they are Rishi Patel, Sol Budinger, Rehan Ahmed, Lewis Hill. Peter Hanscom is keeping wicket. No place for Ben Cox, that will surprise many. Ian Holland, Liam Travaskis, Louis Kimber, that too something of an eyebrow raiser. Ben Green, new loan deal agreed in the last few days with Somerset for these 2 championship games. Logan Van Beek, say that just to annoy Fletcher, and Josh
say it as much as you like.
And Leicestershire, we should say, won the toss and are going to have a bat.
Yes, which again makes sense, doesn't it? If you don't want to have the worst of the pitch to bat on, you win the toss and you bat first. Jewel, Lloyd, Kane, Madsen, Donald, Guest the wicketkeeper, Reece Thompson, Chapel, Tickner and Morley is the Derbyshire 11. Our 2 umpires who are just making their way down the steps now, away to our left-hand side, are Jack Shantry and Neil Pratt. It's always Neil Pratt, it seems. I've seen Jack a couple of times this season, Jack Shantry. It was good to see him. And I'm just looking forward to the Sol Budinger show for the first 3/4 of an hour of this game, because he has...
That'd be good, 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah. Well, he just seems to have teed off every...
62 not out.
Well, yes,
after 3/4 of an hour.
Quite. I think that's why it could be very exciting, but we'll find out.
He has tempered his approach a little bit in the County Championship. He's tried to, but only a little bit.
It's disappointing if he has.
He's averaging just under 40, 38.8, and he's got 1 century, his only first-class century, and 2 50s this season.
Of course, one of the Centurions, Derbyshire Centurions, from the match between these sides at Grace Road was Martin Anderson, which was his first in first-class cricket. And he sadly is unable to take his place, but it's good to see Blair Tickner back after being away in Guyana with the Central Stags in that global T20 thing that was taking place. Eventually won by the home side, beating the Rangpur Riders, which was Mickey Arthur's team. And there you go, Lewis Rees is back. It's good to see Rees back out there. Missed the games against Lancashire and Gloucestershire in the middle of the T20. Didn't appear in any of the T20 games either. And currently tops the batting averages with an average of 71 and tops the bowling averages with 23 wickets at 21. So it's good to see him back, quite frankly. And he will be bowling from the City End. Richard's gone off to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. I should have an update for BBC Radio Derby, but of course have no cue. So we'll have to wait and see how that one transpires. As Rees just swinging his arms around with gay abandon at the far end of the ground, will come in to bowl to Rishi Patel. He's in now, and Patel, leading edgish out into the offside. And lots of excitement. Caleb Jewell, as ever, looks perished out there, blessing the Australian, who yesterday it was revealed had signed a contract for next season, which is good news. He's had a terrific campaign so far, has Caleb Jewell, so good to see that they've got Jewell tied down for next season already. Two slips and a gully. The gully is an Aaron Donald. It's Jewell and Madsen at slip, and Rees bowls. Patel takes a step forward and clips it into the leg side, where it's going to be fielded by Alex Thompson, who's fielding at mid-wicket. They've got a long leg. That's Blair Tickner, a man at point. Jack Morley. David Lloyd is at cover. Harry Kame at mid-off, and Zach Chappell at mid-on. I imagine that it'll be Zach Chappell to bowl the first over from the racecourse end, but it might be Blair Tickner, you never know. Here comes Rees again, and that one is edged and through to the keeper, and Lewis Rees strikes in the first over. Rishi Patel goes, and Leicestershire are 0 for 1. He just had a tentative prod outside the off stump, really. The Leicestershire opener got a fairly obvious edge from here, and Rishi Patel is out, caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Lewis Rees for 0. Leicestershire, as I say, 0 for 1. Really good start for Derbyshire, and unfortunately Radio Derby listeners won't know anything about it because for some reason they haven't bothered coming to me. But not a problem. You're listening to cricket on the BBC, of course, as Rehan Ahmed comes out to join Sol Budinger. An excellent return for Lewis Rees. It's one of those warm days, warmish days. Don't look at Caleb Jewell at slip. It is warmish, so there might be a bit of swing. He's also got the whatever breeze there is blowing the ball from off to leg for those right-handed batters. We're also due to be joined by Melinda Farrell, which is excellent news over the course of today before she goes off to test cricket duty. So it'll be good to see Mel again. And Lewis Rees has struck with the third delivery of the day, and now Rees is on his way in to bowl to Rehan Ahmed, who drives very pleasantly up to Harry Kame at mid-off, and there is no run. 0 for 1. Welcome back, Richard.
It gave me plenty to talk about into the BBC Radio Leicester News. Wasn't the greatest shot to Rishi Patel has played. He looked a little bit frisky in the first two deliveries, walking down the pitch, and
he didn't have
as
to.
though
He didn't have
it
to
didn't
play
have
it.
to play it.
He
No, it
didn't
didn't.
have to
It
play
didn't do too much. Just pushed across him.
Yeah.
Went for the big drive.
Back too far away from his body for this early in the game, really, as Rees bowls, and that one is a full delivery that's driven into the offside, fielded by Lloyd. This time he starts punching his bat, Rehan Ahmed, for some reason.
Of course, he didn't get it through. He's very self-critical, Rehan.
I know, it's only the fifth ball of the match, and the
yes,
second
he beats himself up all
second
the
one
time.
he's faced, and he's punching the back of his bat for a drive that looked fairly pleasant, but didn't beat David Lloyd at cover. Anyway, I'm sure he knows.
It's
what
very
he's
high
doing.
standards.
Yeah, well, we all do, Richard, as you know. Here is Rees to complete the first over of the morning, and that was driven down the ground, nicely stopped by Rees in his follow-through. He actually tipped it onto Sol Budinger as he tried to tip it onto the stump. But a wicket maiden to begin with for Lewis Rees on his return to the County Championship. Missed the 2 games, as I was saying earlier, missed the 2 games in the middle of the T20, and he now has 24 wickets for the season, equal with Zach Chappell. But he's by some distance top of the bowling averages, and he's also top of the batting averages as well, Lewis Rees. So a good man to have returning for a top of the table clash.
Rishi Patel is top of the Leicestershire bowling averages. He is not top of the batting averages at the moment. And, you can probably see why. He's just something not quite right with him at the moment.
Didn't play in the first game because he damaged a hand, hadn't he? Early in the season, he was with us in it with his pink sunglasses, which he let me have a look through. Couldn't see.
Did he?
Yeah,
Could you see anything?
No, not a thing. Not a thing. This is unusual. Zach Chappell's not opening the bowling. It's going to be Blair Tickner, who's back from Guyana.
He's a singular look, isn't he? Well, he's a singular cricketer. What a run-up that is. It goes bounding in. And bowls to Budinger, good bounce, but it's down the leg side, and Budinger can step inside the line and lift his bat out of the way. It's an extraordinary cricketer, really, Blair Tickner, in both appearance and style. Very short-haired at the moment, shorn very short, but with that tash underneath it, it's, as I say, a very individual look. But good bounce for him to start with.
He has got a
slightly
leg
misdirected.
slip in as well. That was down the leg side, but he does have a leg slip in.
Budinger had a little fend at that. He could have been in the game. 2 slips, and as Fletcher says, a leg slip. Tickner in 2. Budinger's bowled him. His off stump has been surgically removed, and what a start this is for Derbyshire. They lost the toss, and they were told they were going to have a bowl, but Leicestershire now looking at a scoreboard that reads 0 for 2.
Wow. That was some delivery, wasn't it? After the first one was a little bit off target, that one was definitely on target. Sent the off stump cartwheeling back. It's a great sight for a bowler, isn't it? He's had a really good time in Guyana with the Central Stags. I know that's T20 and it's completely different, but it was never a part of Derbyshire's T20 plans, really, with Caleb Jewell and Mohammed Ghazanfar as the 2 overseas. But we'll get a replay of that in a moment, I'm sure, when Matt sorts himself out.
So 3rd ball for Rishi Patel, 2nd for Sol Budinger. The first one a little bit short down the leg side, good bounce.
Here we
Second
go.
wasn't. Boom, straight through him. That was a...
Has a look back, little tilt to the head.
The replay was from sort of leg gully. We'd love to see that one from... Here we go, from head on. Little bit of swing, little bit of movement. And that is a very good ball to get 2nd up at a decent lick. Little bit of movement. And you lose your off stump. Wow, what a start for Derbyshire. We've been talking about the spinners a lot in the build-up to the game. We're on a used pitch, but at the moment it's all about seam and swing. And if we get dry weather, this could be quite a short game on this basis. If it then starts to turn.
Sorry, Matthew. I had no idea that the rules of replays are that you can't show a replay on the big screen, certainly, until the batter has got over the rope. You could on the stream, of course. But
really?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm told. That's what I've been told. I'm grateful for the information.
That's interesting. In case what? in
case he says, well, that wasn't out, but I don't think Sol Budinger could have had too many complaints.
I was going to say, I'm guessing that Sol wasn't looking up at the screen to see, unless he wanted to see how good a delivery it was. So Lewis Hill, who will have been hoped to have been sitting in his chair in the dressing room for a good while yet, comes out to bat 0 for 2 after just 8 deliveries of the game. And you suggested beforehand you were quite looking forward to seeing sort of a few minutes of Sol Budinger, but probably more than 2.
I did expect to see him come out all guns blazing, but he barely laid bat on ball. Well, he didn't, did he?
No, he didn't.
Because one was down the leg side and the other one uprooted his off stump.
Attempted.
Tickner's 22nd wicket of the season.
No leg slip for the right-handed Lewis Hill. Just 3 conventional orthodox slips plus a deepish gully. I say deepish, sort of almost fly gully. He's almost sort of a third of the way back towards the boundary there. We've got a fair old delay because Mr. Tickner and perhaps Mr. Madsen have decided that they're going to have a short leg in as well. There was good bounce that first delivery from a very tall, strong Blair Tickner, and he indicates to his gully, David Lloyd, he wants him sort of deeper, so he's about 10 yards behind a sort of conventional gully, presumably for one that flies off the sort of shoulder of the bat. Short leg in now. Tickner is in, 2 here, who steps forward determinedly and leaves a perfectly ordinary delivery that is on a length but well wide of off stump, and he lets that one bounce through to Brooke Guest. 0 for 2.
A vagrant appears to have walked in the back of the box with a large suitcase. It's everybody's favourite Australian, apart from Caleb Jewell. Melinda Farrell. She'll be with us. Well, she's with us now, but she'll be with us shortly. Well, I say shortly. We'll let her catch her breath first.
Tickner does his little dance before the start of his run in, past the umpire and bowls, and Leicestershire are up and running. It's fullish on middle and leg, and Hill just turns it calmly round the corner down towards sort of backward square. Zach Chappell comes running up from long leg to field, and Hill takes 2, and Leicestershire have as many runs as they have lost wickets now. 2 for 2, the Foxes.
Just holding his right pec there, or rubbing it, Blair Tickner. Hopefully he's okay.
It's an extraordinary start to his run. In he goes, and bowls goes past the outside edge with a delivery that even from this distance looked to straighten on Hill. Sort of zeroing in on off stump, then straightened away past the outside edge, and that was a little bit too good from Tickner.
He's getting it to move, isn't he? Ooh, yeah,
he's not moving particularly. Is that how he normally kind of walks? So that's the Tickner.
That's the Tickner gate.
The Tickner gate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't. There are a lot of.
He's extraordinary.
Extended family listening, so I'm slightly.
Hop, hop, hop,
yes.
hop, hop, hop. And knees go pumping away, and he doesn't go anywhere. In he goes now, and bowled short outside off stump, cut away for 4. That's where Hill likes it. Well, I think we can say that was a mixed bag for the most part. Outstandingly good over from Blair Tickner, but got it badly wrong with that last delivery, and Hill tucked him away first for 2 off the 5th ball, and then for 4 from the 6th. Leicestershire, after 2 eventful overs, are 6 for 2.
Derbyshire, oh God, I think I've forgotten it. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the official way to get in touch with us. I only say official, you know what I mean. That's the only email I'm allowed to mention on air. I've had a message though from the Gully's father, who was watching Derbyshire on one screen and the Lions on the other. So good work, Andrew. As Reese is in, arm bowls, and that one is pushed by Reinhardt slightly uncertainly into the offside, where it's fielded by David Lloyd. Delighted to say some spectators have arrived, because it was looking fairly bleak at 10 o'clock, and I'm not surprised.
I hesitate to say this, given that Mr. Lloyd Senior is listening. Any Welshmen in these?
Mr. Donald.
I beg your pardon. Well, same applies, I guess.
No, there are no Welsh. Well, there might be a Welshman in this line side, because it's the Flappers.
It's the
Flappers team, isn't it? Yeah. They only had 2 in the squad to start with, and one of them was injured. This next delivery is defended by. I don't want to start an argument now.
Our regular cricket presenter, Jack Rafferty, is actually at the ground, not working. He's on a holiday. He's in Australia.
Is he?
And
Nice.
has just texted a picture of himself.
Where are they today? Sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
All right, dear.
A terrible thing to ask somebody live on air.
Australia.
They were in Adelaide, weren't they, for the first test, I believe, which is, well, the Adelaide cricket ground. Reese is in, and Rian Ahmed clips that away nicely down towards deep backward square leg. There's a diving stop there. That's excellent work from Blair Tickner, by the way. Away to our left-hand side. Threw himself along the ground. That hasn't improved his gait any. They pick up 2. Rian Ahmed moves to 2, 8 for 2.
They're in Melbourne, where we have regular listeners.
So I think the MCG on Saturday, because they were talking about 100,000 people being there, if Australia put up some kind of fight in the first test, which they sort of did in the second half, I suppose. As from what I could gather anyway, as Reese is in, Rian Ahmed drives. That's going to be 4 runs. That's glorious. Reese looks disgusted, but there was nothing wrong with the shot at all. Straight back down the ground, and nothing more than that Harry Kane can do, or nothing more Harry Kane could do, other than go and collect the ball from beyond the rope. That was a terrific shot. 8 for 2, 12 for 2. What am I talking about? 12 for 2. The only wickets to have fallen in the second division so far. Lancashire won the toss and chose to bat at Cheltenham. Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bat at Cardiff. Northamptonshire decided they'd field first at Merchant Taylors, as this next one is just wrapping Rian Ahmed high on the thigh pad, dropping into the leg side. No run.
Well, these two arguably have been the 2 batters of the season in the County Championship for Leicestershire. Hill top of the averages at 43, 562 runs to his name. Rehan Ahmed 500 runs exactly, well 506 now I suppose, at 42 pretty much. 3 centuries and a 50 to his name.
As Reese bowls, defended into the offside by Rian Ahmed. Well, your Leicestershire listeners will be delighted to know that Wayne Madsen has 903 runs in the championship.
Against Leicestershire, so I would imagine.
So far this season. So we'll be looking towards the 1,000. Caleb Jewell 821. Harry Kane 655. So runs haven't been too difficult to come. I mean, they've worked hard for them, I have no doubt, but they haven't been particularly difficult to come by. That was the last ball of the over, 12 for 2. As Barry Sheen goes off in the distance.
Generational reference. Mr. Tickner is doing his dance down here at the start of his run-up. In he goes and bowls to Hill. Rises up towards the hip. Hill takes his bottom hand off the bat and tries to fend it off. I think he did get a sort of top of the bat glove on it, and indeed it did. No signal from umpire Shantry. The tall figure of umpire Shantry. Hasn't lost his figure yet. Jack still looks like a fit enough to play, doesn't he? Still tall and slim. We haven't seen him, I think we had him once this season, but like yourselves, we've seen a lot of umpire Pratt.
The Lions' first test, as I said, has just quite correctly corrected me, was in Brisbane.
Brizzy? Probably said that wrong. Mel will tell me. Well, I did, clearly.
We're doing
straight away.
We're not going to start doing Australian.
No, we're not. In goes Tickner and bowls full, clipped off his legs by Ahmed. Nice piece of timing. It's a remarkably lush outfield here at the Co-op Central County Ground, and as a consequence it can be chased down by Harry Kane running back from square leg to deep backward square, and Ahmed has to settle for a couple. How come it is so lush? Because it's absolute desert at down the
it was up
Leicester.
until this latest
deluge. Have you
yeah,
had
the
did you
latest
get
rain.
a lot?
Yeah, they've had a bit of rain around here
Clearly.
since Friday.
Clearly. Tickner is in and bowls again onto the legs of Ahmed. Again it's clipped away. Good work. No, not good work in the end by Chappell. I thought he'd got there. He kind of did get there, running around the ropes from long leg, and put down his left hand as he slid towards it, and the ball, although the outfield is lush, it is a little bit bumpy in places, and perhaps he got a little bit unlucky with the bounce there. Either way, it got through him to the boundary, and Ahmed picks up his second boundary, moves on to 12, 19 for 2. Tickner examines the ball. It's a fairly cursory glance. We are on Kookaburras still. as in he goes and bowls outside off stump, cut away. There is a sweeper out there now already. He's almost at sort of backward point on the boundary down there. Runs up towards point on the boundary, and Ahmed has to settle for a single. Takes it, moves on to 13, 20 for 2. A good number of members on the balcony. The architecturally significant pavilion.
Harsh.
Tickner. Hop, hop, hop. I'd stop doing that. In he goes. Bowls to Hill, straighter, but it is drifting to hesitation. Then Ahmed is rather slow in taking off for some reason, and Hill almost came to a stop. Ahmed was daydreaming slightly there. It was to the right of Rees, who's at a wideish mid-on. There is no mid-wicket, and obviously he was running, had to sort of swap hands, so it was a very safe run. But Ahmed, for some reason, was sort of standing, sort of looking vaguely at Hill. Why is he coming down the wicket towards me? Hill stopped, and Ahmed suddenly sort of, oh yes, there's a run to be had. Well, Harry Kane is being sent back now from square. He'd gone up to square for Hill, back to the backward square. He's gone behind the umpire in front of the electronic scoreboard. In goes Tickner and bowls straight, slightly short of a length. Ahmed just waits for it, plays it calmly back down the pitch towards Blair. Tickner, who feels the ball on the bounce in his follow-through. 21 for 2 after 4. Wickets having fallen in the first and second over. Both openers dismissed without scoring. In the case of Sol Budinger, without laying bat on ball. I think Patel did manage to get bat on ball on one of the previous 2 deliveries he faced. And then obviously did on the third, because he edged it behind to Brooke Guest. 21 for 2.
Yes, it's settling down now, isn't it? With Rian Ahmed and Lewis Hill settling down. If only everything was settling down, because I'm not receiving any cue from, and I can't work out why. Which is slightly annoying. Here's Lewis Rees into bowl to Lewis Hill, who defends that one out into the offside. They scamper through for a, well, they thought it might have been a quick single. It was fairly comfortable in the end. And there's no run. So I'm putting something in the wrong thing, but I don't think I am. No.
So you will have these extensive desks full of all sorts of knobs and buttons.
They say they've given it me, but there's nothing coming through.
I'm trying to talk to you.
It's all fairly straightforward. Here's Rees. In and bowls. That was off the edge, a leading edge slightly, a bit more bounce than perhaps Rian Ahmed was expecting, fielded by an Aaron Donald. There's a Jack Russell with a tail, which is always good to see, in the ground.
Do they not normally have
Well, I think
Jack
they do
Russells?
nowadays, but there was a time when Jack Russells, I know they used their tails to pull them out of holes, didn't they? But then they removed them for a bit. As Rees is in, and that one is whipped into the leg side, slightly aerially, but never in any kind of danger as it goes out to backward square leg, where Blair Tickner will do the fielding, and another run to Rian Ahmed, who moves on to 14, 27 for 2 in the 5th. How long it'll be before we see some spin? A little while, I would have thought. Perhaps an over or 2 before lunch. That'd be nice.
I thought it was mandatory.
I think they're going to be fighting each other to see who gets it. He's running towards us, defended by Hill again. This time up to mid-on. Yeah, everything's definitely in the right place at this end. So I'm blaming everybody back at base. Rees turns. 5th ball of his 3rd over. 1 for 8 his figures at the moment. That one's left alone by Lewis Hill to go through to Brooke Guest, who took a very simple catch to help dismiss Rishi Patel. In the 1st over, 3 balls in. that stage. 0 for 1, became 0 for 2, but now recovering. 23 for 2. Oh, Richard's on the move.
No, only because there's a wire that's trapped.
Yeah, don't pull the whole building down. This half an appeal. Not from Lewis Rees, really, more from Wayne Madsen and Caleb Jewell, the two slip fielders, as the ball thudded into Hill's pads, presumably off a little inside edge or going down leg side. And the over comes to an end at 23 for 2. Wayne Madsen, the skipper, having a long chat there with Lewis Rees. I can't imagine it's thanks Lewis at 1 for 8, but you never know. You never know. It will be Blair Tickner to continue. 5 gone then. 23 for 2 are Leicestershire, who won the toss and decided to have a bat first.
Tickner then with those 2 slips and a deep-ish gully, bounces in and bowls to Ahmed, finds the leading edge and it flies in the air through point, goes quickly down towards deep backward point. Good work down there on the boundary, however, by the aforementioned Mr. Rees, means that Ahmed has to settle for a single. Moves on to 15, 24 for 2, but 1 or 2 just, you kind of expect it from Tickner, not so much from Rees, but 1 or 2 have bounced slightly more than the batsman expected. Ahmed plays a few wristy rehearsal shots down at the non-striker's end. Now leg gully has gone in for Lewis Hill. Kane comes up to conventional sort of square-ish leg. Tickner is in, bowls to him. He drops it out into the offside. Ahmed's going to have to hurry. If he'd hit, he was gone for sure. Tickner fastened quickly on to the ball. Well, we already talked about some slightly iffy running, but Ahmed seemed to go quite quickly. It was just a hugely risky single, so much so that I am pretty sure that he would have been gone for all money. Tickner picked up, threw at the stumps, and for me, judging, well, both by the replay and indeed the reaction of the Derbyshire side, had that underarm throw at the stumps from Tickner from a quite difficult angle, in fairness to the big man. Had it hit, I'm pretty sure that Ahmed would have been on his way there.
Yeah, looked close, didn't it? Looked very close indeed. So perhaps they haven't settled down yet.
He'll into double figures on 210. Watches as Tickner is in, bowls short, and it, well, a late decision from Ahmed to try and ramp it over Brooke Guest's head, and it could easily just have resulted in a slight tickle through to the Derbyshire keeper. Ahmed raises his eyes to the heavens and, as we've already talked about, admonishes himself physically, sort of thumps his glove against his thigh. It was a very late decision to try and ramp it over the keeper's head. Tickner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the knees come up and he gets underway and bowls again to Ahmed down the leg side. Ahmed tries to flick it away down. Fine, doesn't get anything on it and wafts at the air in annoyance, one hand on the bat. There's a series of mannerisms, Rehan Ahmed. At the moment, they're all, whatever routine he has is sort of working for him with the bat at least. He does have an eyesight. Not that much foot movement sometimes, but when he doesn't move his feet, he still seems to hit the middle for the most part. Tickner is in and bowls, a little bit short of a good length. Ahmed stays on the back foot and blocks it out into the offside. No run. Messrs Shantry and Hill engage in conversation. They'll be, well, Hill the longest serving of the Leicestershire players, by a margin actually now. 13, 14 years he's been
man and boy
close to the first team, or in it, or captaining the side, and so he'll have played against Jack Shantry on many occasions, I would imagine, as well as now being regularly umpired by him, if that's the right verb. Tickner is in, down the leg side again, and again Ahmed feel he missed out a little bit there. Flicks and misses as it goes through to guest. 25 for 2 after 6 overs. Almost a bonus point time for Derbyshire.
Inching closer to Leicestershire at the top.
31 points.
It's a lot. Yeah. Leicestershire would be hugely disappointed if they didn't finish in the top 2 now, I would have thought.
They would.
Wouldn't they really?
I think very much so.
Derbyshire have got teams breathing down their necks. Glamorgan. I still fancy Lancashire will have a bit of a dart at some point.
I mean,
they're about
when you look at what
behind
sides have gone up with in terms of number of wins and points gained, and
is it 5 wins now?
Yes, Leicester have had 5 wins, but sides have certainly gone up with 5 wins.
Oh, yeah. Lewis Rees begins a new over to Lewis Hill rather, and that one is defended back towards the bowler. Yeah, it's been a remarkable. Yes, let's do that, and then you come back after your midday. Yeah, we're going to bring Melinda Farrell in. Just ask if she wants to. I'm not sure if she wants to really. Oh, she's going to come in. That's good. It's nothing personal then. Lewis Rees on his way in again. Bowls to Hill, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. And once again, there is no run. Have we got enough laptops there, Mel?
You can never have too many handbags or laptops. I lie, I don't even have a handbag.
Do you not?
Well, I do, but I don't use it. I use a little sling that
carry around the
suitcase.
Great suitcase instead.
I told you I wasn't going to be able to sneak in quietly.
No, we wouldn't have allowed that anyway. As Rees bowls to Hill, who crashes this one away. Well, he didn't really time it, but he's going to get 4 runs for the shot out towards the cover boundary. Jack Morley giving chase, but gave up quite quickly there. Hill moves on to 14, 29 for 2. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
It's been a while.
Do you know what? The last time I was here, it was an absolutely enthralling draw between Northants and Derbyshire.
Okay.
Remember that?
No, not really, no. They all very much merge into one after a while. It was last season, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was a thriller. It was an absolute thriller of a draw.
No, still got nothing.
And it was Derbyshire, down at the bottom. They hadn't won, and then I'm back, and it's a top of the table clash.
Who'd have thought?
Well, not you, obviously.
No, not me. No. These are the 2 teams I would least have expected to be in the top 2 at this stage of the season. Here's Lewis Rees in and bowls around the wicket to Hill, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. I genuinely have no recollection. No recollection.
Oh, really? Yeah. No, it was.
I remember you being here.
Well, that's the main thing, right?
Which is something, I suppose. But
I'm going to actually look up the game, because it was. I remember Zach Chappell batting.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's never a good thing. As Rees bowls, driven by Hill up towards Harry Kame. Mid-off.
I mean, I remember him bowling as well.
Yeah.
But I do remember. I think he was involved in maybe in the draw. I'm going to look this up. So it was. It's lovely to see you, by the way. It's lovely to be
see
here.
you, even if it is only briefly.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll let you go on with this.
That one is pushed again, a little bit more bounce than perhaps Hill was expecting, into the offside. That final ball of the Rees over. And after 7 overs, Leicestershire have recovered from 0 for 2 to 29 for 2, with Rian Ahmed on 15 and Lewis Hill on 14. Already, Alex Thompson is doing something weird, stretching-wise, out there on the pitch. Oh, you've got it, have you? Oh, there you go.
It was.
Yeah.
Yes, I have got it. It was the 17th of May last year.
Oh, yeah.
Northants 422 in the first innings. Derbyshire 362 in reply.
Yeah.
Then Northants were made 310 for 3 declared in their second innings. and I'm gonna keep the suspense because Blair Tickner is jogging up and down on the spot. I absolutely love his setup. He's in bowling to Rehan Ahmed and plays it just straight back to him. And in response, in the final innings of that match, Derbyshire got to 261 for 9, and it right.
Yeah.
So it was so tight, and Zach Chappell made 72.
Wow.
That I was right. I did remember him batting.
No,
there you go.
That's good from you. That is excellent work.
That's about all I could probably contribute if I note throughout the day.
Absolutely no recollection of it whatsoever.
Oh, I do. Here's Tickner over the wicket, bangs it in short, and that is a lovely flay with a nice little bit of mayonnaise on the top from Ahmed. Little helicopter, only goes as far as deep backward point though. They take a single, and it is now 30 for 2. And then I arrive here today. I got 3 hugs on the way in, which
excellent.
you know,
Yeah,
is
yeah.
lovely.
More than I ever get.
Oh, and then was standing there having a chat to someone I knew out there, and 2 wickets fell. I was watching. I was like,
It was
blimey.
a fairly remarkable start by Derbyshire.
Certainly
It's
was.
calmed down a bit now.
That has just a little bit as Tickner runs in, bowls, bangs at him very, very short. That was definitely one to be left alone by Hill. Just practices his little limbo sway once more. Probably might be expecting a bit more of that.
So last May, have you done much since then? Or? Oh, no point in asking me because I can't remember anything.
I've been around.
Yeah.
Yes, in between Derby visits, I have been around the traps. As in comes Tickner, it is short, but it doesn't lift as much, and it's just defended back down the pitch by Hill. Yeah, been since May. Goodness, I did my Caribbean and US trip for the men's T20 World Cup.
I remember you were going. That's right. Now I do remember that.
Yeah, that was.
I don't remember much about the competition, but I knew you were going.
Again, you remember the most important thing, and that is me. Well, that's exactly right. Tickner starts his hypnotic jog in, and that one's just defended up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, so after that, I was back here, did a lot more county championship stuff, and then where did I go? I went back to Australia.
Blimey.
And then I went to South Africa for the SA20.
Oh, okay.
And then came back over here via the US and have covered cricket everywhere from Italy to... Where else have I been? Italy, Scotland. I've been up to Scotland.
I saw you were in Scotland. That was the World Cup
Yeah.
qualifiers, was it? Or was that Tri-Series?
Yeah, the Tri-Series. Next ball's another short one. Ducks under it to Hill. No run, so just the one coming from the over, 30 for 2. I was up there for the Cricket World Cup League 2 one-dayers.
Okay.
And that's part of the pathway for World Cup qualification, that league. Excellent league. And then I was there for the Tri-Nations that followed it, where I was commentating on the game's first ever triple super over. There's a T20 match.
Yes, I imagine that was very exciting. But
It was.
it's not really cricket, is it?
Well, by definition, it is actually cricket. No, it was brilliant. It was a match between Netherlands and Nepal, and scores were tied. So they went to a super over. It was 19 plays 19 after the first one, 17 plays 17 after the second one.
As Lewis Rees begins a new over, that's in the air, but drops short of Alex Thompson off the bat of Rehan Ahmed. Thompson fielding at mid-wicket, but it was definitely in the air for a long time. So we've got 19 all, 17 all, and
then there's a young bowler from... See, you were interested.
Not really.
There was a young bowler from the Netherlands, Zach Lyon Cachet, what a great name. He bowled and he went wicket ... wicket
ooh,
in that one.
so that's it.
And so then they had to come out and still score, and they sealed it with a 6.
In comes Reese again. That one is driven very pleasantly by Rian Ahmed out towards the extra cover boundary. It's being chased down by that looks like Ben Aitchison on the field for some reason. It is Ben Aitchison, substitute fielder already, which is quite early. 4 more to Rian Ahmed. It moves to 20-34 for 2. Excellent. I'm sure it was all very, very exciting.
Well, this is the wonderful thing about cricket. I can be incredibly excited by a draw here in Derbyshire, home of Derbyshire, against Northants that sticks in my mind a year later to the point.
Remarkable. You can still remember it.
Yes, and I promise you, I did not look that up before I came here.
I believe you.
I promise.
Reese around the wicket, balls to Rian Ahmed, down the leg side it goes, taken by a guest.
So I'm just as excited when I come and do a county championship match as I am doing a match between Nepal and the Netherlands in T20 cricket. It's a beautiful game. There's something there for all of us. That's
Isn't
what
there?
we should
Isn't there?
do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's get philosophical already.
Yeah, we've just managed to finish a fairly disastrous T20 campaign here. As Reese is in again, that one is driven once more, but this time straight to the fielder at cover, who is an Aaron Donald. I'm trying to work out who's off the field, because somebody is clearly off the field if Ben Aitchison is on. I think we can safely say, if that is Ben Aitchison, it might not be.
I've just realised Richard Ray has kindly bought me a coffee, and I said I was going to be your coffee wench all day for the both of you, and he's already been my coffee wench.
Very strange spelling of wench in the email. In comes Reese, balls that's left alone by Rian Ahmed outside the off stump to go through.
Okay.
To Brooke. Don't say. Don't
I won't say. Don't worry. I won't.
Well, no,
say.
I mean, it won't affect me materially, but it's probably for the best.
I won't say it. You say coffee wench. I like the idea of a wench.
Well, we all do. Obviously.
I've only been on there for 12 minutes and we're already in wenches.
David Lloyd's off the field. I think this one is turned into the leg side by Rian Ahmed. It's picked up by Zach Chappell, who shies at the stumps but misses. And they get through for a single. Rian Ahmed moves on to 21-35 for 2 at the end of the over. Lewis Hill has 14, 9 gone then. Just the 87 to go. And we are going to see the first change of bowling as Zach Chappell will replace Blair Tickner. 4 overs, 1 for 18 for the Kiwi. So all his relatives, distant or otherwise, in Perth and in New Zealand itself, we could have 40 winks before Blair comes back into the action. They were following him in Guyana when he was playing for the Central Stags out there in that Universal T20 competition or whatever it was called.
Yeah, it's an interesting, that one.
Well, Mickey Arthur was coaching one of the teams, but from here.
Yes, he's a very clever man.
With Greg Smith on the ground. I think Greg Smith got the better end of the deal there, the Northamptonshire batting coach, former Derbyshire player. He was actually in Guyana with the Rangpur Riders.
I've been to Guyana. I found it fantastic. Everyone warned me, don't go out onto the street at night and don't take anything with you. And myself and another journalist completely ignored that advice and went to a local market and ended up playing dominoes with a woman called Aunt Jackie while people just kept bringing us beers. We had a wonderful night. It was fantastic. Here's Zach Chappell. Bowls to Rian Ahmed, who's up on his toes and drives again, manages to punch that through a gap on the offside. He looks so good when he is driving. That takes the score to... Oh, I haven't got that wrong, have I? That was not Rian Ahmed. That's why it was Hill. That's why I was hesitating. I thought that's not him.
Worry.
But he looks quite similar.
Not even the first error of the day. Don't worry about that.
Similar in shape as he drove is what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Here comes Zach Chappell again. And now it is Rian Ahmed punching it straight back to Zach Chappell. So Guyana really enjoyed it.
Good.
There you go.
Lovely. Yeah, no, very good. Very good.
But
I've been to, well, I've been nowhere, in all honesty. I went to Charlton. Didn't really enjoy it.
oh, I've missed you. Here comes Zach Chappell. Full ball flicked away behind square leg, but it's a fielder running around from fine leg. He cuts it off, so they'll just take the single. Another run to the tally. This little rebuild now, 38 run partnership. It's really easy to keep track of how many runs are in this partnership because the only ones that have been scored. After that quite wild start, I must say. Zach Chappell turns around. He's got such a lovely languid run. He's in. That one is just fuller and just punch straight back to mid-on. No run. Yeah, it's... Now, I did have a little bird tell me on the way in, and this is why I thought, well, ball nipping around a bit early, is it? Because...
Yes, a little bit. A little bit.
I got a little bird whispered to me that this should turn, this pitch.
Well, yeah, it's been heavily used. It's had 3 T20 matches on it.
As Chappell goes past the umpire, bowls, nicely driven, but only as far as the fielder at extra cover. No run.
So I'm having all sorts of issues connecting with Derby.
Life?
Well, yeah, no, you're right. You are right.
Your fellow human beings.
Yeah. That's been an issue. I might have to try something. What I might have to do is just ask Richard. This is embarrassing. If he wouldn't mind doing 5 minutes now. Oh, got cramp.
As Chappell is in, bowls short, and Hill ducks under that one a little bit awkwardly, but gets underneath it in the end. And that finishes off Zach Chappell's over. And the score now currently 38 for 2. Incredible start when it was none for 2 early on, or in the Australian vernacular, 2 for none. As we've had a little swapperoo. And Richard Ray. Hello.
Morning, Mrs.
Hello.
How you doing?
Watcher, as you would say. In fact, as you did when you replied to my email this morning.
I did.
Are you well?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm... Now that I'm here with the both of you.
Racking up the miles.
Well, exactly.
As ever.
It's not too far from, to be fair, from Birmingham to Derby.
No. It's far enough, though, wasn't it, for you?
Well, that's because I'm special.
I listened to your podcast that Brian Holford sent me. Did an interview with you,
yes.
and that was really interesting. I didn't realise it to say just how many miles, how hard working you actually are. It's astonishing.
I'd
Really.
big it up for Brian Alford. No, it can be a bit crazy. Oh, I'm off to Manchester tonight.
That's relatively close for you, isn't it? Not too far away. Lewis Rees then from the city end of the ground, round the wicket to Ahmed. Is it? I am from that far end, aren't I? It is me who should be commentating now.
Yes,
And,
yes.
Pushed out towards wideish mid-on by Ahmed, slightly off the thick inside part of the bat, but well, I'm hoping you see a bit more of Rehan Ahmed, sort of in his England role before the season is out, the English season is out, because he's been in sensational form with the bat and pretty good with the ball, really, and it'd be lovely to see him involved again at some stage. So it probably is worthwhile you being here in those terms. Rees bowls, it swings in, there is a sort of vague appeal from the slips. It was both high and going down the leg side as it came off the hill pad, trying to turn it to square leg, didn't get anything on it.
Well, they've been following with interest, obviously batting more than anything, because it's obviously been almost a revelation this season, this year for Rehan Ahmed.
Rees in, staying round the wicket, bowls full, Hill drives, dives away to his right from mid-off and makes the stop, but he does dive, so although he picks himself up quickly and throws the ball up the stumps, Hill had made his ground and the throw missed anyway. 40 for 2. Ahmed 25, Hill now 15.
Yeah, so it's very interesting to see the kinds of scores and numbers that he was putting up. Interesting that England have gone for Liam Dawson.
Reece bowls outside off stump, minimal foot movement as ever from Ahmed. He looking to chop it away through the offside and swung back in a little bit from the left armour, and again slightly inside part of the bat. Yes, first time for what, 8 years for Dawson, something like that, for into the England side. But
yeah, it's an
finger
interesting
finger spinner rather than a leg spinner. So
yeah, and not going back to Jack Leach and going for Liam Dawson instead. I think it's nice to see.
Reece is in. It didn't really come on, and Ahmed stepping forward, looking to drive, wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball. Went through with the shot anyway, and it didn't quite come on. It rather looped up towards mid-on, bounced a long, long way short of Tickner. I think that is the individual figure of Tickner at mid-on.
This has been a good over from Reece. It's just all of a sudden the ball's not quite coming out of the middle of the bat, so he's still finding a bit of movement, which is undoubtedly why he's being kept on for at least another over.
Now still stopping a little bit, and mid-wicket Thompson has come in quite close, just 3 strips away as Reece is in, and that one is onto the leg stump, and Ahmed can go just back and wristily work it down to the not hirsute Chapel. You went to school with my little boy. Well, my little boy's as big as he is now, of course, but they went through schools together in Stamford, about sort of 50, 60 miles away from here. Zach Chapel.
Not hirsute.
No, he's
he's
bearded at the moment, so yeah, he has a beard. But
he's got a beard. You're saying he's follically challenged.
He is.
That's fair enough. That's a good look. I like it.
Yeah.
And I really like it when I'm up here commentating, because it makes it very easy to spot a player. Anything that's different with the hair or lack of hair is extremely helpful for someone like me.
You can't mistake Tickner either. They're as tall as each other, but that tash is very individual.
Yeah.
And you're having a chat at the moment. So he was in Guyana too, wasn't he?
Yes.
So you saw him.
Oh, well, no, I wasn't in Guyana for this. I've been in Guyana before.
Beg your pardon.
That was the 2018 Women's T20 World Cup. Guyana was one of the venues. Zach Chapel makes his way in and bowls. Good length delivery that's driven straight and has managed to get it past the bowler, not quite past the chasing fielders, and Blair Tickner has run back. He had mid-on and mid-off both up, and they both turned around and legged it basically to the boundary. They pick up another couple of runs. It's 43 for 2.
Your story reminded me of the time I was in Sao Paulo with Formula One, and they warned me, don't go out in the street in Sao Paulo.
As Chapel is in, that is studiously driven by Rehan Ahmed, just as far as mid-off. No run there.
And do you know, they were absolutely right. So.
Oh, we had a great time. They take like they're really into dominoes. It's a big thing, and honestly, people were bringing us a couple of bottles of beer, and there were people gathering around us as well, and all laughing and having a great time. Rehan Ahmed waits as Chapel is in a full ball, and he just turns that one around the corner down to deep backward square leg for a single. So he's just straying a little bit onto the leg stump, perhaps a little bit full. I'm careful when I travel. I was with a male colleague, and he'd been there before, so I felt like he knew the lay of the land. So yeah, I'd like to get out and see what's what. It's Chapel. It's in again, driven square this time by Hill, only as far as point.
I couldn't agree more. It is easy to sort of stay in the bubble, isn't it, when you're travelling around, especially with lots of other journalists. But yeah, it's important to get out and remind yourself you are actually in a different part of the world.
Well, they tend to stay in nice hotels because their companies are paying for it.
Okay. Yes.
As a freelancer, I have limited means. As Chappell bowls a very short ball, banged that one in, and he'll limbos out of the way as he did earlier. Yeah, so yeah, there are times I make mistakes, and I really do book in the wrong part of town. It's only once have I actually turned around and said, no, twice I have turned around and said,
"Don't hurt me."
No, I can't stay here. I can't stay here. Chappell bowls again a little bit fuller this time, but on a good length, and it's just defended.
I've done that in a few Airbnbs around the county circuit, to be quite honest. Canterbury, I remember. Oh, dreadful place once.
44 for 2 now. At the end of that over, Rian Ahmed on 29. And Hill is on 15 as they try and rebuild after a dramatic start. It wasn't long after I was here about 10 minutes before, after my travel calamities. I was having a bit of a chat to a few people over on the other side. And started watching wickets falling. Amazing
Did you find
stuff.
your pass in the end? Or?
No.
That could be interesting tomorrow, couldn't
No,
it?
I've got to get on to the ECB is next, port of call.
Rees continues from the city end, bowls very full to Ahmed, who drives it gloriously away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Overpitched from Lewis Rees, and Rehan Ahmed has hit the field once or twice with those, but didn't on that occasion, and timed it beautifully. Moves on to 33 off 39 deliveries, and whisper at Leicestershire supporters, beginning to look as though he's in the mood.
He plays that drive beautifully, doesn't he? It's very solid.
He's sort of unorthodox in an orthodox way. He's fundamentally very sound as Rees is in and bowls, and he's reaching for that one again. It's just occasionally as he pushes it out to mid-off, there isn't too much foot movement, but you can see he's been very well taught, and the fundamentals are pretty solid. He looks in good shape as well, and I mean that sort of literally. He's he lost a little bit of weight over the close season and looks very fit and well now. Looks like an athlete, and second slip is going out to plug that gap out. Well, not really plug the gap, he's sort of there for the lofted drive now, as in goes Rees and bowls line and length, and Ahmed is respectfully forward, pushing the ball out to Kame at mid-off. There is no run, so Wayne Madsen thinking all the time, trying different things.
It's a bit of a compliment, I think, to Rehan Ahmed, because they've taken out a slip to put another fielder in the covers, and so they're just they've got, like, slip is very wide at the moment.
Rees is in again. It's straight again. It meets the straight bat of Ahmed. Back down the pitch it bounces. Rees stops it, doesn't pick it up cleanly in his follow through, and then lobs it to Thompson at that shortish mid wicket. And that was if it was an experiment, putting in the shortish extra for the lofted drive was a brief one, because he's come back out of that position. Well, Caleb Jewell he's gone back into first slip, and the man who was sort of covering behind him has moved across to that short straightish extra about 3 strips back. Rees is in and bowls, and a little bit short of a good length, and Ahmed just waits for that one on the back foot and pushes it out into the offside.
Yes,
and there is no run.
Interesting seeing these fielding changes for just a couple of balls. It's trying to, I guess, capitalise on the early pressure that they were able to create. But I mean, at the moment, Ahmed's just going great guns. His 33 runs have come off just 43 balls. He looks very good driving.
Rees is in. He steps across and cracks it away through extra cover for 4 more. Well, it wasn't quite the foolish delivery that he bowled earlier in the over. That was a classical off drive. That one wasn't quite as fully pitched, but he did move across before the ball was bowled, sort of read what was coming to a certain extent, Ahmed, and with that man having been brought back into the slips, the offside field wasn't quite as fully populated, and he cracked it away in some style. He's good to watch, is Rahan.
Yeah,
Has to
well,
be said, from a Leicestershire point of view, of course.
of course. Well, as obviously the neutral, I can just appreciate it for what it is. And what it is a young man who is clearly full of confidence. The way he's been driving that ball for 4, and they're trying all sorts of things to stop him. You might hear a little bit of rustling there, and that.
Somebody very unprofessionally didn't turn the microphone off, but he's gone next door now. I'm going to have to ask you a huge favour here, Mel, because
Everyone wants favours.
well, they
now.
can't hear me.
Oh.
Well, they can hear me, but they can't talk to me on this. Carry on.
Oh, here's Zach Chappell for a new over. First ball just pushed into short mid wicket. No run for Hill.
So what I'm going to have to do is do my 12 o'clock update over there,
Right.
but not on this microphone, which is slightly
So
irritating.
you basically want me to carry the can and the poor listeners to be...
I want you to. The whole broadcast is on your shoulders.
Right, okay.
If that's all right.
Of course it is. No problem.
Thank you, mate.
I'm sure our listeners will be patient with me. I'll keep things going as Zach Chappell starts his run. He's in, he bowls, and that has a nice lean back and cut from Hill, but only as far as backward point. There's no run for him there. And yes, I am on my lonesome now. I'm on my lonesome, but with all of our lovely listeners out there. So wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying what has been quite a fascinating start to this match. Leicestershire losing their first 2 wickets without scoring. But now in this partnership between Ahmed and Hill, which is now 52 runs. So that 50 partnership has come up now, along with the 50 score. Next ball is just pushed by Hill into short extra cover, where it is fielded by David Lloyd. He's still on his front. He kind of dived for that one and just decided he was going to stay out there and down there and have a little rest. His hands and knees now, because he's dived there across the wicket ends. He's gone and mucked up his whites. I'll need a good moment in the washing machine as Chappell bowls. And that one, I think that's thudded off the pad. It would have been going down leg side, I think. It dribbles the ball out onto the leg side. So no runs off this over so far from Chappell, who's been very tidy actually since replacing Blair Tickner in the attack. Don't know, he and Tickner are sharing some kind of joke, I think, out there. 2 quicks, Chappell's in, and that's wide of off stump, and this time Hill does cut and beat the fielder at backward point. That's 4 more runs. He just waited for that one. He had a little bit of width, and a ball was just short enough for him to flay that one away. Nicely played in the end. Picked the gap. That takes the score to 56 for 2, and Hill on to 19. So a very good recovery from this pair. Well, it's quite discombobulating seeing those 2 early wickets fall as Chappell's in, pleasantly driven by Hill, only as far as extra cover. That's the end of the over from Chappell. 4 runs coming from it, that boundary from Hill, and it is now 56 for 2 with Hill on 19 and Ahmed on 37. And look, the world hasn't fallen apart in your absence, Fletch.
No, I didn't imagine that it would.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel I had your full trust.
You have done this before. We're going to see some spin. Jack Morley, have you just said that?
I hadn't just
Excellent,
said that.
good.
No,
That's
there
good
you
then.
go.
That's some fresh information for
Well,
everybody.
I was told that it was going to turn. I did say that.
Well,
yeah.
we were told it was going to turn, but
Oh, all right then.
but I'm not sure if it will. We'll find out. And it's a very early introduction by Most county championship matches standards very early, turning to spin, isn't it? Really.
Well, what's going on? I just use the word discombobulated, which I try and use whenever possible because it's a great word. But I felt that way ever since I got here today. There's a lot going on, as they say.
I always think if things go wrong first thing in the morning, though, you can be discombobulated for much of the rest of the day, can't you?
I spend most of my days that way.
Here is Jack Morley, then left arm around the wicket, bowling to Rian Ahmed, who bowls it a full toss down the leg side. So we don't know if it's going to spin. As Rian Ahmed picks up another single and moves to 38, 57 for 2. Did pick up very impressive figures at Bristol in the first innings, did Jack Morley. He said, trying to find them. They were very impressive, though, as I remember.
6 for 55.
Yeah, they're the ones.
And 6 for 55 in the first innings against Gloucestershire.
I think he's got one for about 350 since then. As he's in again now, bowls, he rather drags that down. Very flat looking delivery from Morley.
Well,
yet to get into his stride. Another single taken, 58 for 2.
Well, he got 6 for 55 in the first innings and 1 for 178 in the second.
It didn't help him. Didn't help him at all.
That's quite extraordinary as a set of bowling figures.
And then the next game after that was Lancashire, which he also played in, I think, but he didn't pick up too many in that from memory. As around the wicket he comes to Rian Ahmed, who pushes it straight back to him.
Well, interestingly, I'll have to look at the scorecard. That was at Chesterfield. None for 32 in the first innings, none for 106 in the second. But I want to look at how many overs he bowled. So none for 32.
He's in again now. Bowls Rian Ahmed, who uses his feet and just lifts him back over his head, down the ground, towards the permanent temporary stand for 6. Glorious shot from Rian Ahmed, who moves into the 40s now. He's on 44 or 47, 64 for 2 Leicestershire. Nice use of the feet, glorious shot, and held the pose at the end.
Yeah, he almost checked it. It was a lovely shot. Quite dismissive in the way that he played it. I forgot that you call it the permanent temporary stand.
Permanent temporary stand at the front.
Thank you for reminding me.
Anything else you want to know, Mel? Just you only have to ask. Because the stand over there has changed. It's just the covered stand now. As Morley bowls, he's gone for a scoop shot as Rian Ahmed. This time he toe ends it into the onside where Caleb Jewell fields.
Stick to the traditional stuff, Rehan. That's been serving you well. So that was off 6 overs, the none for 32.
I reckon the other one would have been off about 20, slightly less possibly. No, a bit more, 24. And he comes again and bowls. It was only a few weeks ago. I should be able to remember that. Rian Ahmed just guides this out into the offside towards the other spinner in the side, Alex Thompson. Single taken. Rian Ahmed moves to 45, end of the over, 66. That's 65 for 2. Hill has 20.
You're very close. 19 overs was the none for 106, so a bit over 5.5 and over.
Lancashire did attack them on day 4, morning of day 4. They went mad. And ultimately, I think it was the morning of day 4. Ultimately, they won the game anyway. Reasonably comfortably. Derbyshire's first defeat in the County Championship this season.
Thank you. You mustn't have known what to do with yourself. You were. I remember when I was here. I was a bit concerned about you, about your views on life and cricket and where you were with Derbyshire here. And well, you'd gone through a pretty tough time, hadn't you? It'd been a long time before they'd. I think you actually were quoting how many days it had been.
Oh, since they'd won at Derby.
They'd won here.
They won the opening game of the season here this year.
Oh,
and they've won again since.
I can only.
By an innings.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Remarkable.
I love that for you.
They've had 2 other games that they should have won. Had they perhaps gone for it a bit more? Bristol and Cardiff.
Zach Chappell starts another over the wicket, just driven by Ahmed. He's back to playing the traditional shots to the seamer. Just goes as far as mid-on. No run for him there. Well, I think it's great. I like to just not see the same teams winning all the time.
Yes.
So it's good to shake things up, and it's nice to see There's quite a few fans here today. I'm sure
The
they'll like it.
ECB a bit delighted if Leicestershire and Derbyshire were promoted, I would have thought.
Here comes that Chapel. Oh, full toss down the leg side. Oh, it was full. It was about thigh height as it passed Rayhan Ahmed.
He could have hit that into the school bus if he'd wanted to, couldn't he? That's still here, sort of remnant of the T20 blast.
Yeah, I quite like. It's a yellow school bus. It's got a bit of an American vibe.
It's got had a lot of beer in it at one point. I think not so much now, I wouldn't have thought.
Here's Chappell. Oh, he does get hold of this one, though. That was another ball that just sat up perfectly for Rayhan Ahmed to pull. And that one has gone all the way for another boundary.
For how well this started.
It's just a remarkable turnaround. Well, it's not a turnaround, it's a counter-attack.
Yes.
It's been led by Rayhan Ahmed.
As we found, well, I feared Sol Budinger might do something like this, but it's Rayhan Ahmed who's doing it.
He's got good support from Hill, but he's certainly driving the bus. Whether even the one that's got no beer in it. It's another short ball from Chappell left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, it shows an amount of confidence too, doesn't it? You're coming out, no runs on the board, 2 wickets gone, and the ball's moving about a bit, and he's driving comfortably and finding gaps. And it's been very impressive from the young man so far.
I've got a bone to pick with you in a moment.
Oh no, oh dear. Here's Chappell in bowls, and that is a rather flashy shot. Down just in front of point. He just caressed his arms through that one, and that brings up a 50, and it's been a very, very entertaining 50 from Rayhan Ahmed. He's been in fine form this year, and he really has counter-attacked in style and just hasn't really put a foot wrong while doing it.
Yeah, it's 54 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. Rayhan Ahmed's half century.
70 for 4 now as Chappell is in. He bowls much fuller to Hill, who turns that one into short mid wicket, and no run. 5 coming off that over. 70 for 2, and it's the over that has seen Rayhan Ahmed bring up his half century. What have I done to offend you?
Well, a bit more the nation that you're from, really. These blasted balls that we're being forced to play with. What's this all about? I mean, how on earth do you watch first-class cricket in Australia with these balls all the time?
Well, this is it. Different balls behave differently in different conditions.
Well, we shouldn't be playing with them because the whole reason they were brought in was so that the test players who are going to go to Australia next winter will be able to use Kookaburra balls, but of course they're playing test cricket with a Duke's ball.
I think we should combine them and have a Kookaburra.
We should just do away with this nonsense straight away. I mean, it's
Hey, look,
this and the heavy roller. Get rid of both, and all of a sudden you've got yourself a game.
I'll come back. I'll come back to
I'm
that.
sure you will. 70 for 2. Jack Morley from the City end into bowl to Rayhan Ahmed, who just pushes that gently into the onside. See, that's where the Duke's ball should be, and that big thing leaving the ground now.
The garbage truck.
The big garbage truck. Stick them all in, and let's get back to playing cricket the way we always have. Morley's next deliberately makes a bit of room for himself by stepping into the leg side there, Rayhan Ahmed, and then rather has to reach for it as he pushes it out to Donald with the fielding pads on. Extra cover.
He gets through his overs quite quickly.
Very too quickly, really, for you to come back, which is excellent. 70 for 2. Morley is in again. That one is, again, a little bit of bounce, I suppose, there for him, but not too much turn in evidence at this early stage.
Gives me a chance. Gives me a chance to have a sip of the coffee.
Yeah, no, you
carry
on. You carry on. The sun is threatening to come out. I'm not entirely sure how, because it seems to be uniformly grey up above, but it's definitely brightening up here in Derby as Morley bowls, and that one is defended again by Rayhan Ahmed. Applause from behind the stumps from Brooke Guest for that delivery. Takes him an over or 2 generally, Jack Morley, to get into his rhythm. has bowled an awful lot this season, it feels to me. See if I can find out how many overs compared to everybody else. He's in again now, and that one is clipped back to him. He was aiming into the leg side, so a little bit leading edge-ish, that one.
Yeah, and wasn't afraid to just toss that one up a little bit. Bowled quite full as well. Like that after he was pounded down the ground last over.
He has bowled more than anybody else this season so far, Jack Morley, for Derbyshire, over 300 overs. This one is cut in front of square, a long way in front of square, and beats the man at cover who put the dive in. It looks like Harry Kame, and then he looks at some old foot ends, or bowling marks, whatever they're called, foot marks, that's it. And they pick up 4 runs, 54 now to Ahmed, 74 for 2 at the end of the over. Because these are all made by some machine, aren't they, somewhere in the outback or something? Is that how it works?
Yes, they take a cow from about 100 miles outside of Alice Springs.
That's what I thought.
Cooper Petey, they get the cows and they shave them of their skin. The cows are still there.
They're still there.
Yeah, this is just a bad batch of cows,
That
I think.
must smart after a while, that mustn't it? They've got lots of little ball-shaped bits of skin missing.
Look, so I don't jump on me.
No.
I can
Dream of
see the logic of what they were trying to do, but I don't necessarily think it's the right thing or the right way or the right time or the right number of matches. But
3 rights don't make a wrong.
here comes Zach Chappell, bowls that on the leg side, and it's just helped on its way, but there is a fielder down at fine leg, so he'll just come through for a single. So what has happened? Australia did this too. Whenever they decide to change balls, it's always reactionary, right?
Yes.
And this is a reaction to basically what happened in Australia in the last Ashes. I think there are a lot of mitigating factors in what happened in that Ashes that went way beyond the ball as well, being able to play the ball out there. Australia did the same thing when they got beaten over here in what was the Trent Bridge disastrous one. Was that 2015? I think 2015 Ashes.
I can't remember the Northamptonshire game from last
God,
season.
gee whiz, I've got to do all the heavy lifting here, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2015.
Yeah.
In that Ashes, when they got bowled out for sod all at Trent Bridge, there was a call. Oh, Zach Chappell is now coming around the wicket to Ahmed, who just pulls that one gently. And they'll come through for a single as it goes to wide mid-on. They did the same thing in Australia after that series. There was calls, the Australian batters, they can't play the moving ball. We've got to start having Dukes ball rounds. And they did that actually for probably, I reckon, 3-4 years.
Really?
Yep, they had Dukes ball rounds in Australia. Very different because the Dukes ball, Australian grass is like Australian people, is much more abrasive than
A lot rougher. Yeah.
so it's a lot more difficult. In comes Chappell, and he's got his line very wrong there. That was well down the leg side, left alone obviously.
You don't have whispering grass out there, do you?
No. So it was but it was the same kind of thing in Australia, this idea that you wanted people to be able to play the moving ball. And the other thing that happened in Australia, and one of the reasons they stopped doing it, is because spinners were suddenly out of the game. And this is it. There's always someone who's out of the game. And they try and balance that as Chappell is in, short ball, swayed under by Hill. Someone. So you see them try and change this. I don't mind the idea, but maybe it would be better, and I've sort of thought and come around on this, because I can see the idea of, you want to develop more fast bowlers in this country, or I say I mean England by you, and so this feeling that might help. Chappell bowls, that is a nasty short ball, that actually came round the wicket and in, and then it basically seamed off and almost in the direction of Hill's head as he swayed backwards. He did well to get out of the way. So maybe it's something to do you try it in second 11s? What is the ultimate aim? And it also, there's a philosophical question of what the county championship is for. Is it to develop England players? Is it, in its own right, a competition? As the next ball is short and it's just played into the ground on the offside. They hustle very quickly through for a single to finish off the over 77 for 2. So, and obviously it is a competition in its own right, and people are very protective of the integrity of the county championship. So you've kind of got all these.
Which is why Josh Chung is going to be
things.
allowed to bowl on days 3 and 4 for Nottinghamshire at Hampshire because of the integrity of the competition.
Yeah.
And he's not ready to play for England. No, I hear what you're saying. I just think that the whole, well, much like so many things that we get told that the people who are making these decisions make these decisions, I'm not sure they've entirely thought them through. And it's all a bit haphazard and slipshod for me. But
Well, you need to follow it through. So you need to try and sort of look beyond the next step. Last year they did it at the start of the season. And at
the end, I think. Oh no, was it 2 in the middle? There might have been 2 in the middle.
2 in the middle.
This year there's 4 in the middle.
Too many.
Here's Jack Morley bowling to Lewis Hill, who just clips that nicely backwards square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 23, 78 for 2. But the balls last, which is even more disastrous, really, because they just go soft and they keep their shape. Which is the worst of all worlds, really.
Unlike the Dukes in the test
Well, the Dukes have just
moment.
been going out of shape every 4 overs, haven't they? And I know they're not entirely thrilled with some of the changes either. That one did turn. It goes past the edge of Rian Ahmed's bat as he plunged forward defensively, turned away from him, nicely bowled from Jack Morley, who's only in his 3rd over, so just starting to warm up now. 78 for 2. Good to see a ball turn, but not necessarily this early on day 1. This next delivery is defended again by Rian Ahmed. It's got the feel of a game that Derbyshire played at Cardiff. I think it was last. It could have been this season, when Alex Thompson took an absolute shed load of wickets in the first innings, and then it flattened out completely. I don't think this pitch is necessarily going to flatten out over the course of 4 days, though. As Morley bowls again, that's full and clipped up towards mid-on where Blair Tickner does the fielding. I'm slightly concerned about Zach Chappell at the end of his previous over as well. He doesn't look like he's moving particularly well. He's still on the field. He's a backward square leg having a drink, but he looks a bit stiff already, and he's only bowled 5 overs. I mean, I would be, obviously, but he's got a few years on me and is a professional athlete as Morley bowls to Hill, who clips that nicely into the leg side. For a single, Hill moves to 24. And it's 81. No, it isn't. It's 80 for 2. It's an Aaron Donald who's playing his first game in the County Championship this season for Derbyshire. Moves back to extra cover with the fielding pads on. Has been keeping wicket in the T20. And Ahmed waits, and Morley's next delivery is almost a full toss, and he whips it into the leg side. I was going to say it's a chase here for Caleb Jewell. There isn't. The ball has got to the boundary already, and Jewell is still 25 yards away from it. So a disappointing end to Jack Morley's 3rd over. 3 overs for 20.
The last over was a bit like that as well. It was 5 dot balls and then a boundary. So
get out of the over, Jack.
Try and get out.
Of the over.
And make a big difference. But
more in the side for his batting these days than no, he isn't.
Look, I don't know. Maybe there's ideally what I think it would be great, but there's obviously a cost factor involved. But I think it would be great if in the off season, for some of the younger players here, if they could go and play in countries like Australia or South Africa and actually get experience that way.
Quite a few of them.
The Kookaburra.
Quite a few of them do.
Yeah.
Harry Kane's been to South Africa and goes to South Africa quite regularly. Lewis Rees has been in Perth, as has Brooke Guest, who of course was brought up in Perth.
Yeah, I think that's probably more valuable, and then you also of course look at Lions tours. They were in South Africa over the winter. Lions, they're under 19s, I think it was.
Yes, they managed to break Harry Moore.
Oh gosh,
He won't play this season for
Oh,
Derbyshire, but he
no.
was in the under-19s and then with the Lions, and now he's running bibs and drinks
I
and that kind of
can't
thing.
believe I mentioned the war again. Everything I mention, everything is the war. Oh, well, change in bowling. It's time for Thompson. First ball, big shout as he angles that one in from around the wicket. Hill just goes for a little wander as the umpire remains immobile.
Harry Moore.
What did I say?
The war.
The war.
I never mentioned the war. I did once, and I think I got away with it. But no.
Next ball. Next ball. He's played into the leg side to mid wicket. No run.
I think we've asked you to do too much in the first hour and a half here, Mel. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to get the nod from the skipper in a minute.
Oh dear. It didn't take long. Next ball is pushed just back out towards mid-on by Hill.
Wow.
It's a good start by Alex Thompson, by the way. There's a few shouts early on. He's got a short leg in for Hill as well. So nice and aggressive. In once more around the wicket. And it's played just in front of that short leg. Rolls out to mid-wicket. So yet to score off Thompson. And he's had a few shouts there as well. I've got tears in my eyes.
Come on, man, pull yourself together.
It's always very entertaining when I come here. Next ball, uses his feet but doesn't get hold of it. He came down the track and tried to whip it through the leg side. Almost got into a tangle with the ball around his feet. This is a really probing over by Thompson. I was just looking at the replay again. And he's just come down the track and completely missed that one. This time he waits. There is turn there. My goodness gracious me. Is their turn. That one came right back at the batter and could have been in danger of whipping off his stumps. It pitched on off stump, and it has ended up, I reckon, a good foot outside leg.
It's just turned off the pitch as well. It hasn't turned off in any
It's off the
foot marks
straight.
or anything. That absolutely.
What
That's
the-
two that have turned quite a lot. Jack Morley turned one to Rian Ahmed in the previous over, and that one turned even more.
Oof, gee,
Gosh, you wouldn't want to be batting last on this, would you?
that was almost right angles. Well, on that note,
Mel, we'll see you next year. It's been lovely having you.
it's been real.
Melinda Farrell will be back with us this afternoon because, she's got to, essentially. In fact, if you wouldn't mind being around 1 o'clock, that might be very useful for me to go and do that, and for Richard to do his. That would be ideal. Here's Jack Morley bowling to Rian Ahmed, and that one's turned as well. I mean, he's got his back to us, but I'd like to see a replay of that because he wasn't quite squared up by it. Thank you, Matt. Here, we're not going to see much because it's low down, the camera, but I think that one has turned a bit as well. And the ball is starting to turn. 84 for 2. In comes Morley again, and once more it's a slightly leading edge look about it, out into the offside. It's all very exciting, Richard, this.
It is. Well, spinners should be rubbing their hands together. Liam Travaskis has only got one hand, so we won't be rubbing his hands together.
No. We might rub it. Have to get a teammate to rub his hands with. Well, they said it would turn, and it is. Here comes Morley again. That one is smothered by Rian Ahmed. Ball dribbles out into the leg side.
You know, that watching in the dressing room, there'll be teams very quickly switching to get what you can while you can mode.
Yes.
You know, if they see stuff like that, when sometimes graft is the order of the day.
It's 84 for 2, 60 off 68, Rian Ahmed. Yeah, this ball is turning and just making him think about it, although he smashes that into the offside. Nicely fielded by Harry Kane. Smashes his bat into his pad again.
He did miss out a bit, didn't he? There,
He did. Yes, either side of Harry Kane, and it's 4 runs out to the covered stand. And comes Morley again. Bowls. And he makes himself room and he's lifted it airily backward a square into the offside. Around the boundary comes Alex Thompson, oh dear, who goes down to try and flick it back in and actually puts a bit more revs on it and it throws it over the boundary rope for 4.
That was an astonishing piece of fielding, really.
If you watch, I think there are a number of Derbyshire players carrying some form of injury. Alex Thompson doesn't look to me like he's running particularly well. Zach Chappell was struggling a little bit, I thought, at the end of one of his recent overs. David Lloyd's only just back from quite a nasty hamstring injury, so one or two out there who were struggling. 88 for 2. Morley is in, and that one is whipped wristily into the leg side by Rian Ahmed, but straight to Caleb Jewell. Not a good ball to finish with, but a good result because it was a dot. 88 for 2 then after 21 overs. 64 to Rian Ahmed, 24 to Lewis Hill. All this after Leicestershire, 8 balls into their innings, having won the toss and decided to bat, were 0 for 2. How things change.
Well, if it stays dry, this game should not go 3 days, let alone 4 days, on the basis of what we've seen in those last 2 overs, because a couple of those deliveries absolutely ripped, really did turn square, as they sometimes say. And if Thompson and Morley can settle into a rhythm, they haven't had much bowling, obviously, so if they can find their stride, then they should get a lot of rewards fairly quickly. Ahmed was a little bit lucky, that one that lobbed and he picked up a 4 down to wide third man. It was wide and it was there to be hit, but it did turn and bounce as well, which is why he spooned it in the air. 88 for 2. Ahmed at 64. Happening. They might be valuable runs. Alex Thompson then persisting in bowling around the wicket to Lewis Hill, who goes forward and turns it past short leg and picks up a single. Not sure that round the wicket is the best form of attack really for the off spinner, because it, you know, well, it is turning, so LBW is in the game, but there was one decent shout that did pitch outside leg. Might well have gone on to hit the stumps. Thompson, red heels on his boots, just steps in almost and bowls. Ahmed goes back. The turn is slow on that occasion, so he can play it off the pitch really, and does. Pushes it out to mid-wicket, or wristily out to mid-wicket. Where Caleb Jewell is the fielder. His sunglasses, entirely superfluous today, as in goes Thompson, and it's down the leg side, and Ahmed goes back and whips it down towards fine leg, and Tickner, is it down there? Slides along the rope and makes the stop. Does make the stop, and keeps Ahmed to 2 instead of picking up 4.
Yes, he covers the ground because his legs are twice as long as anybody else's. Tickner.
Ahmed on to 66. Thompson is in. He's down on one knee as he defends that one back down the pitch to Alex Thompson. Then that's almost as an afterthought. He reaches back and puts his bat back down in his crease, just in case. All right, Wayne Madsen has thoughts. He says, hang on a sec, because I'm going to go to leg slip from conventional slip. So there is no conventional slip, just a leg slip and a short leg. In goes Thompson and bowls, back goes Ahmed and wristily works it in the air, chips it almost out through mid-on. There isn't a mid-on. It's a difficult pitch to set a field to, isn't it? If there's a little bit of bounce and quite a lot of turn in parts, but it doesn't really come on. So the ball is in the air quite a lot, but you're not quite sure where the batsman is going to hit it, frankly. And in comes Mr. Tickner from the boundary to leg slip, and Wayne Madsen goes back to a normal slip as Thompson bowls a foolish delivery. Hill gets to the pitch of the ball but doesn't try and hit it hard, just works it into the leg side for Jewell to field at mid-wicket. End of the over. It's all happening. It's interesting cricket, no question about that. 92 for 2. We only had 22 overs. It feels, well,
feels like we've been here a while.
There's a lot happened in that time. Leicestershire, well, they have scored quickly all season. What is the run rate? Well, 92 divided by 22 is what, about 4.5, isn't it? Something like that.
Certainly over 4. Yeah.
That's as good as it's going to get maths-wise, folks. I'm afraid.
Yeah. We're doing all right here because it's raining in Southampton, Taunton and Hove.
I sent you those pictures of Canterbury yesterday, which looked like it was
Yes.
completely underwater.
Yes, I'm not sure why Kent put them out because they're playing in Cardiff, where it's not raining.
Just to
show
it was
everybody
entertaining,
how
really,
wet
wasn't it? Really?
It was very wet.
Clicks. They wanted clicks.
They got some. Here's Morley bowling to Ahmed, who cuts this away out towards Alex Thompson on the point boundary for a single. He moves to 68.93.
Probably too short at the moment.
Or 2, yeah. He hasn't got into any kind of rhythm yet, which is a real shame because he is a good bowler. I'm not sure how damaged he is by the one for plenty since he got that big 5-wicket haul down in the first innings at Bristol. And we've got a silly mid-off. Good luck as the next delivery from Morley is defended straight back to him by Lewis Hill.
Couldn't be sillier, could he, really?
No, it is very foolhardy indeed from an Aaron Donald. But he's probably only gone where he's been told to go, I imagine. He's gone as close as he dare as Morley bowls, and he ducks his head as the ball is cut away. Nice stop by David Lloyd, diving away to his right. Keeps them down to a single. Hill moves to 26.94 for 2. So Kent, who wouldn't be playing at home, he wouldn't have imagined, but are playing at Cardiff for 81 for 2 against Glamorgan. Middlesex 69 without loss against Northamptonshire, and a resurgent Lancashire on 69 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. The festival. In comes Morley again, and that one is defended by Ahmed straight back to the bowler. 2 to go in the over. 0 for 26 so far. Hasn't turned 1 a lot, but not really the rest of them so far. Jack Morley. Around the wicket he comes, and again he makes a bit of room for himself by stepping into the leg side, Rian Ahmed, and plays it straight to Harry Kame, who's fielding at extra cover. Just about on the square, but with some old footmarks right in front of him. Madsen at slip as Morley bowls. That one is pushed into the offside where it's fielded by an Aaron Donald, and there is no run. Morley's 5th over, I beg your pardon, comes to an end. Only 73 to go today. 94 for 2 at Leicestershire. Rian Ahmed has 68 off 79. He got to his half century off just 54 balls, so he's slowed down a little. Lewis Hill, who's keeping him company, has 26. That's a good recovery by Leicestershire, this, from what could have been a very alarming first morning here at Central Co-op County Ground, but it's turned into an even contest, and who knows, by lunch Leicestershire might just have their noses in front. That's why they're top of the table, Rich.
They've got their
resilient
championship side back out, with the arguable exception of Ben Cox. Well, Tom Scriven has played a part as well. Both will no doubt consider themselves a little unlucky, well, extremely unlucky in the case of Cox to have been left out. Well, Thompson is setting a very leg side field here. Leg slip, short leg, and short mid wicket as he goes in round the wicket to Hill. It does turn down the leg side. Hill goes back, tries to sort of help it around the corner, doesn't get anything on it. The ball is not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, but no harm done as Hill didn't get anything on it. There is also a conventional mid wicket as Thompson is in better length, but that one doesn't turn. Pushed by Hill out to Wayne Madsen. That mid-wicket position. Offside field is a sort of deepish backward point as Thompson is in. Back goes Hill, turning it round the corner just short of Tickner at leg slip. Looked like to me. Tickner's Is Tickner hiding behind? Yes, it is. As he picks himself up and he sort of unravels himself and he keeps going up and up and up. And then you realise it is definitely Tickner. In goes Thompson and bowls. Hill sweeps in the air. It's going to be just short of, well, long leg running around there. Harry came. It was a top edge sweep, but it flew a long way. And it really wasn't that far short of Harry Kane. And Tickner, having been at leg slip for the first few deliveries of the over, now goes jogging back. Madsen goes to leg slip from that short mid-wicket. Constant changes to the field because it's Ahmed who's now facing. Thompson is in. Ahmed is using his feet, and then having played a perfectly, well, fairly conventional by his standards forward defensive, then just rehearses a little reverse sweep, which I wouldn't have been at all surprised had he played it.
I'd like to see
be
what
honest.
I think he'll do it this delivery. We're ready.
Thompson is in. Forward goes Ahmed, and it does turn just enough to take the inside part of the bat and squeezes it out to mid-wicket. End of the over. 95 for 2. 24 overs have been bowled this morning. How long until lunch? 20 minutes or so. So another 5, 6, well, 6 overs maybe with the spinners should be possible.
And yet they'll still
To
be
the 30.
they'll still be level.
Somehow. Somehow.
Yeah. The Derbyshire coaching staff having a walk. Ben Smith, Alex Hughes and Mickey Arthur making their way around to the old scoreboard. I'm sure that burgers and fries van wasn't there before. It is now. Along with the school bus. I was over in the car park when I arrived this morning. I don't think it's going to be opening any time soon. You're not missing any cricket. Blair Tickner is having a lengthy chat with Jack Morley, who's going to bowl next over. We're going to continue from the city end. So Lewis Hill just goes for a little walk into the leg side and comes back. And Aaron Donald, who was at short leg, might be going into no, he's going back to short leg. I don't think much has changed as a result of that lengthy chat. But he's ready again now. There's Jack Morley, left arm around the wicket to Lewis Hill, who gets a full toss on the pads that he tries to flick away and misses. Ball dribbles to short leg. Now Jack Morley kicks away at the footmarks. There's so much dust out there on this used pitch. 3 times, to my certain knowledge, they've played on this pitch. All T20s, but as Morley is in again, that one a little bit of bounce, turned into the leg side again by Hill, up towards Caleb Jewell, with that new contract of his tucked firmly into his back pocket. He'll be here for 2026, which is good news. He's had a very fine first season in English county cricket, the Australian. This next one from Morley's horrible. Wide outside the off stump and short, and chopped away out towards extra cover by Hill. Thompson runs around the boundary to do the fielding, and he picks up 2 more. He moves on to 29, 97 for 2. I say Australian, he's from Tasmania, which isn't quite the same, is it? He's the quietest Australian I've ever met. Speaking of quiet Australians, here comes Morley again, and that one is just dead batted into the ground by Hill. Yeah, I think I may have mentioned it when Derbyshire played Leicestershire early in the season, but Blair Tickner is the loudest New Zealander I've ever met, and Caleb Jewell is the quietest Australian. Morley around the wicket again, and again he drops it short, and again it's punched out towards the extra cover boundary. David Lloyd warming up now as Alex Thompson does the fielding once more, and they pick up 2 more, and Hill moves on to 31, and it's 99 for 2. Did they get? Yeah, they got 2 there, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah, only 1 has gone on the scoreboard. Come on, Jane.
It was Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It is 99 for 2. There we go. 99 for 2 has come up. Final ball of Morley's 6th over is defended by Lewis Hill. Morley picks up. Are we going to see a bit of David Lloyd now? He's marching purposefully towards the stumps. I'm not sure that we are, though, because Alex Thompson's coming in purposefully from the boundary as well. So it looks like he's going to continue. Rian Ahmed's got 68. Lewis Hill has 31. And Leicestershire 99 for 2 on the brink of whatever the score is. That's the partnership. So it's going to be a double celebration for the Leicestershire supporters inside the ground. And they get one more run.
Lloyd continues to tentatively warm up.
Yeah.
And as you say, it is still going to be a Staffordshire-born Alex Thompson to continue from racecourse end. He's got a long on now. Lewis Rees down below us. He has a deep mid-wicket. He has a wide, long leg in Tickner. He also has the two close fielders on the leg side, leg slip and short legs. He goes in round the wicket to Ahmed. There's an appeal for leg before, but he's going to really struggle from around the wicket. Might just have straightened a little bit. It was a touch high as well, and Thompson, well, he was really hopeful, but it wasn't a massive appeal from behind the stumps. Ahmed was on the back foot, and it looked a touch high to me. He's shaking his head in disappointment, of course. Alex Thomas Thompson. Stands very still at the end of well, not really a run-up, it's a step-up and bowls. Gives it some nice air. Ahmed is beaten in the flight, really. He used his feet and looked to get forward, but in the end it ended up a little bit inside edge, a little bit of pad, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Thompson, who's settled now into a good line and length. Famous last words. That's not too, it's a little bit short, and Ahmed could go back and with the turn as it bounced up, turn it out to deep mid-wicket. Kane is the fielder, and as Fletch said, that is both the 100 up and the 100 partnership for Leicestershire's 3rd wicket. And it's come in reasonably good time of 25 overs, or thereabouts, 25 and a half.
3.93, I reckon, the run rate.
0 for 2 off 8 balls, weren't they? Thompson is in. Hill sweeps, and he's got it down to fine leg quite quickly. Tickner dived to his left, couldn't stop there, but the athletic came running along the ropes from long leg to fine leg, put in the slide, made the stop, got his throw away, keeps Hill to a couple. Long way down for Tickner. He's sort of down anyway, fielding at leg slip, crouching down, but I think he's disappointed with himself. The big New Zealander. In goes Thompson and bowls. Thick inside part of the bat as Hill goes forward. It stopped at short leg on that occasion. Hill shuffles back into position. He's got quite an open stance, obviously. Adapted it slightly for the off-spinner bowling around the wicket. Brings him forward again. He closes his bat face on the ball. Pushes it to short leg, who applauds having side-armed the ball at the stumps, missed them. Hill was back in his ground anyway. 102 for 2. Thompson 4 overs, none for 8. It's probed away. Got that one to turn massively in his first over, second over, first over.
Early on. We are going to see David Lloyd, you know. Here he comes. He's removed his cap and handed it to Neil Pratt. So he's going to become Derbyshire's 6th bowler of the morning. I think it'll be Ian Crooks who's been in touch. He's in Barcelona. Very nice.
It's warm there.
30 degrees and sunny since they arrived on Saturday, he says. Shame Derbyshire haven't capitalised on an excellent start. Lee said about the yes, we're not talking about the T20 anymore. Delighted that Caleb Jewell has signed for another year the addition of a quality seamer. Don't say that in the earshot of Blair Tickner. Could make Derbyshire a force to be reckoned with in whichever division they end up playing next season. I think they might need more than another seamer if they're going to be in the first division, but it will be interesting to see them play in Division 1. How enjoyable it would be. is another matter. 102 for 2, Leicestershire.
Just 6 overs for Jack Moore. He just never found it, did he?
No. There was
Consistent
always
line
there
and
was at
length.
least
There was
one 4-ball in each over, wasn't
Yeah.
it? So he's going to come around the wicket initially is David Lloyd, bowls, and he's swept by Rian Ahmed down to Blair Tickner at deep backward square leg, long leg, that kind of area. He moves on to 70, 103 for 2. And that prompts poor old Blair Tickner. I hope he's got his GPS in, because he has been doing some miles.
He's certainly got his steps in as well.
He's back into leg slip again for Lewis Hill. Everybody sort of shifts around a bit. Jack Morley is at deep backward square leg now. Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. Zach Chappell at mid-on as Lloyd ball strikes the pad. He liked it, but only briefly. Ball goes out into the offside. I've got no idea because he's got his back to us and I can't see through Brooke Guest either. But apart from that, perfect view.
But again, an off-spinner bowling around the wicket. You've got to really straighten it.
It's turning too much. This next there was a full toss and it actually hits, I think, on the left hand or the left arm of the short leg, and Aaron Donald, who is now down on his haunches and holding his left arm hand area. They're calling for the physio as well. He hit that pretty hard. Did Lewis Hill, and was it Lewis Hill or was it Rian Ahmed? It was Lewis Hill who've gone through for a single, haven't they? Hill moves on to 34, 104 for 2, and they've decided they don't need the physio. So poor old Ali has a wasted journey down the steps. He's had some bad luck with injury over the course of his career, really, and Aaron Donald, but he was on as a 12th man in the first game of the season and dislocated his collarbone diving for the ball and didn't play again until the start of the T20. Here's Lloyd bowling. That one is turned into the leg side by Ahmed, fielded by Donald.
I don't know if you've been following the Tour de France, but
No.
a couple of days ago, a French rider, a very exciting French rider called Julien Alaphilippe, fell off his, crashed.
Lloyd bowls. That's again clipped into the leg side for no run.
Dislocated his shoulder and put it back in himself.
Oh.
Clambered back on his bike and finished 3rd. Celebrated because he didn't realise 2 people were a long way up the road ahead of him. He thought he'd won it.
Lloyd bowls, strikes the pad again, and Lloyd likes this one. He's got his hand on his head now. He can't quite believe it. Neither can Wayne Madsen at slip as Rian Ahmed tried to flick it into the leg side.
That looked a better shout
It
than
did.
the first to me.
Not out, says Neil Pratt. Difficult to tell on the replay because it seems to be quite low down the camera. To me, it is slightly lower than it normally is. It's normally on the back of the advertising boards, but it seems to be on the back row seats at the far end. But anyway, 104 for 2 at the end of the over. I'm trying to remember the Castleford player's name. Loose forward, blonde, been at Castleford for a long time. Went to Hull. Dislocated his kneecap a few seasons ago and put that back on the field by smashing it with his hand. Put his kneecap back in. You've only got to look at a footballer and they fall over. 104 for 2.
Thompson to continue from the racecourse end. Round the wicket he goes. Hill sweeps and sweeps effectively. Straight down towards long leg where Kame awaits the arrival of the ball. Gets to him in good time. Gets his throw away. And Hill jogs his single. He's got exactly half the number of runs that Rehan Ahmed has scored, although obviously they were both on naught at the same time. Thompson is in. Ahmed flamboyantly looks to clip him into the leg side, gets a thick inside edge, and it goes along the ground all the way down towards Blair Tickner, who's taken Kame's place, Kame having run across to mid-wicket, and now Tickner has to run back, having run all the way down there, pick up the helmet and go running up to leg slip. Because, yeah.
In he comes. This is what's slowing things down, bless him. It's not his fault, but
he's covering an awful lot of acreage. As in goes Thompson and bowls. Hill goes back. A little bit of turn, but it was quite slow on that occasion, and he was able to just nibble it around the corner, down into the ground. There was not a sniff of a chance for Tickner, and takes 1. But this time he's not being sent down. He's going to stay up at leg slip. He looks quite relieved about that, actually. He looks tired. And they've decided to send some other poor sap down to long leg instead. Has gone to mid-wicket. Thompson is in to Ahmed, who is forward. Bat and pad close together, and it's a combination of bat and pad which sees the ball roll back up the pitch to the tall Thompson.
No extras yet.
That's interesting.
Well, vaguely. But
Sort of.
Yeah.
Stats
Mention
wise.
it.
Yeah, it is quite. In goes Thompson, and it's foolish, and little turn of the wrists from Rehan Ahmed as he pushes it to Madsen, who's at a fairly conventional mid-wicket, about 5 strips back. There is, as I say, the short leg and the leg slip as well. Thompson is in. Back goes Ahmed, and a little sort of paddle pull, lowish delivery round the corner. Down it goes to, is that Lloyd? No, it's not
Jewel.
Lloyd, it's Jewel down there. I was thinking quiet Australians. Who's the opener who he was a test opener for quite a long time. Left-hander, went to play and he had a couple of seasons at Notts. He was quite a bright chap as well. And I remember having a chat. Yeah,
Huh?
I know. That's why I said Australian.
Yeah.
He was good to talk to. He was very quiet on the field and philosophical almost.
Wow. David Lloyd bowling to Rehan Ahmed, who goes for the slog sweep and gets 4 for it. Blair Tickner went down almost in instalments, just stuck out the left hand, not the right hand, the left hand, and couldn't reach it. If he can't reach it, then nobody can. A 4 to begin the second David Lloyd over. Rehan Ahmed moves on to 76 now, 112 for 2. I think he's going to run out of time for a century before lunch, which is a bit of a shame. That rare thing. He came in 4th ball of the innings. This one is driven into the offside. Nice stop by Harry Kame, diving away to his right. He's fielded nicely so far this morning, Harry Kame, who's been out on the boundary, as he often has been and often is, or whether he's been close in at extra cover, which he is at the moment. Lloyd in again, and that one is, well, he's not going to get to that, and that's going to be 4 runs. Dropped short, stepped into the leg side, did Rehan Ahmed, and just crashes it away to the boundary. He moves on to 80, 116 for 2.
Gosh, he's looked good.
Yes, he has. Ominously good.
But
He got a was it in the game against Derbyshire?
yes,
He got a century.
It was his
game of the
second, wasn't it? Here, he got his first was against Worcester, and his second was here.
I thought his first one was here.
I think that it was at Worcester, but you could well be right.
No. I think we'll have to ask Mel for that, because neither of us can remember clearly. I thought it was his first class. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Could have been.
Lloyd is in again, and that one is played straight back to him by Rehan Ahmed.
Slowly.
But I was wondering, did he get one in the game earlier this season, which I now have?
Well, he's got 2 against Lancashire.
He got 77 on day 3. That one is crashed into the offside and half stopped this time by Harry Kame, pushing the ball to the to his right, and 13 in the first innings. So the answer to that is no. I've definitely seen Rehan Ahmed get a century.
Oh yes.
On this ground.
Yeah.
And he's looking pretty good for another 81 off 97, 117 for 2. Lewis Hill, meanwhile, 36, keeping him company, and he goes back and defends this one into the onside. There'll be one more over before lunch by the look of it. If it's an over of off spin, it won't take too long. So less than 2 minutes until the first interval. A session that Derbyshire started brilliantly, and Leicestershire have finished exceptionally well, because they're 117 for 2, having been 0 for 2 after 8 deliveries, which is a remarkable recovery, really, when you think about it. Middlesex 70 without loss against Northamptonshire. No, they're not. 89 without loss they are. Lancashire 81 for 2 against Gloucestershire, and Kent 111 for 2 down at Sophia Gardens.
Thompson in. Ahmed sweeps off leg stump and controls the sweep. Made sure he got on top of the bounce and helped it around the corner, down towards Jewel at long leg, and takes the one. 82 to him.
14 overs of spin, and yet they can still only bowl 30 overs in the morning. It's not great, that, is it, really?
There haven't been too many delays. Obviously, the loss of 2 early wickets held things up, but
Well, they've nearly bowled
no
16
real
overs in the
injuries or
first
anything.
hour. No, it's
No.
been sluggish.
that leg side
Sluggish.
field is an extraordinary one now. Leg slips short, leg short, mid wicket. Thompson is in 2. Hill, who is respectfully forward. There's a conventional mid wicket. There's a square leg as well. Reese is sort of halfway up from long on. Thompson is in, bowls fullish. Hill waits for it though. He's conscious of the proximity of the lunch interval, which indeed it is 1 o'clock.
Joe Westerman.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much to Craig Nibbs for...
Well done, Craig.
Thank you, Craig.
I'll do this delivery and then I shall hop next door and hope I haven't missed my update. Thompson is in, bowls very full. Hill pushes it back down the pitch to him.
Yes, 2 balls to go until lunch. I think Mel might come back just to say hello. I'll have an update as well.
Hello.
There we go. That was Mel, everybody. This one is defended by Thompson. 1 ball to go. It's been a weird old morning.
Wait, speaking
Weird. You need to go back over there because that's where Derbyshire were taking all the wickets when you were near the dugouts.
Ooh.
I spotted you with your large bag. As Thompson bowls and Hill goes back and defends, and at lunch, Leicestershire are 118 for 2 with Rian Ahmed on, no he's not, he's on 82 off 98 balls. Lewis Hill is on 36 off 77, and all this after Leicestershire were 0 for 2 after 8 deliveries. I'm sorry, I pulled you back on false pretenses. We're going to take a short break. We will be back after the lunch interval, so in around about 40 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Well, not too far anyway.
Please be aware of players warming up and flying balls when you enter the outfield. Please welcome back the officials and players for the next session. The returning batters are Ahmed and Lewis Hill.
Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground here in Derby for the afternoon session of day one of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Leicestershire. It's second against first. All very exciting. 0 for 2 Leicestershire after 8 deliveries. That was exciting from a Derbyshire perspective. 118 for 2 at lunch, slightly less so, but great for Leicestershire, who recovered really nicely. Ahmed, 82 off 98 balls. He'll be on strike for the first over of the afternoon session. 36 off 77 for Lewis Hill. Not a single extra in the morning session, and the over 8's only +1, even though they've only bowled 30. So if anybody can tell me why that is, I don't, by the way. For goodness sake, don't tell me. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and this is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester.
Afternoon, everybody, and it continues somehow to be dry here, despite it raining pretty much everywhere else in the country.
Seems to be a front over there that's passing by the south of us, remarkably.
Everything seems to be going south. We have pretty pleasant conditions, a little bit of blue around, and a little bit of sunshine. Therefore, as Blair Tickner does his little war dance at the city end and comes pounding in and bowls to Ahmed, a little bit short. Ahmed goes back and plays it firmly out to extra cover. Harry Kame is the fielder, claps his hands together. Ahmed, he's played some lovely innings this season, but he played very, very nicely for the most part this morning. The only time really he gave away a chance was when he was dozing at the non-striker's end and very slow reacting to a perfectly legitimate call for a single from Lewis Hill. Tickner is in, bowls to him. Again, it's a little bit short. Again, he goes back. This time punches straight down the ground, but not sufficiently hard to beat mid-on, where Chappell is the fielder. And had Tickner, who fielded in his follows through, had his throw hit the stumps, certainly would have required a decision of umpire Pratt, and judging by the reaction and the replays, probably the finger would have been raised. However, that was the only real moment that a few sweeps, a few sort of top edges that have gone a little bit short of fielders. Tickner is in and he's going back. Again, it's slightly short of a length, and this time he can go back, and because it's a leg side, he can wristily flick it out down to the man at deep backward square and get his score up and running this afternoon. He's on to 83.
Yeah, a couple of shots were a little bit aerial, but nowhere near fielders, which is always the best way to play them.
3 Derbyshire helmets behind Brooke Guess. He takes the middle one for some reason, and he hands it to Short Leg.
I was going to say the ball's under that one, but it isn't. He's going to swap them around like that.
Yeah, it looked a bit like that, didn't it? It looked a bit like that. Nye Donald, who got sort of hit on the hand stroke arm by Lewis Hill this morning in that position, but he's a warrior, and just rubbed it off basically. Tickner is into Hill, bowls. Hill is forward to a good length delivery on off stump, playing it back down the wicket to the New Zealander, who, as Mel was telling us, has been, well, you were telling us, has been on his travels.
Yes, Guyana he's been to, with
why
the
not?
Central Stags in that global T20 that was won by the Guyana Amazon Warriors, I think they call themselves.
I assume then he wasn't available for the sort of 2 earlier championship.
No, he was. Yeah,
oh, he was.
Yeah,
so it's just
here.
the T20 he missed,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
In he goes and bowls a very high bouncer that loops really high out, and that's almost a wide. Yes, it is a wide, actually. Jack Shantry turned to Neil Pratt. The two umpires looked at each other, gestured at each other, and umpire Pratt is awaiting a response from the scorers, and has got one.
Well, Jane's insistent that she says she did. So I'm not sure they can't have done. Can't have done. Pick her up on that tonight, Alan, when she gets home.
Tickner bowls the ball again to Hill, and that is in the air as it's turned past short leg. Donald is a little bit sort of wide, he's not square, and it bounced up on Hill. He didn't really get on top of it, and he played it firmly enough, but it was at a very catchable height as it went past Donald's right hand, but it was about a yard to his right. Hands up in the air in the slips. No luck for Donald, excuse me, or for Tickner. Hill, first run post lunch, he moves on to 37, 120 for 2. The sun is actually out now as Tickner is in, and again that one is in the air. It was short-ish from Tickner. Ahmed went back, looked to wristily turn it on the leg side, came off something of a leading edge and rather lobbed out into the off side, but the luck, what there has been of it, has by and large gone the Leicestershire batsman's way, certainly this morning, and it did so on that occasion. Just the 2 singles then from the first over, the first post-prandial over. It was a sort of veggie curry and a very nice one. Thank you very much for that. Derbyshire County Cricket Club.
Derbyshire players haven't had a piece of chicken the size that I did. How many chickens died in the course of lunch today? But it must have been a lot.
Quite a long time ago as well, from what one or two people were saying.
Chicken, rice, and a gravy, it appeared to me, with some vegetables thrown in for good measure.
And
what?
There was something else, wasn't there?
What's that?
Yeah.
What?
There was a very large.
Oh, the pork pie. Oh no, well that's tea.
Okay.
Not tea.
It was cut though, wasn't it? He did chop into it.
I cut it into 4. Yeah. I couldn't. I'd have cut it into 6, but I couldn't eat 6 pieces, so 4 will be enough. Alex Thompson to resume from the racecourse. And 6 overs for 13. He's bowling to Lewis Hill. That down the leg side. They fancy a catch. Well, they don't really. They're just more out of hope than expectation. It probably flicked his pad on the way through. Oh, are we still there? Yes, we are. Press the OK button. Hold on, Rich. We've just saved the world. The screen nearly went off. I think it's just flicked off his thigh pad possibly on the way through to Brooke Guest. Next delivery, he's swept in the air, and there's a leap forwards to try and catch it from Brooke Guest. He can't get there in time. He was a long way in front of the stumps by the time he finished, Brooke Guest, but the first 2 deliveries have caused a little consternation.
Whether they hit that in the ground or it lobbed
It
up
didn't
off the top
feel
of the
like
bat.
it didn't feel like a catch from here, but I'll let you watch the replay. I'll let you be able to tell. I can never see the ball. This next one is turned into the leg side to the right of short leg, and they go through for a single. Hill moves on to 38, 122 for 2. But you do get the feeling, given what we saw 2 or 3 times before lunch, that the spin and the spinners will have a large part to play in this game.
Well, we got fairly excited fairly early. There were a couple that turned markedly.
This next delivery turns a bit, but again slowly, and turned into the leg side by Rian Ahmed. It's fielded by Wayne Madsen, who's as far away from the bat as he tends to get in red ball cricket, the Derbyshire skipper. He walks in now at mid-wicket. The reverse sweep comes out, and he's pulled it off really nicely. All the way along the floor to the right of Jack Morley, and hurtles towards the boundary rope for the first 4 of the afternoon. He moves on to 87, 126 for 2.
A left-hander who can sweep would have been proud of that.
Yes, it never left the floor.
Beautifully played.
It's never left the floor. I was going to say before, because he just got himself in a little bit of a tangle with Tickner a couple of times as Thompson bowls and defends that one. Does Ahmed into the ground. When you play as aggressively, end of the over, 126 for 2, when you play as aggressively as Rian Ahmed does, you probably deserve a little bit of luck along the way, don't you? Because if you just pushing and prodding and poking, well, you take your chances. But when you're attacking like Rian Ahmed has in this innings so far, and as he clearly has in so many other innings this season, 11 fours and a 6 already in his 87, you just deserve that little bit of good fortune, I always think.
Yeah, his box office, and whichever side you're on, there's always a lot of pleasure in watching a young man sort of considerable talent and displaying that talent. Tickner is into Lewis Hill, who is squared up, and Ahmed wants a quick single as it runs out towards not Kame, is it? It's who's there?
Lloyd.
It's David Lloyd, and again, well, they didn't quite come on as quickly as Lewis Hill was thinking. 1 or 2 haven't. Turned the bat a little bit early. And leading edge out to backward point. 180 degrees away from where he's looking to play the ball, I suspect. Tickner is in, bowls. That one didn't quite get up on Hill. Ahmed has to hurry a little bit there as it's turned to mid-wicket. Did respond to the call, but again he was just as is his wont, slightly dawdling in the first part of the run. Suddenly realised that Kame, and it is Kame this time, was quickly on to the ball. Probably the best of the, not most fleet-footed perhaps, of the Derbyshire fielders, and got to the ball quickly, hurled the ball at the stumps, and I think Ahmed this time had made his ground, but he certainly had to run the second half of the run rather quicker than he ran the first half. Hill on to 39. Tickner is in, and Ahmed turns the fuller delivery out towards mid-on this time. Where Chappell, I wonder if he's still slightly miffed about not getting the new ball. He's taken it for so long for Derbyshire, really, or if it feels as though he has.
Well, Tickner generally doesn't take it, but did take it today from the racecourse end.
And did get bounced, and he bowled a beauty to
Yes, he did.
knock out Sol Buddinger's off stump.
Seems a while ago.
Knees pump as he runs in and bowls to Ahmed, who he looks almost as though he's sort of stepping away. That delivery on off stump, and he's playing slightly away from his body. And it's just the way he plays, as they say, and punched it out into the offside where Kame was the fielder. Lots of advice going to all sorts of people from the Derbyshire fielders. They've all got chipping in their sixpennyworth in the hope of having spotted a weakness, or perhaps something for the bowlers to try. Tickner is in and bowling. Ahmed flamboyantly punches it away through the offside. His back foot was actually off the ground there as he drove it away out towards deep extra cover. David Lloyd running up the ropes from sort of cover to extra, fielded, and Ahmed picks up a couple, moves on to 89.
Just check the rain radar, because I didn't like the look of that cloud. I mean, that's passing to the south. Not a hint of rain anywhere in the immediate future. It's good news.
The desert that is Derby. In goes Tickner and bowls. A little bit short again. I keep saying that, but it is. I mean, that's his natural length to a certain extent as a big, tall, fast bowler. And Ahmed played it away off the back foot through the offside. Tickner with his head down takes his cap from umpire Pratt. Both umpires, I should say, are in their Panama style hats today. These baseball caps that a couple of them have been wearing this season in heavy winds, not being worn. But yes, I didn't approve either.
No.
Have to say.
Doesn't look right, does it? Flat cap. Don't mind that. There is a bit of a breeze looking at the flags, tugging at the flagpoles on the members' pavilion. The Leicestershire flag to the right as we look. Derbyshire, it still says Falcons. I'd like the proper one there, please. The Derbyshire flag to the left. It's just good to see both flagpoles in operation. Alex Thompson, over number 8 for him. 129 for 2. Leicestershire having been 0 for 2. And it's Lewis Hill on strike with a leg slip and a short leg, and he sweeps and gets a single. First ball down towards Harry Kane. David Lloyd goes out from conventional mid-wicket to the mid-wicket boundary. Lewis Rees drops back as well. They're expecting a big hit into the leg side from Rian Ahmed here at Derbyshire. Still got the leg slip in the short leg though, as Thompson bowls a full toss, and Rian Ahmed misses out because he hits it straight to Wayne Madsen, who's now stuck his right hand under his left armpit, because that would have stung. He hit it quite well, but the placement wasn't right. Now he's gone reverse, and he's gone reverse very, very fine, and Jack Morley is chasing. He will get there before it reaches the rope. They come back for 2. Rian Ahmed moves into the 90s now, 91. It's 132 for 2. Couple of youngsters in the grandstand away to the left, good to see. As this next delivery is driven but not timed down the ground by Ahmed to Lewis Rees. Ouch. Apologies for anybody at home who's now been completely deafened.
Sorry.
133 for 2. Rich is
I was just untangling.
He's just hammered a
the
nail into the
cable.
wall with the microphone.
Banged the mic against the chair.
Another man into the leg side. So Caleb Jules come across. It's a 7-2 leg side field, and that includes the short leg and the leg slip. David Lloyd's out on the square leg boundary. Caleb Jules at mid wicket. Lewis Rees has come up a little bit, but he's sort of halfway back at mid on, and Wayne Madsen's at a catching mid wicket. As Hill waits, and this next one is down the leg side. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, but far too far down the leg side, just allowed to go through to Guest.
Is it not worth trying a couple of deliveries over
I'd
the
have
wicket?
thought so. I'd have thought so. Perhaps somebody should shout out of that window there. Next delivery, turned into the leg side again by Hill, into the ground, fielded by Dom. And that was the last ball of the over. 4 runs came from it. Thompson's bowled 8 overs for 22 now, 133 for 2 with Rian Ahmed on 92 and Lewis Hill on 40. Rattles through his overs, Alex Thompson,
Yes,
which is
does.
one good thing.
Indeed.
Just need another spinner at the other end, really. We've now bowled, that's my fault, we've now bowled 2 overs more than we should have bowled this morning, and we're already at 2 o'clock.
I like the ice cream van. The art of ice cream. Is it an art?
I suppose it depends what you do with it, I suppose.
Producing good ice cream, there's an art to it, I think.
Is there?
But it depends on the ingredients. Tickner is in from the city end, and he bowls short as ever. Ahmed gets up on the back foot and punches it away. Does play that shot beautifully. Out to wide-ish, long, off, mid-off. Rees runs back and picks up just inside the ropes. Ahmed picks up 2, moves on to 94.
Is that more of a science?
I think you're probably right. They say the culinary arts, don't they, there?
Yeah. I think we
That's
should
the
probably
description.
I think we should probably steer clear on the BBC
Depends,
of anything to do with food, really.
Oh yes, in goes Tickner and bowls looking for the Yorker, but Ahmed reads it, digs it out, plays it firmly to straight mid-on, and there is no run. It's had to think about that for a moment or two.
We got that.
It's only that one programme, isn't it, that seems to have been rather blighted.
Yes.
Tickner running on the spot for a few paces before he comes in and bowls. Again, Ahmed can go back and punch it out into the offside. This time without quite as much power or timing as previously, and Rees can move to his left to field. Ahmed takes 1, moves on to 95 from just 115 deliveries. Hill has been steadiness personified in contrast, 40 off 87. The partnership now 136 from 199 deliveries.
I was going to say I missed the extra, but it was that wide, of course, wasn't it, from Letting, the first extra.
In he comes. And bowls. Hill looks to drive, but may have come back in a little bit to him, and thick inside part of the bat. Fletcher disappears. He's had to rig up a sort of jury communication to BBC Radio Derby on which to do his updates. And so Mel is going to come back alongside for her first appearance of the afternoon session. Watcher.
You're doing this end? You? Are you? Oh,
I am.
Oh, good.
You're right. We're far through the over. We're 4 balls through the over. That's full from Tickner, and Hill reads it again, but he makes that sort of right-hand gesture as though there was a little bit of movement or swing. I'd be surprised if there was any swing, but there may be a little bit. It's not. It's a little bit humid out there. It's still pleasantly warm, and when the sun comes out, one might almost say hot. Well, not by your standards. I do appreciate that, but you've had a lovely summer so far. Haven't you?
It's been one of the best that I've ever experienced over
in the UK. Yeah, it's been some baking days, absolute bakers. Tickner bowls a bouncer, doesn't really get up, and Hill ducks underneath it and put Guess behind the stumps, where it doesn't quite carry to him, and he stops it on the almost half volley, falling away to his left. But the pitch that looked relatively spicy early on now looks a fairly tame beast.
Funny, eh? How that happens?
Despite its worn appearance, it's had 3 games on it. Fletch insists. Nigel in the press office, in the press room, reckoned it had a ladies' game as well. He reckons 4.
Well, we've seen a few balls absolutely rag off the straight.
Early on, didn't they?
Really did. Even the way they were turning, and obviously those 2 wickets falling early in the first couple of overs, and then it has been all Leicestershire, all batters, all Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill. It's just been a very strange old day. I thought, gosh, what are we in for? When in that sort of first half an hour, thinking, gosh. But now, I mean, if you saw the scoreline now, 136 for 2, you'd just sort of be shrugging and say, oh, okay. It would not give any indication of what happened this morning. And we will start another over now with Thompson. Let's get myself back in the game. And it wasn't even a session of 2 halves.
No.
It was
a session of 2 overs and 28 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah. Reverse sweep the next ball, and it is reverse swept absolutely beautifully by Rehan Ahmed. Beats the field up, and that's gone for 4.
He's played that shot twice now in this session, and both times quite beautifully.
I just nailed it.
Strong wrists, 99 to Ahmed from 117 balls.
Would you like to call this?
That's very kind of
you.
you.
Know, you want to call his 100?
If he gets across the line, it'll be his 4th first-class 100 of the season.
I think it's coming.
50.
Yeah, I think it's coming this over. So why you do this over?
I suspect you're right. Well, they want him to play that shot again because they've taken point out and put him at deep backward point. Thompson is in to Ahmed, who goes back. He's got a little edge on that one, and that is going to be his 100. It nurdles down towards shortish third man, about halfway back to the boundary. Ahmed picks up the one he needed with his arguably one of the very few uncertain shots that he has played. He takes off his helmet, he lifts his bat to the crowd, he gets a shake of the hands and a little gentle hug from Lewis Hill, and he bends down and kisses the ground, or makes his obeisance to that east side of the ground. And well, he has had a season with the bat in which he has amply fulfilled the promise that he's always shown, basically, with the bat. He's got such a fine eye, and he's training on, as racehorse owners say. Thompson is in, Hill sweeps round the corner, and it is stopped at short, fine leg. He is getting better. He hasn't reached a ceiling yet. It doesn't look like he has. I don't know what you think. You sort of see him a little bit less, but it seems to me that he has got better still. We'll see what make him in with the ball. You may not see him bowl, but Thompson is in and Hill is forward.
Oh, it certainly has been incredibly impressive with the bat today. Just love the confidence that he came out with 2 wickets down in that first little period.
Thompson forward again goes. Hill defends into the leg side. Apologies, I sort of finished that over in the end.
That's all right.
118 deliveries for Rehan Ahmed's 100, and I make it 13 fours and 1 6. But here we go.
There you go. And that 6 was gorgeous, straight down the ground as well. But yeah, it's just been really, really impressive. And I confess I hadn't really watched a lot of him batting before. But the way he's played this, they were trying everything to try and plug gaps all around the covers, and he was often still able to just punch his way through with that really lovely drive. He's played a couple of reverse sweeps, but it's generally just been quite orthodox and just timed everything really well. He tried to play one funky little scoop, and that was the only one that sort of came off the toe of the bat. But yes, so is he going to end up being the Steve Smith of Leicestershire? Is that where we think he could potentially go?
I know there's quite a few people who think exactly that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting prospect. As Blair Tickner starts his run up, he's in, bowls, and that was played again with that just very nice solid drive by Ahmed. Doesn't beat the fielder, short cover though.
I hope that he will if he's given half the opportunity. He maintains his bowling though, because when he gets it right, he's a super legs. He's got a good googly and he's a genuine wicket-taking prospect. So you're right. A lot of people who saw him sort of early said he's going to turn into a sort of batsman who bowls a bit of leg spin.
Very interesting. 2 mid-wickets in, and the next ball is edged, but with fairly soft hands, if you take my meaning. It's still enough to send the ball all the way to the boundary rope. It was wide of Madsen at slip, and it's just rolled away. So that is another boundary to add to the total for Rehan Ahmed, who moves on to 104. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, you're always better off in cricket, aren't you, at international level, if you've got more than one string to your bow. So to be able to develop that all-round game is something that you'd love to see. As Tickner is in once more, slapped away to extra cover. Can't get past him though. Diving stop there from Harry Kame.
Be nice to see him go on and make a big one though. Of his 6 or 7 now first class centuries, I think his high score is 136, so he needs to show that he can make it a big one.
Well, he certainly has barely put a foot wrong. As Tickner in, bowled, he goes through the offside again, this time square. There's a fielder down at deep point running in. They'll just take a single. He didn't really get all of that. Had a little bit of width. But yeah, the 2 sort of short mid-wickets in there. Madsen has kind of been a wide first slip, almost second slip. They've put extra fielders in there and the covers. Nothing seems to be able to stop that drive. And it's the driving that has been, I think, particularly impressive from him, although those reverse sweeps were also particularly lovely to watch. I actually first saw his brother, of course, Farhan Ahmed, watched him at the Under-19s World Cup last year and was super impressed by him. So very talented family. As Tickner is in, there's a short leg now for Hill as he plays the drive. They scurry through for a single. It's stopped at wide, mid-off. So it's another to the score, 147 for 2. It's been good support too, Hill.
Yeah. Hilly's been around almost as long as you and I were
As old as the Hills, as old as the Hills.
Well, he's certainly Leicestershire's longest serving player.
It is now, though, Ahmed, he's on strike as Tickner is a full, and he's just clipped that away. It's almost taken it on the full, but hard to see. He's facing away from us, so ends up going down towards fine leg, and that'll take a single. Takes them to 148 for 2 at the end of the over, with Ahmed on 106 and Hill on 41.
Tickner was convinced that one almost got through Ahmed, but he does play the ball very late. Has that Chappell got a very natty pair of sunglasses on? Is he going to bowl in them, do you think?
Oh, I love that. I came across a bowler recently. Well, I didn't come across. I've seen him quite a few times before, but seeing a fast bowler bowling glasses. I've always loved it when spinners do it.
Sunglasses or
no glasses.
Oh well, fair enough. Bill Bowes, people like that used to.
Don't see many of them around today.
No. Contacts, I suppose, and what have you, and laser surgery, of course.
Yeah.
Very common
Well,
now.
Vivian Kingma from the Netherlands, fast bowler in glasses. I love it.
Thompson around the wicket as ever to Ahmed, who's forward defending, thick inside part of the bat, bounces it to short leg. He looks like Woody Harrelson in the Planet of the Apes, Zach Chappell. He was the bad colonel. He was completely shaven-headed as Ahmed drives that one out to Zach Chappell. He had a little beard and sunglasses. So
yeah, and it is quite cool. I sort of dig this look with the little beard and the sunnies. Anything just a bit different, I'm okay with that.
Thompson is in. Ahmed goes for the reverse sweep. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball and had to rather reach for that one, but still, as ever, managed to get on top of the bounce and get it out to deep point and take the one. Moves on to 107.
Who's going to keep for Leicestershire today?
Your compatriot?
Ah, Mr.
Pete?
Hanscom, Pete.
Yes,
Petey
he's a
Hanscom.
very decent keeper indeed.
He is.
As Thompson is in, Hill goes back, and he does tend to play at pretty much everything. Lewis Hill could have left that one, but did sort of gesture at it, and it came off the pad and bounced towards leg slip, where Tickner, down on his knees, managed to make the stop. It's an odd sort of field. Madsen trying all sorts of different ideas. Hill is down the wicket. I think he saw him coming, Thompson, and dragged his length back. Hill went through with a sort of slog sweep and got plenty of it. And a good stop down there at deep backward square keeps him to 150 up? No, 149 for 2. The applause. It was 150. I was looking at the scoreboard instead of our own scoreboard, which I should have been looking at in the commentary box. And the 150 is indeed up. It just isn't up on the electronic scoreboard yet. 150 partnership, of course, as well. Thompson is in. Back goes Ahmed, and pretty slow what turn there is now with this Kookaburra ball. And turned by Ahmed out to square leg. There isn't a square leg. Madsen has to trot across from mid-wicket to field. Ahmed takes one and keeps the strike. He moves on to 108. And it all feels so different from the first 10 minutes, which was chaos.
Yes, it's very strange. And the reason I was asking about keeping was, with Ben Cox out, I was wondering if it might be Lewis Hill, because he is also a keeper, isn't he?
Yeah, Hilly hasn't put gloves on now for 4 or 5 years, I would think. So, you know, his keeping days are done. He firmly assures me, and as firmly as Hilly, who's a very nice chap, ever does say anything like that. He probably would say never, but no, he's not. If Pete was injured, I would think someone like Lewis Kimber would who can keep wicket as well, would probably take the gloves. But Cox will be hugely disappointed. There was a lot of surprise when he was left out a couple of games ago, and there will be this time as well, because he's been outstanding with the bat as well this season. They've done that so that they could get the bowler in, I guess.
It's going to be a change of bowling. Zach Chappell back into the attack. Doesn't have a wicket. It's closing in on 150 first-class wickets. Needs 3. I'm sure he'd love to get that today. He's in, bowling over the wicket, and that one just pushed by Rehan Ahmed. It was in the air but low as it went back towards Chappell and past him in the end. They don't get a run for it.
Yeah, 24 this season at rather expensive by Zach's standards, 40. 40.58 to be precise.
They've got a fielder who is right, almost his foot on the cut strip, but not quite, as Chappell is in. It just goes up to that fielder at sort of a straight short mid-on, right next to the cut strip. So Hill has had to just take position a little bit wide of the pitch.
It reminds me of watching Hampshire under the captaincy of your late and much loved compatriot Shane Warne. He just used to get bored, Warne, and just change the field all the time.
Also got a short mid-wicket in there as Chappell is in, and that's down the leg side, and he tried to flick that away, Rehan Ahmed, and didn't actually get any bat on it.
Never left the batsman alone. He's not right, Chappell. When he bowled that delivery, just as he came out of his sort of follow through, he just put his right hand to his hip or right side. And I think he's got a bit of an issue.
Well, that certainly wouldn't help matters for Derbyshire. Top of the table clash here today as Chappell is in once more, bowls. And that's just clipped up to wide mid-on by Rehan Ahmed. No run. Got that sacked. Yeah, there's been a lot of fields that you would call funky today.
It's not usually a good sign, is it, really?
It's not a good sign when everything's funkified early from the first session. Oh dear, I've knocked Fletcher's hoodie over. No, it's all right, I'll get in trouble. I always get in trouble from him. Do you know, I've got something to say to you, Rich Ray, as Chappell is in full delivery. Oh, it's straight back at Chappell. He sticks out his left foot and manages to stop the ball, and then he shakes it a bit. I think that might have smarted, shall we say. He walks it off as he goes back. If he's not right, if he's in a bit of bother, that ain't going to help. Yeah, this is, do you know what? This is the first time that we've actually properly commentated together, because the only other time we've actually been on there, I came to Grace Road for something, and you made me get on commentary with you.
Yes, I remember. Did we not at the Worsley ground?
No, nope, wasn't commentating as Chappell is in. Oh, it's a one-legged flamingo flick over mid-wicket, and it's a boundary. That was a lovely flamboyant shot from Rehan Ahmed, who has scored his runs at times quite conventionally, but also at times with a lovely bit of flair, and that was one of the shots that did just so. It's the end of the over from Chappell. Leicestershire now 155 for 2 with Rehan Ahmed on 112 and Lewis Hill on 42.
Oh, that was a lovely shot. A lot of fun.
I do love a flamingo flick. Yeah, I love a flamingo
absolutely,
flick.
Yeah.
That even more than a helicopter, I love a bit of flamingo. But yeah, that's the only time we've ever been on commentary together, very briefly, and you made me hop on, and I had no idea who anyone was.
That was a while ago.
So some things have never not changed.
Well, it's a pleasure to be both commentating at the same time then for the first time.
I'd gone there to run around the field.
Of course. Thompson is in. Hill sweeps. It's in the air, just over short, fine leg came. The shortest man probably on the Derbyshire side leapt into the air. But as I say, I mentioned to Fletcher that what luck there's been has gone the way of the Leicestershire batsman, and it did on that occasion. Hill top edged the sweep, and it lobbed just over man at short fine. I say short fine, he's probably about a third, maybe even halfway back, and only just over his head, and it had enough momentum to keep going and carry on over the ropes. But Very nearly the breakthrough manufactured there by Thompson, who is in, tosses it up to Hill, but it's on off stump or just outside, and he can drive it away into the gap in the covers. And take 2 as Chappell runs across from sort of wide-ish mid-off stroke extra cover to field at deep-ish extra. Hill fortunate, moves on to 48 there. And Leicestershire continue to thrive, 161 for 2.
Just incredible. This has been one heck of a fight back and a counter-attack from this pair. But I also love the way we're talking about Ahmed's batting, and the strokes themselves are wonderful, but the way he's taken charge of the counter-punch.
There's a disconcerting certainty about everything he does, really. Over the wicket goes Thompson, and forward on off stump goes Hill. And everything looks a little bit, all of a sudden, more conventional, yes, but also more correct in a funny sort of way. There's
it's
a
the first
proper
time,
field.
isn't
It is. I've been wanting to see it just to see if he can get a little bit of turn from outside off stump and bring leg before wicket into more regular play. Brings Hill forward on off stump. He's immediately found his line and length. Alex Thompson. Tomo, as he seems to be unoriginally known by his teammates.
That's a terrible nickname, isn't it? No thought. No thought, no creativity.
Steps in and bowls. Hill sweeps. Is he going to be caught? Guest has dived forward and taken the ball on the full, but no real appeal. He missed the sweep completely, came up off the bottom of the pad. Guest flung himself forward just in case there'd been a little inside edge onto the pad. There wasn't. Thompson is in and bowls. Oh my word, that turns from outside off stump and misses off stump by not very much at all. Why hasn't he tried this line before? This is his 11th over. It was only at the start of this over he's gone. Kind of that's why off spinners have done it for centuries, from over the wicket to the right hander.
That's just interesting. All of a sudden there was real threat. Real threat. And on several deliveries there, and well, as you mentioned, all of a sudden the LBW is back into play. It's been, yes, an unusual tactic to stay so long bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. Unusual. Oh, it looks like we are losing Richard Ray for the time being, and Fletcher's going to come back on as Chappell. He's in over the wicket, has driven nicely, but only as far as deep point running in. So Ahmed takes another single to add to his tally, and Fletcher's back.
Richard was getting a bit too excited there for a moment now that the off spinner's coming over the wicket.
Well,
I thought we better take him off before he spoils the broadcast with excitement.
I mean, there's a bit of a point though, isn't there? All of a
isn't
sudden,
there? Isn't there? Yes.
I mean, sometimes funky's good, but sometimes a tried and true method also works.
You won't be surprised that I've never been a huge fan of funky.
Oh, I see you as a big funk meister. Here's Chappell, full ball. Oh, that's a lovely Yorker. And Hill is just able to jam his bat down in time. The ball slowly rolls out towards short mid-wicket. But that was a good delivery from Chappell. Do you think that, is he carrying any niggle or anything?
I think Zach Chappell's always carrying something. I think he wears it almost as a badge of honour. But he played throughout the T20 and in the 2 games in the middle of the T20 as well in the Championship. So
short leg, short mid-wicket. Chappell in, and the ball's just played back to him. He collects it one-handed. They've got lots of fielders all around in catching positions. They've got a short third. They've got a deep square leg. I've got mid-on and mid-off are up. And there is also a catching extra cover. And another player just backward of point. In comes Chappell, ball short, and Hill had to duck very low and very quickly to get out of the way of that one.
He did well to get underneath it, really, because it didn't really bounce, did it?
It stayed quite low. There is enough. Just was thinking there's one fielder short. So there's a short third. Sorry, a short fine, I should have said. A short fine, but there's also a fine leg on the boundary as well. So this is a bit funkified, this field. So Fletcher's, he's grumbling next to me. Here is Chappell once more. Next ball's defended. Slowly makes its way out to mid-on. No run.
I don't think it'll be long before we've got spin from both ends. We haven't seen Lewis Rees this afternoon, which is interesting. He's coming back from injury, ankle issue. He's played a couple of club matches for Duffield in recent weeks, just to get back to some kind of fitness, but wasn't involved in the T20, and he didn't play in either of the two championship matches in the middle of the blast.
So Hill waits as Chappell is in, and he's on his toes, defending into the ground. Ball ends up slowly making its way to Madsen. I think that is coming in from short mid-wicket. Is that him with his faded cap?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. As I said, that's why I like Zach Chappell, because I can tell anything distinctive. Madsen, that's a tremendous cap that he's got. Worn over many years. End of the over. Leicestershire now 162 for 2. Ahmed on 113. Hill approaching his half century. He's on 48.
To avoid any surprises for you later, Blair Tickner looks like he's wandering off very slowly. Yep, he's gone. Ben Aitchison is on the field. I'm just looking to see where Ben Aitchison has gone, actually. Oh, he's gone in at leg slip under the helmet. Substitute fielder. That's Alex Thompson back around the wicket. And that one is whipped away by Rian Ahmed out towards David Lloyd on the mid-wicket boundary. And they go through for another single, 163
Now,
for 2.
I wonder if he's he going to keep... No,
he's
he
going
is
to go over
switching
to Lewis Hill, isn't he?
Yeah, over to Hill.
They seem to be treating Rian Ahmed, as you would, somebody who's on 114 up 135, with a lot more respect. Thompson bowls to Hill. Oof, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but he almost spooned it straight back to Thompson.
Oh, the threat coming over the wicket to Hill has been very real.
A sort of leading edge into the offside there as he went back into leg to try and make a bit of room for himself. Ended up playing a very peculiar shot. Next one he just smothers into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, there's threat about, and he did get the ball to turn prodigiously in the last over.
It was a good leave from Hill.
No.
That one is defended straight back to Thompson by Lewis Hill.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was a little bit more judicious in leaving some others after that one that he did leave, that was lucky not to shave his stumps.
Next one is on the stumps but too full from Thompson. It's driven out into the offside towards Jack Morley. They go through for another single. Hill moves on to 49 now, 164 for 2.
And I think he's going to come over the wicket to Rehan Ahmed now.
Yes. Well, cheers from the back of the box, I'm sure.
Well, this might be interesting.
Slip and a short leg. And goes Thompson and bowls to him, and he's gone for the sweep. That's well fielded there by Ben Aitchison. At short fine leg. It was the final ball of the over as well. Conversation going on between Zach Chappell and Alex Thompson before Chappell eventually sets off towards the far end. I'm sure he'll be continuing this current spell of his. It looks like he's going to. It's still raining in Southampton. They've only had 9 overs there. That's a shame, isn't it? It's also raining in Cheltenham. Lancashire at 105 for 2. Middlesex 137 for 1 now against Northamptonshire.
So Kane Williamson is playing in that game, is he not?
Is he?
I believe so.
I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Yes, he's batting. He's 6 not out. Sam Robson made 57. Max Holden 47 not out.
Here's Chappell, bowls. Just a little bit of a fuller delivery outside the off stump. That's defended into the covers. No run.
That game being played at Merchant Taylor's, which is not a place I've ever been, I have to say.
I have not been there either.
Lister Ploy, who's now captaining Middlesex, is next man in. Former Derbyshire player, of course.
Of course.
Bright lights of the capital were too strong for him.
Here's Chappell in, and that ball just shoved into the offside by Hill. I won't get it past the fielder in front of point. No run again. Is that all? Is that everything?
I think so. I'm not really bothered about the First Division. Never have been.
Oh, you might be next year,
I'm not so sure.
Oh.
But
it's
glorious third place will be all right. We get some good trips in Division 2.
Get some good trips everywhere. Beautiful country. Here's Chappell. Bowls a short ball. That is quite easy for Hill to get under this time. There was one in the previous over where he was almost sat on the ground getting underneath it. This one was more easily negotiated and avoided. I mean, yeah, I think I've been to every single county ground. Yeah, I have.
You've been to Merchant Taylor's?
No, the main
Oh,
ground.
the headquarters ground. So I've never been to the Oval.
Really?
Yeah, never been to the Oval.
When I am asked, as Chappell in bowls turned and just manages to find a little gap between that short leg and the short mid wicket, but Wayne Madsen turns and runs back and prevents the run. When I'm asked my favourite grounds in the world, like the Oval has topped my list at times. Yeah, because do you know why? It's specific
well, Churchy's there, so that always makes it good, doesn't it?
Oh, bless him. I love Churchy.
I've worked with Church in the last 10 years. I've been doing this 10 years now. I've worked with Churchy once.
Really? What a guy. In comes Chappell. It's over the wicket again. This has turned in the same direction, but with a little bit more power behind it. Splits those two fielders at short leg and short mid wicket. And this time they are able to get through for a run, which brings up Hill's half century. He's been fine support to Rehan Ahmed, who has been by far the most aggressive of the pair. But Hill's part should not be downplayed because the two came in with the team in all sorts, and they've managed to really turn things around.
Just 4 fours for Lewis Hill, 116 balls for his half century.
They've stacked the leg side, and that is where Zach Chappell bowls, but Hill is able to just flick that one fine. As a fielder on the boundary, deep fine leg, they'll get a single. Yes, so that's the end of the over, by the way. 167 for 2, Ahmed 114. Hill bringing up his half century in that over is on 52.
Zach Chappell's got his middle of the pitch with his hands on his knees. Now, you do see this quite often. That is something, when Wayne Madsen's talking to him, he often has his hands on his knees, like a naughty footballer who's been told off by the referee. They always pull their socks up, don't they? And the referees have to tell him to stand up straight and look at me. I think he's just asking whether he's got another one in him. He's only bowled 3 overs in this current spell, so you'd expect he'd have another one in him. But he's now jogging, so I think we can safely say he's okay.
He's all right.
He's okay. Just likes a bit of drama. Lewis Hill then on 52 on strike as Alex Thompson over the wicket, bowls 2, and he defends that one out into the offside.
Yeah,
there's no run.
So the Oval, the reason it's very specific to being a member of the press, because they have an overflow area that's outside. And that is where I always sit. I do not like sitting inside there.
Next delivery from Thompson, bit of turn and bounce, hits Hill high up on the thigh pad.
So I love all the iconic London things, the gasometers, the the Archbishop Tennyson's, you know, you see all of those things in the red brick buildings. So it's got a real sense of place, a lovely pavilion. And I sit outside and I feel like I'm at the cricket, which is a blessing.
Thompson bowls again. That one's turned into the leg side by Hill.
And there aren't many places around the world. Well, there's nowhere, I don't think there's anywhere that you feel quite as much part of the crowd as you do at the Oval when you sit outside in the overflow area.
Next delivery from Thompson's whipped into the leg side by Hill. They've gone through for a quick single. Aitchison gets there, but by the time he does, Rian Ahmed has completed the single. 168 for 2. Well, it's always the great irony, I always think, that during the summer I spend my entire time describing sport from inside. And during the winter I spend my entire time describing sport outside in the freezing cold. But I do prefer to be outside, I have to say. It'd be great if we could be outside at cricket matches. As Thompson bowls reverse sweep from Rian Ahmed. It goes straight to Caleb Jewell though, and there is no run on this occasion. He's played that shot about 4 or 5 times now, and he's got plenty of runs from it as well, Rian Ahmed, but not on this occasion. 168 for 2 it remains. Final ball of Alex Thompson's 13th over. He goes in, and Ahmed just sort of pulls the ball down the ground to Lewis Rees to pinch the strike. Picks up a single as well. 115 not out Rian Ahmed. 53 not out Lewis Hill. 169 for 2 after 44 overs. Leicestershire having been 0 for 2 after 8 deliveries of this match. I distinctly remember Richard Ray saying, oh, not far from their first bonus point at about 10 past 11. And they're still as far from that bonus point now as they were then.
Oh, gosh, can you believe it?
It has, it's taken a turn.
It certainly has. Well, like I said, even a little bit before, if you looked at the score, you'd have a very different impression of the game.
Oh, you'd have no idea as what's happened, would you? Really, just think, oh, it's just a normal day's cricket. Really, a couple of wickets have fallen for the team that chose to bat. They're heading towards 200 and then plenty more after that. 0 for 2. Derbyshire must have thought, hang on a minute.
Well, Zach Chappell is back bowling, and the first ball is in the air. Could this be out? I think it is, yes. The ball is taken. He tried to basically hurl the ball over the deep mid-wicket boundary. And in the end, it's Caleb Jewell who has run around, and a very safe pair of hands underneath that high ball. So the third wicket does finally come. It has been an awfully long time waiting for it, and it's Rian Ahmed who departs after a magnificent century. It can't be underestimated how much trouble his side was in and how beautifully he played to get them out of it. He departs on 115 off 139 balls. He's been aggressive, he's been fun to watch, he's also been magnificent for the Leicestershire side, who are now 169 for 3. So that will be the bowling point.
The bonus point.
Bonus point.
Well done, Rich. That's what you call foresight. That's top punditry. top punditry. Excellent from Rian Ahmed. 15 fours and 1 6. And good value as ever. Rian Ahmed. It's always worth being in a cricket ground when Rian Ahmed is out there in the middle batting.
And it was a good catch from Caleb Jewell too, because he did have to cover a lot of ground, and he covered it quickly.
And he only got little legs.
He
has only got little legs.
He does only have little legs.
He's the quiet man.
Little Tassie devil that he is. He got around there and underneath it, and ended up down on his knees as he took it. But he did the hard work first.
He's moving, isn't he? He's moved. In fact, he isn't moving. He's moved from Hobart Hurricanes to Melbourne. One of the Melbourne teams. I'm not sure which one. Might be the green one.
At the Stars.
Excellent, thank you. I do watch the. I watched the Big Bash. He had the big century stand in the final for the Hobart Hurricanes. He made 12, I think. Well, the lad who made his debut yesterday or the day before for Australia against the West Indies.
Yeah, player of the match on debut.
We
which
got
is
a half century, didn't he?
half century, took
only
a
the
wicket.
third Australian to make a half century on his T20
Yeah.
debut, and I can't remember the other two. I know one of them was Warner. I can't remember the other one. It came up. I watched it yesterday after it was in the middle of the night. But I did watch it yesterday, and yeah, Mitch Owen made a century, and Caleb Jewell watched.
I half wondered if Mitch Owen might end up over here at some point during the summer. He played in the
Not anymore, I don't think.
SA20.
Yeah, now he's in. Oh, in the T20,
Yeah,
you mean, or in the other rubbish?
I had thought that he might make
competition.
an appearance. Well, that's
Sorry,
well, it's one of the benefits of coming from Tasmania.
my mistake. What?
Like with Caleb Jewell, I sort of feel like that. So some of those players, you know, it is a smaller state, smaller population, and so you do get a lot of those players who are playing all formats, less sort of speciality, if you like. Whereas in Victoria and New South Wales, it's a bit different. Aggressive field, leg side, as Zach Chappell is in, and first ball, my goodness, he's tried to flick that Pete Hanscom, and it was in the air but dropped short of the fielder at leg slip, or almost leg gully.
It's Australian on Australian there.
Caleb Jewell lurking.
Just
Lurking.
bounced up and hit him in the chest.
So they've got him in there. It's almost at halfway between leg slip and gully. As in comes Chappell once more, and this time it's clipped to a short mid wicket. They've got a short leg for him. They've got that short straight mid on. Madsen is standing right next to the cut strip. They've got a mid on and mid off. And they've got a fielder at extra cover, two in the deep on the leg side as well, one just in front of square leg, the other at fine leg. So very much a leg side field, only two players on the offside as Chappell is in at short and he pulls that, and you know what, he has split the two fielders and just got that across the rope down at deep backward square leg, and he's off the mark with a boundary. So have tried to lay the trap, and they've got all of those fielders, 7 of them on the leg side, and Pete Hanscom, class that he is, manages to find the gap. Off the mark with a boundary, 173 for 3. It's a very unusual. I'm trying hard to get my head around it because it is really quite unusual. In comes Chappell, and Hanscom plays it into the ground onto the leg side. It goes out to short mid wicket. It's just not just that it's a 7-2 field, but how many of them are in slightly unorthodox positions, shall we say? A lot of them short in catching positions. But now Caleb Jewell has just swapped. They've brought in another. Now they've got a sort of wide first slip and a leg slip now as Chappell is in. That's played to short mid wicket. No run. Eventful over. We've seen a wicket fall in it. That of Rehan Ahmed, a Centurion. Pete Hanscom coming to the middle, the captain, and immediately being tested.
Ricky Ponting was the other one. So it's Ricky Ponting, David Warner,
Mitch
and
Owen.
now Mitch Owen to score half centuries on their T20 debuts. Thank you, Greg.
2 of them Tasmanian,
Yes, indeed.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so Mitch, I just thought he might show up here. I was looking out for his name. Within 24 hours of that partnership he had with Caleb Jewell in that Big Bash final, he basically got a call to come over to the SA20, and he was on a plane within, I think, less than 48 hours of that final. And yeah, he's played in the MLC, and I just thought, I wonder if I might see him over here in the UK at some point. But, you know, he plays, it's obviously a white ball talent who
Yes.
still wants to play red ball, though.
Alex Thompson begins a new over. That one's been driven for 4 by Lewis Hill. Overpitched it outside the off stump, driven away, and Hill moves on to 54 No, 57. That's a 4, not a 1. 177 for 3. Jane just trying to work out the score there. Come on, Jane. Shape yourself. Definitely 177. No, she'd expect nothing less. 177 for 3. I'm going to have to tap on that window if she doesn't correct it in a minute. Because it's still Hill on strike. And this time he gets a little leading edge as he tries to turn it into the leg side. You might want to tap on that window for me.
There's a lot of sign language going on at the moment.
Hill waits, and this one is defended. This next delivery from Alex Thompson. Now she's having a look round to see what's happening. Checking with the other scoreboard, which is run independently. Taking no notice of me. Excellent. She'll have to go backwards to go forwards, of course, because that's the way of electronic scoreboards. But it is 177, I think. 4, 3, if not 176. I think it's 177. I'm going to go with the old scoreboard. Not quite manual, but only as manual as this one, really. Yeah, got the thumbs up from Jane. So you're not missing any cricket because Derbyshire are just messing around with the field, surprisingly. They've got a leg slip now who's got his helmet on. That's Blair Tickner who's back out there, although Ben Aitchison is still on the field, so somebody else has departed momentarily. And Thompson is coming around the wicket again and bowls to Hill, who sweeps in the air. It's to the right of David Lloyd. I think it won't have the legs to get all the way to the boundary. It wouldn't have got all the way to the boundary had it not even been picked up by Harry Kame, and they go through for a couple.
That was not far away though.
No,
Lloyd, if
he
he'd
was
been
scrambling a bit, wasn't he, Lloyd?
Oh, if he'd been 2 steps to his right,
Or just average height.
or wow, you can't have height discrimination just because you're a strapping fellow.
He's great, he's Lloydie. That one is defended by Hill back to Thompson. I don't think they listen to a word I say. I hope not, because I don't mean most of it. It's just something to say, really. 179 for 3. Both scoreboards in unison. That one is swept down to Kame. Picks up without moving and then hurls back in. Single is taken. It was the final ball of Thompson's 14th over. Hill moves on to 60 and pinches the strike. Hanscom has for Leicestershire 180 for 3, and we are a mere 18 overs away from tea, which is going to be slightly late, of course, because it always is.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Always, yeah. We've never had tea at the normal time. I think Sussex once here did finish a day's play at 6 o'clock, which was noteworthy.
So you can't remember that draw last year, but you can remember a time
Well, yeah,
when play
yeah,
finished
that's true.
at 6
That's
o'clock.
bad, isn't it? That's bad.
I got to say, so it's nice seeing Pete Hanscom playing over here. He always wears long sleeves.
Right.
It always looks like he's in a big, long white body stocking when he's out there batting.
Oh, that would be something.
Zach Chappell, it is now in and bowling to Hill, who just leans back and cuts this one away. Didn't get a lot of it. Hanscom was thinking about a second, and there was a big loud no from Hill as he sent him back. It probably was a wise idea as well. So Hanscom is now on strike, still just slightly tinkering with those. They've got 2 catching. They've basically got 3 players, because you've got your 2 catching mid wickets plus that short straight mid on. Next ball is just defended stoutly, and it's picked up by Lloyd, who's one of those 2 short mid wickets, literally in short mid wicket.
Well, that's not for me to say.
No, but I'm just going on. I mean, I've only seen him from afar. I've never seen him up close. But
Yeah, he's diminutive.
okay.
Yeah, he might be the most diminutive player in the team, actually.
Diminutive mid wicket doesn't really roll off the tongue.
No.
To be fair. So yeah, they've got those 3 players almost in a line. Madsen right in the face of Hanscom as Chappell is in, and he does actually defend it straight to Madsen, standing right next to the cut strip. So they're trying to be a bit aggressive and get in the face of Hanscom early. But of course, he's someone who is incredibly experienced. When I went and checked a few things, I thought he might have been older than 34, but he's still only 34, Pete Hanscom. 20 tests, obviously. Made his debut for Australia in 2016. He's there now as Chappell gets that ball jumping off the deck. It sounded like there was a bit of bat in it. It just ended up popping out to the offside. No run.
You just can't not see Peter Hanscom doing that strange thing that he does with the bat before he faces a ball. I can't really describe it without describing it when he's doing it, but it's very strange. So he'll set himself up.
And he sets himself up, he taps his bat twice, and then, and he does this. I'll describe it in a second. He's there as Chappell bowls and falls over. Hanscom played that late, opened the face. And would you believe it's the keeper who has to run down because everyone else is on the leg side. And I'll get a couple of runs. Yeah, do you know who does a similar thing? He just doesn't turn his wrists as much. So it's almost like he twists his wrists and places the bat down the third time. The other player who does that, so he's lining up off stump. The other player who does this thing where he deliberately, after setting himself up, almost bends right down to carefully place the toe of his bat on the ground is Jamie Smith. And I can't stop seeing it when he's playing for England now because it's unusual, but he doesn't do the turn of the wrists. In comes Chappell, and that one's close. It's an inside edge onto the pad, rolls away to the offside, and everyone out there has got their hands on their heads. Can't believe that one. So another eventful over comes to an end for Zach Chappell. He's got figures of 1 for 33 off his 10 overs. Leicestershire 183 for 3 with Hanscom on 6 and Hill now on 61. So Jamie Smith, next time you watch, just have a look at Jamie Smith's setup, and he does that. And it reminds me a little bit of what Hanscom does. It's just that Hanscom does sort of almost like a wrist twirl as he puts it down, whereas Jamie Smith, I described it as, it almost looks like there are invisible wires collecting his eyeballs to the toe of his bat. So as he puts his bat down, his head comes down with it. It's very deliberate.
I'd quite like if there were visible wires. That'd be more impressive, wouldn't it? Is Alex Thompson around the wicket to Lewis Hill, who goes for the sweep. It hits him on the pad and goes running down towards the man 4, a leg by.
By the way, I'm going to depart.
Oh, are you?
Bit. Yeah, I'm being kicked out by the boss man.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, the man in control of what? I've no idea, but he's in control. Cool, and unless you want to, I'm not bothered. Well, I'll have to leave in 5 minutes anyway. Not for long. You'll be delighted to know. 184 for 3. Another long chat between Wayne Madsen and his bowler. Hill on 61, still 6 to Peter Hanscom.
I think if there is a criticism to be made of Rahan,
as this next delivery is played into the leg side by Hanscom and fielded by the short leg.
and I did say this to Mel when he went past his 100, is that of his 5 first-class centuries now, his biggest is 136. He's never gone on to make a really big one yet, and
it was a little bit of a loose shot, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah, that one is defended again by Hanscom.
You know, when he's got a 115 off 139, there is very little criticism to be made of him, but I think probably he would like to go on and register a really big one.
Next delivery from Thompson, full and defended again by Hanscom towards Wayne Madsen at that catching mid-wicket position. He has adopted to the off spinner. And the next one is a full toss, driven, and probably driven for 4. Poor old Zach Chappell's got to chase it. Ball is pulling up. Oh, well, whether he was in contact with the ball as he was in contact with the rope is up for debate, but they go back for 3. So he's saved 1. I don't really think he needed to put the slide in there, Zach Chappell, because I think the ball was about to stop. But anyway, we won't be arguing over that unless somebody wins by 1 run or loses by 1 run, as this next delivery turns into the pads of Lewis Hill. Alex Thompson turns around and looks hugely disappointed with something. And the over comes to an end. He's now bowled 15 overs for 50. Alex Thompson, 187 for 3 Leicestershire. Hanscom on 9. Hill on 61. And we have reached the halfway point in the day at just before 3 o'clock. And we're going to see spin from both ends unless Thompson comes off, because Jack Morley, there we go, is ready to come back with his left arm spin.
He will hope to bowl rather better this afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will. And he managed this morning. Just really struggled for a consistent line and length. 6 overs, none for 30 this morning, which isn't always the case that one's figures reflect the way one has bowled, but they probably do.
Well, there was a 4 ball in every over, wasn't there? And then a couple of singles, and before you know where you are, you've bowled 6 overs for 30. He did turn. The first ball that turned was one of his.
Hanscom looks around him, sees that Wayne Madsen is still fiddling with his field. He brings Chappell in just a sort of 4 or 5 yards down there, a deep backward square. Morley steps in round the wicket and bowls, and Hanscom, idiosyncratic shot, steps away. His left foot is back behind him. His right foot stays more or less in place, and he sort of plays it off the back foot with his left foot almost outside the return crease. In goes Morley. That was down the leg side, and Hanscom just can go back again, and this time turn it just slightly wide of Thompson at mid-wicket and take the single. Enjoyed his break during the T20, I think. Well, I know Peter did, and he and his family, they went to Croatia.
Oh, very nice. The Dalmatian coast.
I'm not sure where. Didn't like to inquire too much into their details. Sounded like I was stalking him. In goes Morley and bowls. That straightened a little bit on Hill, but slowly, and Hill could wait on the back foot and slightly awkwardly played into the leg side. He's looked actually in the last few minutes just a little bit out of sync, Lewis Hill, as Morley is in. He goes back, and that's played off the stumps, but with a strong degree of certainty out towards the point boundary, where Harry Kame is lurking. Comes walking in, knowing it was always only ever going to be one, and one it was. Blair Tickner, who hasn't been short of advice for Morley,
No.
wanders up with the ball, hands it to him, towering over him as he does. Towers over most, in fairness. Morley swings his arms and goes in. That's a nice delivery, nice flight to it and forward on off stump. It didn't really turn, and Hanscom able to get to the pitch of the ball on a forward defensive, but it was a nice flight. Drew him forward. Steps in. Bowls. That's a quicker, flatter delivery and a little bit shorter. Hanscom goes back, chops it out towards point. Jewell can... Not Jewell. Lloyd. I keep getting him wrong for some reason. Lloyd can fall away to his
They are
right
very
and
similar,
make the
similar
stop.
stature, I would suggest. That it's not, but they have got Zach Chappell and Blair Tickner, but they're not the tallest team in the world.
No.
Derbyshire. Not that that detracts from them in any way. You don't have to be tall to play cricket, apparently.
189 for 3 now.
I'm going to be irritating in a moment and ask you if you'll carry on, because we've got to the 3 o'clock
I was going to say, by all means.
update.
Shall I start this over then?
Yeah,
will you?
why not? I'll just go.
Which hasn't started yet, because as ever, we have the long conversation between captain and bowler Wayne Madsen and Alex Thompson. Thompson going back around the wicket. Bowls to Lewis Hill, who can sweep with pretty much impunity when he's bowling around the wicket, and does. Down it goes to long leg, and the single is taken. Thompson is going to go over the wicket to Peter Hanscom. He sends a sweeper back to the offside boundary. Madsen comes across from mid-wicket to slip. So there's a slip, leg slip, Blair Tickner, and a short leg. Otherwise a reasonably conventional field. Thompson is in. Forward with his bat in front of his front pad is Peter Hanscom, playing the ball towards mid-on. Intercepted en route by David Lloyd, jogging across to his left from mid-wicket. Thompson is in. Ooh, bouncing a little bit of turn. It was just too short, really, though, so Hanscom could go back, and although he was very much discomforted by that bounce and turn, he was able to sort of shovel it back down the pitch. Thompson is in, and again Hanscom can go back, but it's a leg side line, so with the turn he can rustily work it down to Kame at long leg and take one. Moves on to 11. I don't know why I'm peering around a screen with the score on it, a very good scoreboard on, so I can see the one on the ground. I don't know why. I've just glanced to my right. Again, round the wicket, and Hill can slog sweep, and does. It bounces away. It's in the air for a long time, but Hill got plenty of it. It runs away to deep backward square for 4, and Hill, who's beginning to accelerate a little bit now. I think it's kind of been forced on him, because he is, as I said, just in the last few overs has just looked slightly out of kilter, but he's sort of hitting his way out of it. He's moved on to 67 from 134 deliveries. No change to the field, although Madsen is telling Kame to come in 10 yards, and deep and square leg has dropped back now. Thompson is in, bowls on middle stump, forward goes Hill, having picked up his 4 from the previous ball. Plays it back down the pitch to Thompson, who hands the ball to David Lloyd, and that is the end of the over. 195 for 3 from 50. So even I can work out that the run rate for the innings is only just under 4s, and Fletcher's back.
Yes, did you notice me not talking there?
I did.
Yes.
Did they forget you?
Well, I assume so. I had no cue again.
But you're unforgettable.
Well, expect a message to say, where were you? But I was definitely there. So, Jack Morley to continue from the City end. He's tossing himself a couple of catches, having a conversation at long range with... well, Ben Aitchison's on the field. That isn't Ben Aitchison, though. That's Tickner, possibly. In goes Morley and bowls. Back goes Hanscom and guides the ball out towards the point boundary for a single. Harry Kame does the fielding. Hanscom moves to 12, 196 for 3. Caleb Jewell was off the field. I think he still is, which is why Aitchison is out there at the moment. As Morley bowls to Lewis Hill, who pushes it out into the offside, and then a rugby style pass from Aaron Donald.
See, the line's only just squeezed home against
the Moana Pacifica, or whatever they were called. I don't think Moana isn't the right term, I'm sure.
That's a film, isn't it?
Well, yes, it's a Disney film. That one's pushed out to mid-on, but they have a Super Rugby side called Moana Pacifica. I think they're in New Zealand, which of course the Lions aren't. as Hill waits. And Morley, a flatter delivery. It's punched away off the back foot out towards Harry Kane for a single. Hill moves to 68, 197 for 3. It's almost like a holding pattern, this, isn't it, really?
Well, just he seems to need to vary things up a little bit, Jack Morley, when sometimes it's okay to bowl 6 in the same place.
It is in this form, and he doesn't play T20. Certainly not first team T20. That's a fuller delivery that's turned into the leg side by Hanscom.
In fact, sometimes it's good to bowl 6 in the same place, and you know, they don't always sort of turn by the same margin if the pitch is giving you something.
Just keep the batters guessing. 2 off the over, final ball coming up. 197 for 3. Morley in and bowls. Hanscom goes back and pushes the ball out to Harry Kane. 3 identical shots for the 3 singles in the over. Morley's 8. He's bowled 8 overs for 35. Leicestershire 198 for 3. Hanscom has 13. Hill has 68. The only man out since lunch. Ahmed. Superb century from him. 115 off 139 balls. 15 fours and a 6. Decent catch, as Mel was saying, from Caleb Jewell out at mid-wicket. Had to run to his left and then sort of take it on the run as well, but perhaps a shot that Ahmed will ultimately look back on with little fondness.
Thompson is going to continue over the wicket to Hanscom. He only goes round to Hill. He's convinced he can get him off a top edge sweep, perhaps. Thompson is in, and that is clipped firmly by Hanscom off middle and leg, but along the ground all the way, sort of through short leg's hands. Runs it down to deep backward square, and the single is taken.
Thank you to producer Matt, who says it was against the First Nations and Pacifica 15, the Lions, this morning, but not a single player who played in the test match were playing.
Field retreats on the leg side for Hill as round the wicket goes Thompson. Hill sweeps, and where's that one gone? Sort of up the pad and bouncing around high, and
sort of bounce off his shoulder.
Could have sort of rolled back down his back on towards the stumps, but didn't. Guess steps out and picks up the ball, but Hill determined to keep sweeping, and to a certain extent he can do so with impunity, and that was on off stump, and forward goes Hill. And he holds up his hand to Peter Hanscom in a rather peremptory fashion, like a teacher requiring a pupil to be silent. As Thompson is in, tosses it up, and it gets to Hill on the full. He sweeps and connects nicely on the full, but only as far as Lloyd, who's out there on the square leg boundary. The single is taken. The applause is for the Leicestershire 200 for 3. Hill now on to 69. Hanscom has 14. It's a sort of time in the afternoon where coffee is calling out its name. It's a good coffee van on this ground anyway. In goes Thompson over the wicket again. He over pitches slightly, and Hanscom reaching out does get to the ball on the full, but clips it out to Lloyd, who's now in at shortish mid wicket.
I think you were on the 3 o'clock update.
No.
No.
Oh,
but
it confused me more than I am. I'm so easily confused.
Absolute chaos back at base.
That is turned by Hanscom out to deep backward, or deep square really, where Kame is the fielder, and again one is taken. They're milking the bowling pretty comfortably, and Wayne Madsen gives Alex Thompson a sort of pat on the back as he walks past him. It was a slightly valedictory one, so it might mean that there's going to be a change of bowling. We shall see. It might just have been congratulations. 201 for 3 off 52. So they did manage to get connected.
Well, no, see, we can't hear base on that, which we're broadcasting back to base on. So I went onto a different line, but unfortunately the wrong line was opened, I think. Anyway, I'm being asked all sorts of questions now.
They just had a snippet of unconnected commentary, essentially.
Hopefully you'll have mentioned the score. Jack Morley, 201 for 3. Bowled. That one turns a long way. Hanscom went to cut it and then pulled out of the shot quite wisely, I think. pulled the bat right inside the line, and it went through to Brooke Guess. So perhaps that's where he should bowl the next 5. 201 for 3. Can he find that spot again, Jack Morley? Well, it's a bit fuller, and it's defended by Hanscom.
Almost popped a bit as well, didn't it?
Yes, it was. Well, it was an unplayable delivery that Hanscom did very well not to dangle his bat anywhere near. In comes Morley again too full, clipped into the leg side. Aitchison races after the ball. They're going to come back for the second and get there comfortably enough. It might have been better leaving it for Jewell, who's left-handed and could have picked it up and thrown in with one hand, but 203 for 3 now. Hanscom moves on to 17.
I thought Chappell in that afternoon spell was just starting to get a little bit of seam movement back in, whether he's just bowling cutters, but
he's off at the moment, which is a slight concern, as that one is defended. I think he's off. Yeah, that's Thompson at mid-on, so there's unless
can't see him out there.
Zach Chappell is not on the field at the moment, and Ben Aitchison is. There's Morley in again too full really. Turned into the leg side by Hanscom. No run. Hanscom waits. Morley in again. This one is too short, and it's cut away out towards Harry Kane. They're going to come back for the second, and we'll get there comfortably enough despite the good throw from Harry Kane. Hanscom moves to 19, 205 for 3 at the end of the over. Apart from that one ball that turned an absolute mile, it was a relatively unthreatening over from Jack Morley. That's who it was from. At the moment, there's an impromptu drinks break going on out there for the two batters, which seems fair enough. Just looking around, they are playing again at Cheltenham, where Lancashire 113 for 3, Kent 150 for 7 now against Glamorgan, who were the big threat in third place.
They've suddenly, yes,
they were hopeless at the start of the season, and then all of a sudden they look like well, they've gone on a charge. Middlesex 190 for 1 now against Northamptonshire at Merchant Taylor's as David Lloyd comes back. He has got a moustache, hasn't he?
I've done a game at Merchant Taylor's.
Have you? I've never been.
It's a tent job.
Excellent.
The school cricket ground is quite a long way from the school building, so you do feel rather as though you're in the middle of school playing fields. You need good weather.
Yes.
And you're staying basically in Watford, so.
Oh dear. I'm sure Watford's very nice. I've never stayed there, but I'm sure it's lovely.
Lloyd is in, round the wicket, bowls a full toss, and it's driven away for, it's not going to get there. Oh, it's not, about a foot short, so Hill has to settle for 3, jogs the final one. If they'd both gone hard from the start, Hill and Hanscom, well, they're both well into their 30s, I suppose. That's the excuse. I guess they thought it was going to get there. And they may feel they've left a runner out there. Hill into the 70s, though, now on to 72. Hanscom on strike. Lloyd is staying around the wicket to the experienced Aussie, who goes forward, clips it firmly towards short leg. Donald manages to make the stop, and as he did so, Hanscom was out of his ground, but Hanscom had hit it firmly, and he wasn't able to pick up the ball cleanly. Lloyd is in short and leg side, and Hanscom can just go back and calmly turn it around the corner. Mel can probably tell us more about this than we can, but Hanscom's form sort of last season, I think, was such that he did sort of get talked about in the Australian international picture a little bit. In goes Lloyd. That's a fullish delivery on off stump that is poked by Hill
I
out to mid-off.
I think if you're Australian and you can bat at the moment, you get mentioned in the Australian.
Harsh.
They're all right for bowlers, but batters.
Lloyd is in, bowls. Ooh, Hill going for the drive, gets that one horribly wrong. Thick inside edge, bounces towards Donald. I'm not quite sure how it got there, but Hill certainly wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Lloyd in, bowls, tosses it up nicely, but on off stump, and Hill can squeeze it out backward of point where there is no fielder and take one. End of the over, 210 now for 3. Hanscom has 20, Hill 73.
Ooh, somebody started a piece.
Ladybird flies
Oh,
past the
oh,
window.
yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but I heard the other day.
Yes, what they're called.
The collective
Yes,
noun is.
the
Isn't it,
loveliness.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yes,
I thought it was so wonderful I couldn't quite believe it. So I
Yes.
checked it, and it was.
Yes, I had to double check it because it was Phil Tufnell I heard saying it, so I wasn't sure if it was
Okay,
true
well
or
that
not.
could, yeah, absolutely. But it was.
Yeah, loveliness of
The
ladybirds.
loveliness of ladybirds.
They had a swarm at one of the test matches, didn't they? Yeah. Ladybirds stop play. I've had bees at New Road where everybody hits the deck because they fly about 5 feet above ground level, don't they, when they're swarming? But not ladybirds. That wasn't really a swarm. That was an outrider. Perhaps they're just coming to scout. Any minute now. Morley bowls to Hill, who, well, it was down the leg side, and he swung at it as though he was going to smash it away, and he missed it, and it sort of bobbled around in between him and Brooke Guest down the leg side. There was no run. So Morley comes in again, and this time, again, it's just a bit too full. When it's not too full, it's a bit too short. 210 for 3. That was turned into the leg side by Hill. He's got a 73. And easing towards 3 figures. As this next delivery is off an edge and to the right of slip. That's where he needs to bowl it. They're going to come back for the second as well. The underarm throw from David Lloyd is picked off by Wayne Madsen in the end. I don't think he realised they were coming back for a second.
Well, when he was warming up, he was sort of holding his shoulder for bowl. He can clearly bowl, but I'm not sure he can.
Well, it's his knee. It's his knee that stopped him bowling medium pace, and it was his hamstring that kept him out of the second half of the T20. So perhaps he's got bad shoulder as well. Here comes Morley again. That's just a little bit short. There is some bounce there though for him. Just gentle bounce though. Hill pushes it out into the offside. Moves on to 76 to 14 for 3.
Must be frustrating for Madsen and for Morley, of course, because you always feel there is something there, isn't there? And
yeah, he just needs to put it in the right place.
Not quite finding it consistently.
Walks up and then breaks into a trot, bowls 2 full, and it's fielded by an Aaron Donald, who throws it straight at the. Well, he tries to throw it at the stumps. It's actually taken above his head by Brooke Guest. I'm not sure that Hanscom had left his ground in any case. A sharp piece of work by Donald under the helmet at short leg. As Hanscom waits, goes back and cuts out to Harry Kane for a single. Moves on to 21. It's a bit too easy for Peter Hanscom. It's at 214 for 3 at the end of the Morley over. 10 overs for 43. Jack Morley, which he'll be disappointed at, I'm sure. He's going at more than the current run rate, which is never a particularly good thing. Caleb Jules removed his cap as though he was going to come on and bowl. Caleb Jewell has never bowled in a senior game, as far as I'm aware. I think he might have bowled 6 deliveries somewhere, but he's not a bowler. He's just removed his cap to get some air to his top of his head, I think. They must be quite warm. They're sort of woolen, these caps, aren't they? And they must be a bit a bit itchy, I'd have thought.
The baggy blues.
Right, Zach Chappell's back. That's good news.
David Lloyd is going to keep bowling around the wicket. And now to Peter Hanscom as well as to Lewis Hill. He brings his deep square up to a conventional square leg. That is the aforementioned dual. It's a fairly conventional field, actually, with the exception of leg slip. Back goes Hanscom and just pushes the ball calmly off the stumps, but turn is fairly slow, such as it is. Out into the gap in the covers. Brooke Guest has to trot out to field, and Hanscom can take one. Apparently, as Lloyd goes in, bowls to Hill, full toss that Hill just drives out to the sweeper on the point, not even on the point boundary, about 10 yards in from the ropes, and takes one. Probably feel he missed out a bit there. Lloyd steps in, bowls, forward goes Hanscom, defending back down the pitch. Lloyd fields in his follow through. They feel in parts of Victoria that if Hanscom goes past 30 deliveries, then he's usually there for a long time.
Oh, good.
So he's done that as in goes Lloyd, and Hanscom drives, and Chappell has to more or less accompany the ball for 10-15 yards. It's going at just that sort of pace where he has just to wait for it to slow down before he can bend down and pick it up. He does now. Hanscom takes his... It was just the one, I think, wasn't it then? So Hill moves on to 77, Hanscom 24. Hanscom now on strike as Lloyd drops very short, and Hanscom can go back, and this time Chappell's going to have to put in the hard yards, but the ball is this time going to go over the ropes at extra cover. And again, the Thompson has been consistent. 17 overs, none for 59. He's only gone for just over 3 runs an over, but Morley and now Lloyd have not hit their lines and lengths sufficiently consistently to keep control on the scoreboard for Madison. If you're not taking wickets, you've got to have some control, and at the moment 2-2-2 for 3, they haven't got that, and the run rate keeps creeping up. It is now 4s, isn't it? So
he is a part-time bowler, David Lloyd.
Yes, yeah,
very much a part-time spinner. Yeah.
Steps in over the wicket and bowls just outside off stump. Backing away is Hanscom and just making sure he got ball on bat as he pushed it out to point. End of the over, he takes his helmet off, mops his at the moment extremely shaven head. Peter Hanscom.
It is, isn't it?
He's gone for this very close cropped look.
I like it.
Yeah.
The less hair, the better, I always think.
The hairy Hill takes his helmet off as well. Out comes Ben Cox, who's acting 12th man with drinks and towels and all the accoutrements. 56 overs been bowled, 40 remain. 15-24, so there's 8 overs. If bowled by spinners, we're not going to be too late, are we? 10-2, something like that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad, would it? I might not miss much, because there's plenty of sport coming up on BBC Radio Derby later. We switch over to FM, DAB, you'll be able to hear Derby County's game at Walsall, with updates from Burton's game at Sheffield United, which is doubling up as John Brayford's testimonial.
It's all getting horribly close.
It's getting ridiculously close. Build up at 6. Hopefully we'll get to speak to John Brayford pre-match and post-match, which I've been tasked with doing.
He being?
He's a long-serving Burton Albion player who went away and played in the Premier League with Sheffield United, played for Derby County as well, Cardiff City, and then came back. He's now the first-team coach. Good man as well, John, for a Stokey. Here comes Jack Morley around the wicket with his left arm spin. First ball is defended by Lewis Hill into the onside. He's been on T20 commentary with us in the past. John Brayford loves his cricket. came with pages and pages of notes and never looked at them once. No time. 222 for 3. Morley bowls that one, just seems to keep a little bit low, and Hill pushes it back towards the left armour.
Just realised the old stand over there in front of the hotel has been
Changed.
renamed.
Yes, now the covered stand. Unfortunately, as this next one is played off the back foot by Hill out towards Harry Kane for one of those now familiar singles.
It was a something demolition stand, I do remember.
East Midlands. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No longer. I thought they might actually sponsor it until they eventually came down and knocked it down. But here comes Borley. That one is just off an edge. Hanscom pushes it into the offside.
Oh, that would have been wonderfully appropriate,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's a final act of your sponsorship.
Knock it down.
Do your worst. Do what you've been advertising for years and years. Wouldn't have taken much.
I wouldn't have thought so. Morley bowls a little bit quicker. Hanscom pushes it out towards Harry Kane, who is fielding a deep point by the time he picks the ball up. Another single taken. Hanscom moves to 29. 224 for 3. You'd have spotted the newsstand on your way in, did you? The beautiful. Well, you'd have seen it during the T20, of course. Did you come in?
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it another
It's sort of
permanent temporary
sort
stand?
of permanent
Yes.
temporary. That one is cut a long way in front of square, so Harry Kane has to do some chasing around the boundary to get to this one, and Hill picks up 2 more.
Maybe it's the future, given how long that one opposite us at the city end of the ground has been standing. They last forever, these temporary stands now.
Just certainly do. 226 for 3. Yes, well, that one, of course, used to be here. Before the media centre was built. So when I first started, that stand at the far end was where we are now. Of course, we were in a building that's since been knocked down. The old scoreboard
station.
with the
Signal box, wasn't it? Almost.
gentlemen's toilets underneath. Beautiful.
Commentating from square on.
And banging your head every time you moved.
Indeed.
It was great.
Over the wicket goes Lloyd and bowls a very short ball outside off stump to Peter Hanscom, who goes back and cracks it out to deep extra cover. It's a long chase around the boundary for the sweeper on the offside. Good throw comes in.
Lewis
Hanscom had taken a couple.
Lewis Rees, who hasn't bowled since that initial spell of 7 overs this morning, has just been doing some warm-ups. I wonder if he's finally going to come back.
Lloyd steps in again. He drops very short. It's turned past short leg, who wasn't sure whether he was trying to actually avoid getting hit there, Nye Donald, or trying to stop it, but did a little sort of awkward dance, and one way or another the ball got past him out towards deep backward square. Hanscom has into the 30s now, on to 32. That's a little bit too full from Lloyd, and Hill can drive him out just wide of Chappell at mid-off for a single. The run's coming terribly easily for Leicestershire at the moment. From the bowling side's point of view, they're just milking it away very comfortably. Lloyd is in, bowls a full toss that is whipped down to deep backward square by Hanscom. He has his sweepers out, Wayne Madsen, so the boundaries aren't really coming, but pretty much singles off every ball and the occasional boundary, and that suits Leicestershire's purposes just fine. Lloyd is in and bowls. Forward goes Hill, just pushing it past Lloyd, who tumbles to his left. Didn't need to do so. Caleb Jewell fields, claps his hands together at mid-wicket. Lloyd is in, very full outside off stump, driven away by Hill. Lloyd down with his hands on his knees in disappointment, really, with that over. He knows he didn't really get it right throughout, to be quite honest. 5 singles from the over, 232 for 3. Hanscom 33. Hill now 82 they came together, when Rehan Ahmed rather holed out off the bowling of Zach Chappell for a very fine 115.
We're going to see
Partnership now 63.
Sorry, Richard.
Fletch.
We're going to see some more of Lewis Rees from the City end. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28 in that first spell this morning, but not seen since. I know he is coming back from an ankle injury. You might have thought you might have seen him earlier than this for his. Seen him earlier than this afternoon, certainly. 232 for 3. It's fairly obvious who's in control of this game at the moment. Derbyshire need a couple of very quick wickets to hold themselves back. Although, of course, there is a long way to go in this contest. We're only in the afternoon of day one. We've only had 58 overs, 6 to go until tea then, so it'll just be a 3-over burst if Rees bowls all the overs that remain before tea from the City end. I'm fairly sure that Caleb Jewell and Aaron Donald, who are opening partners in the T20, can't field that close together. Done a couple of really good stands in a relatively disappointing T20 campaign for Derbyshire. Finished bottom of the North Group. In comes Rees then around the wicket. Bowls that one. First delivery is pushed back towards him by Hill. Goes up towards Blair Tickner. And there is no run. Sun has disappeared for the time being. Again, lots of grey clouds up above, but absolutely no hint of rain in the immediate forecast, which is excellent news indeed. As I say that, the sun comes out. As Rees is in short and wide, chopped into the offside by Hill. Not fielded cleanly by Harry Kane, but the two batters had already decided they weren't going to take a run. The last boundary was scored by Lewis Hill in at the end of the 50th over. We're now in the 59th, so they have at least stemmed the flow of runs to a degree. In the last 5 overs, 24 have been scored though, so there's been some good running. That one is pushed by Hill up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Tickner once again. If indeed that is Tickner, I'm not sure that it is actually. No, it isn't. It's Zach Chappell. Where's Blair Tickner gone? Oh, there he is. He's at extra cover. Of course he is. Rees bowls to Hill, who check drives one out to Harry Kane, but more orthodox cover, just about on the square. Not too far away from that very light green stripe that's been caused by a sheet, by the look of it, covering some practice pitches out there. And Rees' next delivery is pushed to Wayne Madsen, who's fielding at short mid-on. So the short mid-on, a close-ish mid-wicket, a square leg, a long leg. Although the square leg, Caleb Jewell looks as though he's about to shift. A mid-on, a mid-off, extra cover, backward point and a cover. David Lloyd still flexing that right shoulder of his. As Rees comes in and bowls, that one is driven but straight to Blair Tickner, who manages to get both hands to it. And it begins with a maiden over in the afternoon. Lewis Rees, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28, 33 to Hanscom, 82 to Hill, 232 for 3 Leicestershire, with 5 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, at least he hit his lines and lengths in that over. Bowled to his field. And
never catch on, of course.
Maiden was the result. Feels like the first for some little time.
Well, there have only been 3 in the entire day, and he bowled one of them in the first 7 overs.
Well, I was going to say the first was definitely a maiden. Yes.
So no more David Lloyd.
No. It wasn't the greatest couple of overs that Mr. Lloyd has bowled in his career. And Thompson is coming back. So I suspect we'll probably bowl at this end until tea, which is now 5 overs away. He's going to stay around the wicket to Peter Hanscom.
Here is Thompson then, in around the wicket, bowls to Hanscom, who whips it away down towards backward square leg for a single. 233 for 3. Hanscom moves on to 34. It's who can stay awake the longest at the moment. Gets to commentator.
I'm back to wake you up.
Oh, good grief. Wow. Comes Thompson again, swept by Hill. Little run round there on the boundary for Harry Kane. Keeps him down to a single. Hill moves to 83, 234 for 3.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy
Mel.
doody. I was listening to you talking about Pete Hanscom.
Really?
Yes.
What were we saying?
Well, just, that maybe he might be, a bit of a look-in if he keeps batting well.
I think everybody isn't, aren't they? It's this one is
Yes.
turned into the leg side by the aforementioned Hanscom, nicely fitted by Caleb Jewell, who's got to be in the conversation, you would have thought. 234 for 3.
I think that the early rounds of the Sheffield Shield this year, played before the Ashes, are going to be quite fascinating. And they'll get much more, they'll almost get as much attention as the County Championship does here.
Bit like trial matches almost. That one is played backward of square on the leg side, just to the left of the leg slip. And it's off the bat as well. So another single to Hanscom, but I'm not entirely sure he meant to play it exactly where he did play it. Now Caleb Jewell is testing out his shoulder as well. There seems to be an outbreak of shoulder issues out there. 235 for 3, as this one is short of a length and bounces very nicely for Hill to guide it away to backward point for a couple of runs. He moves to 85, 237 for 3. Yes, I think all bets are off, aren't they, for the top order in Australia?
Well, they've played something like... I'll come back to it after this ball.
From Thompson, it's cut away nicely, but straight to Jack Morley at 237 for 3 at the end of the over.
I think in the past 15 Test matches that Australia have played, they've used something like 8 different combinations to open the batting, which is quite extraordinary. The retirement of David Warner has had a huge knock-on effect as they tried to shoehorn Steve Smith in there, and then you've got the fact that you've got a couple of players out of form who've been there for a long time, like Marnus Labuschagne, who was dropped.
And then they pushed Cam Green up to bat at 3.
Yes, and Usman Khawaja has not been in very good form either.
Former Derbyshire man, top player.
Yes.
One of the nicest human beings you could wish to meet.
Absolutely, but he hasn't been in great form. And so
cut him some slack, Mel, come on.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I think he's he's been a great servant.
Stop having a pop at our Rosie.
Blimmin'
No,
hell.
it's steady.
The first ball from Lewis Rees has just played into the offside by Hanscom, no run. You can't say that I'm having a go at Uzi. He would admit he's not been in the runs. It's just created, it's been an Australian side that has been so settled for so long, bar the odd injury here or there. The bowling attack, we've known what the bowling attack was before every Test match has been played when they're all fit. As Rees is in around the wicket, that is just waited for by Hanscom, and he ends up just plonking it down the ground to wide mid-on, no run. The batting has been largely settled as well, and yes, just this sort of confluence of different events has kind of made things less certain than it has been in a long time. Rees is in, bowls, defended very sturdily by Hanscom back down the pitch, where it's picked up by Wayne Madsen, standing next to the cut strip. But so it is a good time for batters who are in form. I think Pete Hanscom needs a gate.
He needs a gate.
He needs a gate.
Does he?
Well, he first got into the Australian Test side as Rees. It's in bowls, and that's just pushed straight down into the ground onto the offside by Hanscom. Mintgate. It was the Mintgate series against South Africa
Gate. Right,
when Peter Hanscom made his debut in that, I think it was it 16, 17 or 15, 16 series against, it was 16, 17 against South Africa. So he played in the last of that series. Rees in, that's nicely turned around the corner. There's a fielder out in the deep running around to long leg, so they'll just get a single. 238 for 3. So it was in that Australia made something like 8 changes, and that was very much all over the place. It got battered by South Africa in a couple of games. So there were all sorts of changes, and he made his debut, did brilliantly. I think he made 450s in his first 4 innings, and I don't know that anyone else has done that. Rees in, and that's played late and with soft hands. Ends up down at backward point. No run at end of the over. 238 for 3. Hanscom on 36. Hill on 85. And then he was out of the side, and when did he get recalled? It was Sandpaper Gate. So since then he's been in and out. His last test was again? Yeah, it was 2 years ago in India.
You don't really want another gate, though, do you?
Well, always a bit of a mint gate was actually quite. I found it quite humorous.
That's
it was
just
ridiculous.
using mints to shine the ball.
It was basically in the second test in Hobart, which was the second test of the series. Australia were battered by South Africa in the first, battered by them in Hobart. Kyle Abbott was the one who blew them apart. Hampshire's Kyle Abbott, we might say as well.
Alex Thompson begins a new over from the racecourse end. It's a turn into the leg side and into short leg.
And there was some footage from the broadcaster that showed Faf du Plessis with what looked like a mint or a bit of chewing gum in his mouth, and he was working on the ball.
Thompson in again. That one is defended by Hanscom.
So anyway, of course that blew up. It blew up deluxe, as you would say in Australia. It was a pretty full-on series actually. But in the wake of all of that, and Australia getting battered twice, everything was happening.
Thompson bowls fullish, driven by Hanscom to Zach Chappell at mid-off.
And Pete Hanscom was one of the ones who came in, so he made 54 in his test debut against South Africa, and hit the winning runs in Adelaide.
Next delivery from Thompson's turned into the leg side by Hanscom, and he picks up a single to move to 37, 239 for 3.
And I've done him a disservice because he got a century in his second test, which was against Pakistan. He wasn't dismissed below 50 in his first 7 innings of Test cricket.
That's decent.
First player to do that in Test history. So he did well. And he was recalled.
Thompson's next delivery is defended by Hill into the onside. No run.
And the fact that he was seen as being quite good against spin was what got him back then into the Australian side for that 2023 tour of India.
Thompson bowls to Hill, who defends it into the onside. The over comes to an end. Thompson 19 overs for 65. 239 for 3. Hanscom 37. Hill 85. The partnership already worth 72 overs to go until the tea interval.
So he's had an interesting career, and that this feeling that he's good against spin. Were there questions about him against the short ball in Australia. There often are, again, for a lot of batters. You hear that even said about Travis Head. But it's a moment for Australian batters, that first part of the Sheffield Shield, where some people could really make a claim. There are a lot of names being thrown around at the moment. Question of what they do with the openers.
And then everything will be sorted out and you'll win the Ashes.
Oh, stop it. Here's Reece. He's in around the wicket bowls. That's nicely defended. Eyes down over the ball by Hanscom. Back to the bowler. No run.
We know how these things work now. We know how these things work.
You're such an England fan. Come on, Des. Look, I don't think it'll be as bad as it was last time. That's my genuine
Well,
feeling.
you'd hope not.
No, I don't think it will be. I think it'll be a really good series. I genuinely do, yeah. As Reece is in, bowls off the back foot, wristily played out into the covers, no run.
They're still going to play a day-night one so we can watch it.
They are, aren't they? They're still going to play a day-night in Adelaide, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
That's a good point. I'm
Well, we can
sure
watch.
they
We can
are.
watch. We can watch Perth. Obviously, assuming that they play in Perth.
They start in Perth. You're very controversial not starting at the Gabba. As next ball is bowled, it's full, and it's just punched up to Wayne Madsen, directly next to the pitch. Yes, so not starting at the Gabatoir, as they call it, starting over
They
in
used
Perth.
to start in Perth years ago, though, didn't they? Because they sort of arrived in Perth and then made their way across.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It actually makes sense, to be honest. And Hanscom waits as his little bat places. Full delivery is turned into the leg side. No run.
Hop on a bus, drive across to Brisbane.
Oh, I mean, I've never done that. I once did around the Big Bash finals. I'd been to the Alan Border and Belinda Clark medal in Sydney. Might have overindulged. And I might have been in a fragile state when I got a 5:30 a.m. flight the next morning. As Reece is in, that's played late with soft hands again and very nicely, but there's some protection on the ring. At short third, they'll go through for a single, takes them to 240 for 3. Yes, and then I flew from Sydney to Perth. Did a double header, like, because you go back in time, if you know what I mean, when you go over there.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm with you.
I mean, you don't go in a DeLorean or anything like that.
No.
Reece bowls, defended, back to the bowler, and then did a double header, and then went straight back to the airport and got the red eye from Perth to Brisbane. Did a game there the next day.
The red eye is a plane, is it?
A red eye plane, yeah. It's the
Okay.
plane that goes overnight.
Right.
It's called red eye for a good reason. So I got that, and I was still in a fragile position from the night before, having gone to the
Wow.
award ceremony. So did the next Big Bash semi-final in Brisbane, and then the following morning went and got on a plane back to Perth for the final, and then the next day got a flight back to Sydney. And some of those flights, the flight varies because one way you're going into the wind, the other way you're going with it. So those
What
flights
day of
were
the
all,
week it was?
4.5 to 5 hours. I was pretty wild, I can tell
Yeah.
you. That's more than Derbyshire to Birmingham. Here's the next over starting. All right, you're calling it. Sorry, I got
you're all right.
excited.
No, you carry on.
Nothing much happened.
No, clipped into the leg side and fielded by Caleb Jewell, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Alex Thompson bowling with a leg slip and a short leg, and that's it. This one is whipped into the leg side nicely by Hanscom, just for a single out towards David Lloyd, who's in the Harry Kane position. Harry Kane is down at long leg.
Did they have any acknowledgement, any special acknowledgement for Hanscom this morning? Because he's playing in his 200th first-class match.
No. Well, Leicestershire might have done, but I probably wasn't looking out of the window at that time.
A silly point in.
This next one is turned into the leg side by Hill. Thompson, 3 balls to go until tea then. Just the 1 wicket has fallen this afternoon. Rian Ahmed caught Caleb Jewell off the bowling of Zach Chappell for 115. Terrific knock from him. Hill's on 85 though. He'll be wanting to follow him to 3 figures and therefore won't want to give away his wicket in these remaining balls of the afternoon. That one is turned into the leg side to Blair Tickner, who finds himself at square leg and then just holds on to the ball for what seems like forever. Alex Thompson's already back at his mark. 2 to go. 2:41 for 3. Tea coming at the worst possible time for 4 o'clock updates, right in the middle of it. As Thompson bowls, that strikes the pad. There's an appeal. Did he play a shot? I'm not sure he did, but he might have missed leg stump anyway. It looked like a half decent shout. We haven't had many shouts. Full stop. Watching a replay of that one. I'll tell you what, it's all right.
That wasn't a bad shout.
I'd appeal for that.
Yeah.
No shot played. Umpire Chantry says no, and the final ball of the afternoon session is defended into the offside. So at tea, Leicestershire are 241 for 3 with Lewis Hill unbeaten on 85 of 174 balls. Peter Hanscom has 39 of 66. Just the 1 wicket, as I say, fell in the afternoon session, and that was Rian Ahmed, who was caught by Caleb Jewell off the bowling of Zach Chappell. So we'll have 32 overs from around about 10 past 4, sort of 4:15-ish kind of finish we're looking at here, assuming that there's plenty of spin. The new ball, well, that will become available, the second new ball, in 16 overs time. Will that help Derbyshire at all? Because it's been Leicestershire's day so far. They started at 0 for 2 from 8 deliveries and have reached 241 for 3 at tea as the players leave the field, and will return in about 20 minutes time.
Hello, folks. We're back. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby. Third and final session on this first day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Dave Fletcher, Mel Farrell and Richard Ray, your commentators today. And Leicestershire about to resume their first innings in a reasonably solid position. They are 241 for 3. And remember, they were 0 for 2 after 8 balls of play this morning. But typically flamboyant and hugely entertaining century from Rothesay Ahmed this morning and the early part of the afternoon has been backed up, so to speak, built on, if you like, by Lewis Hill, who gave him solid support. He's still there. He's 85 not out. And Peter Hanscom, the Australia international, who is 39 not out. Blair Tickner is going to resume the attack for Derbyshire from the city end. Bowls short outside off stump, and Hanscom is going to start with a boundary because it's sat up nicely outside off stump. Hanscom up on his toes, looking good, cracked it away through the offside and picks up 4.
Did I answer your questions when I was on with Fletch before about Peter Hanscom and the Australian
Yeah, you did.
team?
I mean, I know he was sort of a little bit talked about for this, vaguely on the fringes for the tour of, was it Sri Lanka? They took a second team there, really, Australia. But Hanscom was sort of talked about as possibly being in the frame for that. Wasn't selected, so he's probably quite a long way off as Tickner bowls to him. He defends on the back foot, pushing it to the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. But he's been pretty consistent for Leicestershire. He's had his sort of trials and tribulations in the county championship in the past. Struggled when he was skippering Middlesex, and he tends to be a little bit of a streak player. We've found, with in form, he tends to stay in form for quite a while. But then once he's out of form, he can look desperate. I suppose any top-class batsman can, but Tickner is in. Bowls to Hanscom. That comes back in, and he's a little bit late coming down on it on the back foot. And 1 or 2 hands in the air as far as the Derbyshire fielders were concerned, particularly the skipper, Wayne Madsen. Hanscom solidly enough behind it. I think he's quite content. He does very well as captain of the Vicks, obviously, and now captain of Leicestershire, and playing cricket year-round and doing well. A young family, and I think he enjoyed the summer. He had the T20 off, went to Croatia with the family. Thoroughly enjoyed himself, I think. In goes Tickner, bowls to him. He's solidly forward on off stump, pushing the ball out into the offside.
It's late on that one as well. Well, you'd have to be in a good place or space if you've been to Croatia. It's a beautiful country. No, he's obviously it's just it did really strike me that he is only 34. I kind of, in my head, for some reason, I thought he was about 36, yeah. 37 maybe, but he's still got a good few years in front of him.
Certainly at this level. In goes Tickner and bowls to him. He's nicely correct as he sort of shuffles forward into a defensive press. Ball bounces out on the offside.
Yeah, I just think now is a really good time to press your case, and I think that if someone has a rip-roaring start to the Sheffield Shield in Australia, there's going to be a huge amount of attention on that, and I think there'll be a lot of names that come up as well.
Tickner is in and bowls. Hanscom drives, doesn't really time it, and checked the shot slightly. It bounced fairly gently actually in the end back down the pitch towards Tickner, who stopped the ball rather than fielded it cleanly in his follow through. End of the first over. Post T, 245 for 3. Hanscom 43, Hill 85.
So we were talking earlier about the fact that this is our first time properly commentating together. The only other time being when I went to Grace Road to run around the track, and then you dragged me in.
What were you doing there? Well, it was a charity thing, wasn't it? Were you running around all the grounds or something?
Oh no, I ran. No, and it wasn't just around the grounds. I ran 501 miles that summer in to raise money for
Jeepers,
charity.
yeah.
No, for someone, a greyhound like yourself, actually, it's quite funny because a video popped up in my memories the other day because some place where I did run around a lap was here with Amanda Jade Wellington, who was in the Australian team. It was during the 2017 Women's World Cup. So it was 2017 that I ran 501 miles. As a new over starts with Thompson, the ball carefully turned into short leg by Hill. So I know this video came up and it was me doing a lap of the ground here with Amanda Jade Wellington.
Oh, brilliant.
That was just part of it. A few people did laps with me. As Thompson's in once more and again turned straight to short leg. One bounce, shapes to throw.
Didn't Cosy go around with you as well?
At Grace Road,
Grace's.
Mark Cosgrove and Dizzy Gillespie did it with me as well.
I remember.
The two of them. They did a lap as Thompson is in. He's round the wicket. This time it beats short leg. And Hill manages to get a single as it goes out
Could have
towards
been the last
wicket.
time Cosy ran that far, I think.
Oh,
In one go,
maybe.
in one go, bless him.
So yeah, all those things are sort of funny that came up, and then it was reminding me of the 501, and then you were there on that day as well. So there you go, all comes together. As Thompson is in, that ball flicked by Pete Hanscom to wide mid-on. No, just one run, they do come through. And then, of course, because we met in a tent, in a marquee at Wormsley.
Yes.
When I first came over here at...
Jeepers, that must be
Women's
15
Ashes.
years ago?
It was
At
2012, 13 years ago.
13,
Yep,
okay.
it was when I just started. Thompson in, and that's a full delivery, driven with a huge amount of force, but nicely timed. It splits the fielders in the covers, and they'll get a couple of runs, which takes Hill to 88, and the score to 249 for 3.
It was a day memorable, obviously for meeting your good self, but also for the Scotch eggs, which were outstanding.
Oh, do you know? I cannot tell you. As Thompson is in, there's a big shout as that ball hits the pad. He was a long way forward. I'm seeing a replay. The umpire's not interested in the slightest. Umpire Jack Chantry. As we just take another look at the replay that's coming up now. And, well...
It's not the worst shout.
It's
It
not
did
the
straighten.
worst shout. It's so pitched roundabout off stump, and it did straighten.
It certainly
So,
pitched on.
Yeah, interesting. There's still a bit of turn there. It's the end of the over from Thompson, 249 for 3, Hanscom 44 and Hill 88. Every one of us who was at that, it was the Women's Ashes test match at Wormsley, and no one has ever, whenever I meet anyone, Raf Nicholson was there from Cricket. We always refer to those Scotch eggs. They were, I've never come across another good one.
Was it Jamie Oliver's organisation?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
They did the catering.
Tickner is in, bowls, a little bit short of a good length, and Hanscom can stay on the back foot and defend off middle stump down the pitch on the on side.
Now, I thought you were going to say the memorable thing was that we saw wasn't it the second slowest half century ever in the history of cricket from Laura Marsh? How can you not remember? That was second only to Barnacle Bill Bailey.
Now you're prompting me. Yes, little memories are coming back. But that didn't stay high up there as Tickner is in and bowls again. A little bit of shape back in, and it's inside part of the bat and pad that, like Chappell from that city end, Tickner is just getting the odd one to come back off the seam a little bit, which, given we are now in over 67 with the Kookaburra, it can be done. I've had a lot of correspondence, particularly from one gentleman in Melbourne who gets really annoyed when we speak about the Kookaburra in disparaging terms and makes the frequent point with a lot of justification as Tickner is in and bowls, just leaning forward. Hanscom angles his bat and guides it calmly and carefully down towards wide third man. Madsen has to go in pursuit. He does, and by the time he throws in, Hanscom has picked up a couple, making the point that Australians, on the wickets that they have, on good hard wickets, managed to get some life out of it throughout the entirety of its sort of 80 overs or whatever. And English bowlers are going to have to learn, or should have to learn, to do the same. But it just seems not to be as reactive in the conditions on the slightly softer pitches, and I still don't really understand the physics of it as Tickner bowls and forward goes Hanscom again with that slightly angled bat, this time pushing in front of point. Madsen had moved Jewel to a sort of slightly backward point position, but it went in front of him out towards David Lloyd, who is on the point boundary, and a single is taken.
Yes.
So yes, I remember that day. I remember you I remember your colleague as well, who was moved to the occasional fruity epithet by proceedings and the Scotch eggs. Who was that? I can't remember her name, bless her.
Oh, Eliza.
Eliza, that's it. In goes Tickner and bowls. Beautiful on drive by Hill for 4. Overpitched, and Hill just leant into it, played it firmly back up the pitch between the stumps and Hanscom to the straightest of long ons for 4.
That was a lovely shot. He just kissed the ball with his bat on that occasion. Got it very, very straight. And I actually like the fact his weight actually took him forward, and he ended up running down the other end, but almost that sort of run where you've just leaned too far forward and you're going down a hill. But it was a really lovely shot from Hill. He's in the 90s now.
Looking good, Lewis Hill, as Tickner is bowling to him. He's forward on off stump. No, he calls as he plays it firmly out to Harry Kame in the covers.
So, and then the other thing I remember, well, that's the end of the over. Do you want to finish off that, your end of the over bit? Okay, 256 for 3. Now, because I'm going to look up this game. Laura Marsh 50.
I do remember it now.
Because what I remember you doing is Australia wouldn't take the new ball, and they had Holly Furling, who was probably their quickest bowler, very tall.
Yes.
Bowler, and it was an absolute feather bed of a pitch, and we've been watching this second slowest 50 ever, and at one point the ball came out to us and rolled into our tent, and you picked it up and you were going to hide it out the back, pretend to lose it.
I think that you must have mistaken that for somebody. That must have been somebody else. I'm sure I wouldn't have done such a thing.
No, you wouldn't have, but it was kind of a joke. Like, you was all right, I'm getting rid of this ball. Here is Thompson. One bounce, and it's into short legs hands off Hanscom's bat.
Curiously, I played at Worsley the following year. It didn't seem so bad then, the pitch.
Oh, it was. I've got it. In comes Thompson, and that is very gently knocked out towards short mid-wicket by Hanscom. In fact, the first story that comes up when I put in Laura Marsh slowest 50 is the one I wrote that day for the ABC. Her 50 came off 291 balls. And yes,
whoa.
Thompson in. That is played wristily straight into almost the feet of short leg. No run there. And it was the second slowest half century by an English player in Test history, behind Trevor Barnacle-Bailey. These things do stick in my memory.
I am impressed by your memory, but...
Here comes Thompson. A little bit of turn on that, but Hanscom uses it to his advantage and just turns it around behind square leg, strolls through for a single.
I'll have to fish out my report. Presumably I was there for the Guardian.
Yeah, you were. There's yours is 2 down below mine.
There you
so
go.
Mine's first, Cricinfo's is second, and the Guardian's is third.
Do we both mention Scotch eggs? That's the question.
I thought
People will understand
something
now after you've given that stat why. Other things stayed in our minds. Or mine.
Thompson, and it's on the front foot hill, a big step forward as he plays it into short leg again. I'm not sure if he even got bat on that.
Oh, we made it into a fun day.
We did.
I seem to remember.
I've got to tell you, Thompson around the wicket. This time, Hill makes it past short leg, and they hurry through for a quick single. And that'll finish the over, 258 for 3.
Combination of hustle and hurry.
They hussy through. So your article, I've just got that.
Mike hussy through.
Your report starts with, it's Laura Marsh Day, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
Is that?
I think that's, isn't that you?
That probably isn't me then.
Oh, hang on.
That doesn't sound like me.
Mate.
That doesn't sound like me. That's the...
that's Tanya Aldred and Jeff
Tanya's,
Lemon on the live report.
Yeah, the live reports, which is slightly, it's a different thing. I'll have to look through my cricket file to see why I was there, what excuse I had for being there.
Well, it was luckily we were in a lovely environment. And yeah, I think it probably was then. But yeah, that was first match that I covered in England ever, so it really was.
Oh, there you go, memorable for so many reasons.
When I started out, 2013.
Tickner pounds in and bowls a bouncer to Lewis Hill, who just bobs at the knees, ducks underneath it. It sails high over his head, not quite high enough to be signalled the second wide of the day.
I aged us a year. It was 2013, so it's 12
so
years
you
ago.
haven't changed at all in that time.
Oh, bless.
Some of us have aged dramatically.
Oh no, it's all that flying I do. See, keep going backwards in time.
Taking that little bounce he puts in at the start, it is extraordinary. Comes in and bowls. It's turned off his legs, or attempted to be turned off his legs. I suspect it actually beat the bat and went on to the pads. Came off the top of the pad, runs out towards shortish backward square, and indeed umpire Pratt signals a leg bye.
See, a lot of people are obsessed by actions, or I'm obsessed by a run-up. Any quirk in a run-up, I absolutely love it. And to be fair, I reckon he's got one of the quirkiest in professional cricket, surely.
You could not get quirkier, I don't think. In he comes and bowls. Hanscom is leaning forward on off stump.
It almost looks like he's starting on a treadmill. So he's actually just running the same way with the
just running
the
on the
time.
spot, isn't he? Yeah,
but
just
it's like he's
on
a treadmill, and then he suddenly steps off it and gets going. It's obviously a way for him to... people have their different...
He looks like Barry Chuckle, for those who
Is that
recall
one of
the Chuckle Brothers.
So I've heard of the Chuckle Brothers, but I've no idea
They
who
both
they
had
are.
extremely short hair and huge hairy tashes. In he goes. One was tall and one was short, and he bowls... Well, Barry Chuckle wouldn't have been pleased with that one because it was short and wide outside off stump. And no, I won't start going into Chuckle Brothers catchphrases and things like that. Fletch will know them all.
So are you suggesting, should I look them up?
But if you look them up, you'll see Blair Tickner. That's Barry Chuckle.
So should
as a lookalike.
Barry Chuckle. This is research.
Is Barry the little one or the big one? And that is through from Tickner, that is left by Hill, taken by Guest, falling away to his left. There was a tall one and a little one.
The little one is Barry.
Okay, the other one.
So who's the other one?
I don't know. Barry was the sort of famous one. It was
Paul.
Okay. Is that fair enough? Is that sort of vague? Yeah.
This
one. There you go. Yeah. No.
Oh no, this one.
This one.
This one.
Yes.
Oh no. Okay, I think that's Paul.
It's Blair Tickner. In he goes. And bowls to Lewis Hill down the leg side. Hill missed out a little bit there. Stepped across, tried to help it on its way down the leg side. And there was no run. Greetings from Sete. An email has arrived from David Ashley. Sete. It is in the south of France, isn't it?
How's it spelled?
S-E-T-E with an apostrophe on the first E.
Okay.
Here in Somerset, it's the height of the water jousting season, he says. Played in full whites like cricket, it's a sport that looks thrilling but is actually really dull if you watch for a whole day. The exact opposite of Test cricket, in fact. And he's sent me some highlights. His mum's family is from Chesterfield, so he's tried to recreate the conditions by ramping the air conditioning to maximum and wearing a couple of extra sweaters. For the full authentic experience, he's also just sitting on a very old sofa, which he calls his permanent temporary sofa in honour of the stand here.
Here's Thompson, a bit of turn he gets, and Hanscom again uses that by just turning it very, very fine, just got a tickle on it. I'll get 2 runs because there was a fielder down at fine leg, and that brings up the 50 for Pete Hanscom. That's what it does. He moves on to 51, and instead of the raise of the bat, he actually just gave a thumbs up to towards the dressing room. So just a bit of a thumbs up to his teammates. Very, very workmanlike celebration, really. Job not done. He's there again, whips this one away. This time it does go down towards that fielder at fine leg, and he'll only get a single.
One of the things that characterises international bats is that when they get in, they tend to make it count, isn't it? That's why they become international bats. But Hanscom is very good at turning 50s into 100s. Once he gets in, he doesn't tend, famous last words, to miss out.
Thompson bowls again, just a bit too leg side. They're finding it too easy to get runs down there. This will be a quickly hussied single as he just turned it around the corner.
Make a note of that. It's my new verb for between hurry and hustling on.
Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, hussy up. Hussy on. Oh dear, look. They've only recently introduced English to Australia, what can I say? I'm still catching on.
One of my great heroes of writing in English is an Australian, or was an Australian, bless his heart, Clive James. I've got about 15 of his books. I think his use of English was just astonishing.
Thompson, ooh, dragged that down, and boy, he got some turn. Just sent that one in a bit flatter. At that one again, just wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that. There is some turn in this. They didn't get a run in the end, didn't get bat on it, but I suspect that one turned quite a lot. Looked at from this angle. He's in once more, beats the bat. That one, I think, has just gone straight on with the arm. So a little bit of a shout, but he is safe in the end. This is we're just having a look at a replay of that one. Oh yeah, just gone straight on, and he's played for the turn. Hanscom next ball. He's got the turn again, and he uses that, plays with it as he pulls down towards deep mid wicket. They'll come through for another single to end the over. And they've moved on to 265 for 3 with Hanscom on 50, brought up his half century in that over, and Hill on 94.
I think that's Lloyd out there, and if it is, he's struggling. After he'd thrown then, he stopped and sort of... Is it Lloyd out there? Yeah. And he's not right either, a bit like Chappell. Rishi Patel is walking round the boundary talking to James Taylor, who is Leicestershire's assistant coach and obviously primarily batting coach. And Rishi is struggling for form. I'm sure Taylor is offering some words of wisdom. Morley's back. With how many overs to go until the new ball? 10. Can he, for arguably the first time today, just find a little bit of consistent line and length? He's been a little bit expensive. 11 overs, none for 47. Still bowling from the city end. Round the wicket to the right-handed Hanscom, and he doesn't with the first ball because it's drifting down the leg side, and Hanscom, leaning forward, can just work it around the corner and take a couple. Thompson is the man down there, and it took a while to get to that ball.
I mean, they've had short leg in there, so they've been hoping that there might be an opportunity there, but they really, with the lines and then the turn. They've just been leaking too many runs down the leg side.
Morley is in. That's a little bit leg side as well. Hanscom's left leg, in that odd little way he has, goes back and across to the left, so that when he's playing it in front of his right pad, his left leg is actually sort of behind him. Morley is in. Full toss down the leg side, that is sort of paddle swept around the corner. Thompson does brilliantly, diving away to his right on the long leg boundary and makes the stop and saves a couple. Hanscom misses out a little bit.
Yeah, but they're just too easy to get these runs down the leg side. They're just scoring freely down there at the moment.
Morley is in and bowls, and that too is a full toss. I'm not sure what, he's just really struggling today, and Hanscom just leans forward and works it out towards deep mid wicket. Chasing back is Harry Kame, and again it's another comfortable couple.
So I get if you're going to have, they've also got a slip in as well. So a slip and a short leg, and I understand if you've got your plan, you're hoping that one might pop up, because we have seen it turn, and maybe that is what will happen. But in the meantime, it's pretty easy for them to pick off the runs.
Morley is in, and that one is turned down, the appeal. It was too full, and Hanscom looking to work it into the leg side. It straightened on him, but insufficiently so, according to the umpire, for it to have been going on to hit the stumps. And the fielding was completed by Jewell off the pad. Keep glancing to my left in case we get a replay. Very difficult to squeeze them in. Morley is in. 2-hill, the third full toss, and that is clipped away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, that was I have to say, here's the replay to Hanscom, but it's sort of not from, I think it had to be leg side. The appeal was from Guest was sort of quite plaintive. Just raised his hand. Here we go. It was, yeah.
That's why they had the other
drifting down leg.
Yeah, drifting down. So all of the runs, apart from that leg by, which ended up basically skewing to the offside, all of those runs, just either full tosses or balls, that they were all heading down the leg side, and they were all clipped off in that direction for quite easy runs. So
10 off the over, and he got away with it to a certain extent.
Yeah. Yes, because there was one that was saved on the boundary rope as well. So I'm just not sure. They've now got back to Thompson. First ball as he's just turned around to deep backward square. So again, the run's coming from the leg side as they take a single. So they've got the short leg in there as well, and I've got one at sort of more conventional mid-wicket. Oh, hang on a second.
He's a brave man, Donald, at short leg, because that was a drag down as well, and his life must be flashing before his eyes from time to time here.
They had sort of 2 in and around the mid-wicket area. But now they've only got 1, and so there's short leg, and there is that mid-wicket sort of quite close. Next ball from over the wicket.
A much better line and
length. Much
length.
better line and length again. As it just strikes the pad and comes down the pitch. But yes, it's a bit head scratching. As we see Thompson in once more over the wicket, and it's just even defended more conventionally from Hill. Just a step forward and back down to the bowler, who picks it up, gives it a shine, and returns to the top of his mark. Starts his run up in again. This one clips straight to that short mid-wicket, where it looks like it's Blair Tickner, because all I can see is moustache fielding the ball. So this line already, this has dried up the runs. Just changing this line. Although here, it's just erred into the old ways, as it's a full ball drifting onto leg and turned down towards long leg. There's a fielder up on the ring, so they'll just get a single.
I found Sete, if that's how you pronounce it, or Set. It's not far from Montpellier, between sort of Montpellier and Perpignan.
Oh, lovely. Wouldn't mind
On
being
the
down there. I do love the south of France.
Mm-hmm.
Hanscom awaits as in comes Thompson. He's on the back foot.
No chance.
And that looked like, for all the world, it was going down leg. And although Thompson has only just got off his knees and umpire wasn't interested in it, it didn't look like it from here. Although, I mean, you look at the replay.
Yeah, but when it hit him, it was
Yeah, him late and
high and leg side-ish.
high and leg side-ish.
But it's a much better line.
Much better line.
From over the wicket. It has to be.
And you're not giving away as many easy runs because you're not starting from that sort of around the wicket. You've got to have a lot of things go right for you. And a bowler does have to have a lot of things go right for him when he is bowling that. And yes, we have seen some prodigious turn and some that have been angled in from there and straightened a lot. But every time they go over the wicket, all of a sudden there are LBW shouts, not as many runs. So it's certainly been an interesting tactic.
It looks like Morley's going to continue. 12 overs, none for 57. Thompson's 24 overs have cost 79, so he's gone at just about threes, whereas Morley's gone at sort of 4.5s, almost fives. He's going to continue though. Sweeper on the extra cover boundary as he goes around the wicket to Lewis Hill on 99. In he comes and bowls. Hill sweeps, and that is his 100, and he's delighted about it. He hops and skips as he runs down the wicket to the far end. Throw comes in from long leg, but Hill has the single he needed for his 100. It's been a very sort of typical Lewis Hill effort. Nothing too spectacular, but very, very solid and very, very important for his side. It's come off 194 deliveries, and he's played a huge part in putting Leicestershire into a strong position in this game.
Well, he's playing in his 100th first-class match. Out there with Peter Hanscom, who's playing in his 200th first-class match. But that is the 9th century of his first-class career.
In down the leg side, bowls Morley. It goes through Guest, but not very far. Madsen sprints back from slip to complete the fielding, and Leicestershire, not being too sure where the ball had gone, decided not to take this single, possibly obscured by Guest there. Lewis Hill. In goes Morley and bowls. That's a better, straighter delivery, although it is drifting a bit towards middle, and Hanscom can push it up the pitch on the on side. Hill is top of the Leicestershire batting averages, the form of Ahmed notwithstanding. Morley is in, forward, leans forward, goes Hanscom, playing it towards mid-wicket on this occasion. And that is his second 100 of the season, and as you say, Mel, his 9th in his first-class career. I thought he might have one or two more than that, but in goes Morley. Dragged down, shortish, outside off stump. Hanscom can go back, doesn't try and overhit it, just knocks it away through the offside to the sweeper on the offside boundary, David Lloyd, and takes one. The score when they came together. They have done the 100 partnership as well. Then I missed that. And now on to 111 as Morley is in leg side, and paddle swept by Hill around the corner. Thompson's usually lurking behind that pillar, and indeed the big Staffordshire man appears from behind it, having fielded, and Hill takes one.
It's
8 fours.
It's it's sort of interesting from Derbyshire, just in this period. So they're bowling with spin. It has the feel of the right, we're waiting for the new ball kind of thing. So we'll get through these overs from the spinners, but that they've quite a few of them have been expensive overs, or not even when they're not expensive, just easy runs, and almost all of them have come on the leg side. They're just making it a little bit too comfortable. And there's waiting for the new ball, but I don't know.
You've got to have control of the scoreboard if the pitch isn't helping you. And this is a helpful pitch. Sometimes bowlers then sort of strive too hard, I think, to try and make something happen.
There's a first ball from Thompson's next over. It's just played to short leg. No run.
And I was saying to Fletch that sometimes it's fine to bowl 6 balls in the same place if they're the right place, you know, and take your maidens or 1 or 2 off it.
And again, over the wicket, a little bit of turn, and he beats the short leg fielder. Long leg comes running in to keep it to just a single. Well, that's it, because if nothing else, if you can dry up the runs at some point, they'll want to start just to keep things going. Especially they've scored at a pretty reasonable rate today. That turns. Oh. Next ball's a full toss. It was a massive full toss, and it is dealt with just as it should be. Absolutely smoked. Down to mid-wicket and over the boundary rope. That's 4 runs for Peter Hanscom. That was a lovely invitation, and it was gift-wrapped for him.
Absolutely was, I'm afraid. But keeping control of it's one of the things that the Leicestershire seamers have done really well this season. They have hardly ever gone for 3 runs and over, let alone any more than that. It's usually about sort of 2.5 to 3, so that when the pitches have been helpful.
As Davidson bowls again, this is a time it's driven up to mid-on, but no run. Because Tickner's fielding there. Not Tickner, who is that there?
It's Rees.
Rees, it is Rees, sorry.
When the opposition has put a stand together, it hasn't usually happened too quickly, you know, and
the next ball is bowled. It's darted in a little bit quicker, and it ends up trickling out to slip. No run.
When you look at the economy rates, Ian Holland 2.11, Ben Green 2.25, Rehan 2.55.
Thompson, next ball, it's an inside edge. That has not missed by much. They'll come through for a single. Just all of a sudden, definitely that over the wicket line is the one that is producing much more interest for Derbyshire. But Hanscom survives, and at the end of the over, it's 287 for 3. Hanscom is on 66. Hill is on 102. They have a partnership of 118.
Food for thought for Wayne Madsen. What can the Derbyshire skipper do? Well, it's going to change he has to change the bowling. Yes. Well, he just can't get it right today. 13 overs, none for 60. And even with only 6 overs, will he continue?
It looks
like he was going to take him off there, but no, he is going to keep going.
Where does he bowl? I'll just be interested here to see. Do you know what they've taken? They've taken short leg out. So this is the first time he has bowled in a while without a short leg for quite a while, maybe even this spell. So. The field is a little bit more spread now. Still has a slip in. He's around the wicket, and Hanscom leans back, just slaps that one out to deep mid-wicket, where David Lloyd is fielding. They get a single. So the 2 fielders out. That deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. As he's in once more, Morley, and it's just driven out to Tickner, I think that is there at short extra cover. So they've still got a short mid wicket and a short extra cover, and then a mid wicket. As Morley's in once more, and that one just swept around the corner. Have we swapped ends?
No.
Oh, we haven't. Oh, good. I was just checking. I suddenly got they threw for a run. Suddenly, yeah. So they've still got those catching fielders on either side. They've still got the two mid wickets, one just behind the other. As
Or have we?
Morley's around the wicket. Well,
I think you might be right. Because of the Hill century, perhaps.
yeah, mate.
Did that confuse me?
That I don't know. I am
Terribly easy
confused.
to confuse me.
We're all confused. Around the wicket again comes Morley, and it's just gently patted up to that short mid-wicket position. Comes running in, and no run. Now, who is... I'm just wondering if someone's warming up. We are going to see a change, surely, with the new ball. As Morley is in, backs away Hanscom. He likes doing that, gives himself room to play it out to Lloyd, deep mid-wicket. And they'll get another fairly comfortable single. So there was not much to test in that over. And it's 75 overs gone. So 5 overs until the new ball becomes available. It's 290 for 3. With Hanscom on 68 and Hill on 103. And just a reminder that in the first 2 overs of the day, Leicestershire were none for 2, and they're now 290 for 3. Been quite an unusual kind of day, must be said. That we are going to have a change in bowling, are we? Because Zach Chappell is just doing what you would do in yoga. You would call like swan pose.
What's going on at them? But perhaps having a long chat to Brooke Guest.
Is he going to bowl?
I presume Chappell is going. He's sort of stretching out. Does that help stretch the hip sort of
Yeah,
area around that sort
does.
of side? So
Yeah, stretches out the hip flexors.
I don't know if he is going to bowl. I just don't think he's been comfortable. I think Thompson. There'd be no point in him bowling
Yeah, that's what it seemed
until
weird.
the new
Well,
ball's
it's just-
around. But I think he's just trying to get
Yeah.
himself a little bit more limber. But I think he's definitely struggling.
No, it is going to be Thompson. But he moved to where that's what it was. He moved to the top of his mark, and then started doing his stretching, which is why I thought he might be coming on. But no, it's Thompson to continue, which seems much more sensible with 75 overs gone.
In he goes then, tosses it up outside off stump and is driven away.
Yeah, we definitely
We did,
swapped ends.
you're right. Sorry, it will have been my fault. For absolutely certain sure out to the man on the point boundary and one is taken because you were doing Thompson, weren't
Yes,
you?
yes. Now that you're saying Thompson, it's just funny. I just don't even know
you're
where
right.
we swapped in.
We're at the racecourse end at the moment. If you're just listening as opposed to watching on the excellent stream, forward goes Hill, blocking it out to short leg.
Anyway, it's good to have a bit of
It is.
variety, isn't it?
It is.
Spice of life and all of that.
Talking of which, as in goes Thompson and bowls, drops it a little bit short, does turn a little bit. Hill goes back, plays it carefully rather than aggressively out into the offside, and Caleb Jewell feels Rees begins to do a little bit of vague warming up, suggesting that he will be one of the bowlers to take the new ball. Thompson tosses that one up pleasantly, slightly over pitch is it though, and Hill can drive it away to the extra cover boundary. It is picked up just inside the ropes by the sweeper out there running along in front of the... I still think of it sort of as a new pavilion. I'm not sure what the pavilion is called these days. It, like the ground, has had a number of different names. The pavilion? Yeah, the pavilion.
You
That'll
just
do.
dropped the new.
In goes Thompson and bowls. A little bit of slow turn, but Hill who's obviously been in there for some little time now. That's his 203rd ball. Can turn it away around the corner and does.
It's just
Takes one.
with two right-handed batters and the off spinners bowling, it's just the turn that there is just being used by the batters. I mean, just helping it on its way.
Thompson is in. Oh, nice bounce and turn, but it sort of from off down the leg side and a little bit of bounce. There's definitely something there, but just not consistently so. All sorts of stretches going on out there at the moment. Do you still run a bit, or
Well, do you know what?
occasionally?
Yeah.
Edgbaston or wherever you're...
Yeah, I do go for a run around the reservoir. Do you know what? After I did that 501, I could not run for ages.
Fair enough.
I was absolutely done with it. It's a long way.
It is.
It was,
absolutely.
and I had to keep doing
in one
it.
summer, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to do it in 4 months, and I think it took me about 5, because I just couldn't do the whole thing in that time. It was very, very hard work because I just had to run almost every day. But yeah, and then I just could not do it for months and months. It was. I thought it was going to turn me into like you.
That would have been a horror for you. That.
No, like, just someone who runs all the time, and yeah, it didn't. But I prefer doing other stuff in the gym, and I do go for a run around Edgbaston. I like going for very long walks. I actually had a thought, I almost came over this way early, and I was going to see if I could find a village in Derbyshire and just go for a couple of hikes, but I ended up having too much to do. I'm thinking of doing it in August, because the first 3 weeks of August, I don't know where to go. I've got to go somewhere in England. I want to go somewhere where I can spend like three or 4 days just walking every day from one village to another. Or I suppose I could do a circular. But I like the idea of just walking from one village to another.
So nice. I'm sure the good folk of Derbyshire will be saying, go into our Derbyshire Dales.
Well, I could do that, or I could go up to Cumbria.
The Lake District.
Well, the Cumbrian Way. I got the train down from Glasgow. You're not missing any cricket, by the way.
No,
nothing
we've got
going
another
on.
long delay. There's a lot of hands on knees out there.
There
A few
are.
suffering bodies among the Derbyshire players.
But I got that train down from Glasgow to Leeds on the Leeds Settle Carlisle train, where every town seems to be called something like Titley Wombledale or something like that. And then I thought, I'd like
Titley Wombledale.
I'm sure there was a place called something like that. Something like that. Sounds realistic. Here's Morley, finally. First ball is full and smothered into the offside by Hill. Looks like I'm losing Rich for a second. Well, I think this is updates time. This is it. So it might just be me. You might all have to put up with me for a little bit as Morley is in another full ball. Just cautiously played out into the covers by Hill. It's Tickner doing the fielding. And Morley in once more. Still got to slip in for that turn, but this is turned again down the leg side by Hill. I think he's a bit annoyed he didn't get more of that one. Madsen.
Or some of it.
Some of it's leg by, that's why. Yes, I just seen the signal. He certainly didn't get all of it then. Just the leg by. Hanscom waits and plays the next ball out to mid-wicket. No run. Again, it's all still quite leg-sidey.
Ice cream van's gone.
Oh, that's a shame.
Trying to miss the traffic.
Morley. We've swapped ends again, by the way. Bowls, and this is again driven out to Blair Tickner. Extra cover. run's not quite coming here, and he's actually forced Hanscom to play a couple of shots into the offside. So we haven't seen a lot of this from Morley. And that is another one, a much better line, and the ball is just defended. So there, you just saw in that over, Morley just adjusting his line. It wasn't going as much to the leg side on every delivery. And as a result, it's a tidier over. And at the end of it, Leicestershire 295 for 3, with Hill on 106 and Hanscom on 69, as we welcome back Fletch.
It's going well, isn't it? Dear, oh dear. 0 for 2, 295 for 3.
Yeah.
Stands of 169 and now 126 for Leicestershire, who are very firmly in control of this game, I would say, at this stage. And Alex Thompson, with 3 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available, is in to bowl to Lewis Hill, who turns the ball into the leg side for a single.
I'm getting sick of saying that.
Turns the ball into the leg side for us. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm getting sick of saying that.
Yeah.
That's why that last over, there were I think 3 shots defended straight or into the offside, which was a little bit refreshing.
Tickner's warming himself up at mid-wicket as Thompson is in. That one is pushed into the offside this time by Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, and this is variety. It's good. But it's not like they're bringing the ball into the right-handers and actually bringing the stumps into play or the
Not
pads
at all.
into play.
It's horrible. This next one is turned into the leg side. No single this time as Tickner trots around to his right to pick up the ball. No, they haven't bowled well. I think they'll be admitting that. Somebody will be admitting that at the end of the day's play, I'm sure. This next one is turned to short fine leg by Hanscom, where it's fielded by Harry Kame, who finds himself there at the moment. David Lloyd's out on the mid-wicket boundary, Lewis Rees at mid-on, Zach Chappell at mid-off, Harry Morley on the cover boundary, Caleb Jewell at point, Wayne Madsen at slip, and an Aaron Donald under the lid at short leg. Blair Tickner at mid-wicket still as Thompson bowls. It's just eased into the offside by Hanscom for his 70th run as Leicestershire move on to 297 for 3. All seems very straightforward out there for them. And if they don't concede more than 2.5 runs and over, it's going to take Derbyshire forever to catch up. There's a loopy delivery from Thompson, trying to get it above Lewis Hill's eye line. He eased it out into the offside for a single. He moves on to 108. 298 for 3 then at the end of the over. 78 gone, 18 left today.
Do you know what?
It'll never replace entertainment.
I put up a photo just after I got here. I
Oh.
don't know if you remember, I took one out the window. I put it up on my Instagram. And my mother, over in Australia, my hometown of Orange, she...
First mention of orange of the day. Well done,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Yeah, first mention of orange.
I've been so restrained.
I was asked at lunchtime, had you mentioned orange yet? I said, not yet, but there's plenty of time.
Hey, as long as I thought I was well restrained.
Yeah.
So my mum, she cannot see anything I put without, anything I post without commenting on it. It's compulsive.
That's
She's
okay,
a
isn't it? Is that all
compulsive
right?
commenter.
That's all right.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the Insta?
Sort of.
All
In
right.
comes
Sort of.
Morley, and that's pressed into the offside. No run for Hill. Well, my Instagram stories go to my Facebook stories, so she sees it on Facebook. She's not on Instagram.
No,
but
neither
it's-
am I. But
Yeah, she sees it on Facebook, and then she has to comment. That's Morley. It's in once more. Again, that's a better line, and that ball coming off the outside portion of Hill's bat
so
doesn't
what
get a
did
run.
you say?
Well, I just said,
If it's broadcastable.
of course it is. My mother.
I don't know your mum.
Oh my goodness. Definitely. I can't get to it because Morley's in again. Off the back foot, tries to slap it through the offside, but it only gets as far as Blair Tickner.
I've got 17.5 overs, so just draw it out. Draw it out. Keep building it up, for goodness sake.
It's not even,
Don't throw it away.
Not even that good.
Oh, no.
And Morley, next ball is full, and this time Hill does get the gap in the covers. Goes out to deep cover, and is that David Lloyd, I think, out there? I can tell because he's diminutive.
And the tash, he's got a tash, as Lloydie.
I can't see that from here, and also he's behind the monitor.
I think he's trying to grow a moustache. I think that's the...
Next ball from Morley is just played back up towards the bowler, but Harry Kane runs in and saves him from having to pick it up. But yes, I took that photo just after it was none for two. And as
good grief.
Next ball is bowled, it cuts away, beats a diving fielder at point, but that's brilliant work by David Lloyd out on the boundary rope, saves a 1 run by the looks of it, and that brings up the 300 for Leicestershire. They're now 301 for 3. That finishes off the over from Morley. Hanscom on 72, Hill on 109. So I'd just taken the photo when the 2 wickets had fallen. It was like 2 for 15 or something, and I put up a really nice photo of the sky and the temporary permanent stand, whichever one it is, and I just put things are happening at Derby, right? So a lot of people who follow me would know what I was talking about,
right?
And then when I looked at lunch, my mum had of course replied and just said, it was brutal. She said, well, looks a bit slow to me. I was like, Mum, it's a bit harsh. I told you it wasn't worth it.
But fair, I would say. 118 in the morning session for 2. They were rebuilding though, weren't they? As Thompson is in to bowl to Hill, who pushes it up to Chappell.
But she wouldn't have even known what the score was. She was just going by the aesthetics.
Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, that is a bit harsh.
Yes.
Let's have a word with herself there, I think. Thompson bowls. That one's down the leg side, left alone by Hill. I've got a stat. I've got a David Griffin stat that might be of interest to some people, although I thought Richard's dropped off at the back there. No, he's looking at his watch, to be fair to him. Rian Ahmed today became only the 7th player to... Oh, it's gone. To score 2 first-class hundreds for Leicestershire against Derbyshire, and now Lewis Hill has become the 8th. As this one is defended. Got one in 2021, did Lewis Hill. Rian Ahmed got one 2 years ago, I think.
He is so good with his stats, isn't he?
Oh, magnificent.
He's
I'm going to ask Richard who, before Rian Ahmed, who was the last Leicestershire player to get more than 1 century against Derbyshire. That one's defended. I got it, by the way. That was one of the guesses. Ned Eckersley was one of the guesses, but it's not right. It's a good guess, but it's not right. Think of large Australians. Correct.
We were just talking about Mark Cosgrove.
It was Cosy, yeah. That's at Derby. That one is driven down the ground. And they pick up a couple of runs here. 2 more to Hill, who moves to 111, 303 for 3. Mark Cosgrove scored centuries here in 2015, 16 and 17.
That's right. He was on his run. That was one of the years that he ran around Grace Road with me.
That is a bloke who could hit the ball very hard. This next one is defended by Hill into the onside. The great and the good of Leicestershire are here. I've never heard of most of them, I'm afraid. In fact, Willie Watson, of course, in 1959 and 1962. Good was footballer as well, wasn't he, Willie? I think. G.L. Berry in 1946 and 49, V.F.S. Crawford in 1907 and 1909, James Whittaker in 1988 and 1996, and C.J.B. Wood in 1900 and 1907. The others to score centuries. The new ball's been taken, incidentally, to have scored 2 centuries here at Derby. So, well done to David Griffin, and thanks to him as ever.
He's good.
303 for 3 when the new ball was taken, with Hill on 111 and Hanscom not too far behind, really, on 72. I don't recall him scoring a century here in the past for Leicestershire, but he might have done, because I couldn't even remember the Northamptonshire game from last season. So I remember Rehan Ahmed's first one here. And I can still remember his second one, which was earlier this afternoon.
I thought I was going to mention that game, and you were going to say, "Oh yeah, I remember that was Bar," and come back with all the. No.
Not a thing.
Well, see, I think it stood out for me because it was my one time here.
Yes, and I'm here all the time.
So
is that what you're saying? That's
yeah,
fair,
no, because it sometimes things can all blend in, or sort of blur into one, can't they?
Can't they just?
And yet, for me, I just remember how it was an absolute nail-biter of a draw.
Yeah.
It really was. And you were delighted.
I can imagine.
Lewis Rees. It is with the new ball. And the first delivery is defended back to the bowler by Hanscom.
Lewis Rees, who's bowled 2 of the 4 maidens that have been bowled in 80 overs. 4 maidens in 80 overs. That tells its own story, doesn't it?
That's
It's
what
poor.
I kept
It's
saying.
poor.
That
I'm going to
is
make a
not
note of
good.
that.
That is not good, is it?
Not really.
Yeah. I go back to that whole period there, that last even, I reckon, 15 overs or so, when they were just picking off runs on the leg side. As Rees is in once more, and this is turned square by Hanscom. There is a gap there. Mid-wicket runs around, does the fielding, and I'll come back for 2. It was Morley there doing the fielding. On the run, picked up and throw.
Somebody's off because Ben Aitchison is back out there at Gully. I'm trying to think who might have been fielding at Gully.
It's two slips and a gully in at the moment.
It's an Aaron
The
Donald
new ball.
who's gone off. Presumably to take the fielding pads off.
Actually, they're just making a change. Aitchison has gone from gully to sort of catching mid-wicket. So they've got 1 slip and a gully, or a 1.5 slip really. Next ball is just defended straight back into the ground. Doesn't go very far for Hanscom.
Well, when you come back next year and you say, remember that day against Leicestershire, I'll have no recollection of it whatsoever, Mel, I'm afraid. Do you remember? No, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Was the one where Rehan Ahmed scored a century. There you go. That'll bring it back.
I would prefer to think of it as the day when Derbyshire had Leicestershire at 0 for 2.
Yeah, come on. I will absolutely remember that. Don't you worry. Rees, he's in, bowls. That's down the leg side. Big diving stop by Guest. It's been far too much that's gone down the leg side today.
It's been poor. It's been really poor.
Far too much. And the funny thing is they've had a slip in almost all day.
Mm.
They've had at least 1 slip, often more.
I think we've had 1 edge. That was Rishi Patel's through to Brooke Guest, but other than that, there's been nothing.
Yeah, the execution as Rees comes in and bowls, and that's better. It's driven. It comes off sort of inside half of the bat, and
Something's flown off his helmet, I think.
it does.
Lewis Rees has just picked it up for him, and he squeezed it out. That's horrible.
Ew, what?
I think it's the little bit of foam that they put in the helmet. It's cut. I was going to hand it to umpire Jack Shantry now, so I don't want to touch that. I've no idea what's come off, actually. I assumed it was his helmet that it came off.
Oh.
Lewis Rees handed it back to Peter Hanscom, who's now adjusting the helmet.
He has gone the close cropped
Yes, I like that.
look. I mean, he's never been one for having flowing locks.
Was he not?
It used to be longer, for sure,
Yeah.
but
Well, mine
Not
used,
sure
mine
it's
used to be longer back in the day.
your beard is magnificent, though.
That's very kind of you. I've got a picture of myself when I was 18. I'll show it you. You'll like this.
Rees to Hanscom. Oh, and there is a genuine play and miss. Do you know what? We haven't seen one of those for a very, very good while. Ends up playing inside the ball, but maybe just something, anything. Didn't just see a spot of rain, did I? Or was that my imagination?
There's a drip coming off this this
that's
overhang.
right.
I think that might have been it. Yeah, it has gone
It's
gloomy.
not me. It has got a bit gloomy.
It's gone a bit gloomy.
The end of the over, by the way. It's 305 for 3. Hanscom on 74. Hill on a Nelson. Oh my goodness! Oh, who is this picture of this handsome devil?
Wow.
You look like you should have been in a what year was this?
81.
I was going to say like a 70s or 80s boy band.
Thank you.
You should have been in, like, what was it? Something like a Bay City Rollers kind
I could have been in the Bay City Rollers.
Could you have been in the Bay
I
City
think
Rollers?
so.
You do.
I certainly remember the Bay City Rollers. So.
Oh, the hair is magnificent. Like proper shaggy mop of that era. Gazing soulfully. So that's a lovely photo.
Those days are long gone.
You're still just as handsome as ever.
That's my WhatsApp picture. Here's Blair Tickner bowling to Lewis. Well, he would be if Lewis Hill hadn't have pulled out. So we'll start that one again in a moment. At 305 for 3. 1 for 46 Blair Tickner. 1 for 32 Lewis Rees. 1 for 33 Zach Chappell. And the spinners, and it has been turning, nearly 0 for 200. In goes Tickner, short and hammered away into the offside. It sounded really nice off the bat, and it's raced to the boundary for 4. Hill got right on top of that one. Beautiful shot. Moves on to 115. 305 for 3. No, 309 for 3. That was a really nice shot from Lewis Hill. He hadn't, when he scored his century in 2021, he hadn't got one for a while. And he celebrated wildly. The celebrations were slightly more muted today, but still enjoyed it nonetheless as he pulls this one into the leg side. There's a late start for the fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary. He's racing and he's racing and he just gets there. That's an excellent piece of work from David Lloyd. He only prevents 1 run though, because they run for 3 as the ball is eventually thrown in by Lewis Rees. 7 off 2 deliveries bowled by Blair Tickner with the new ball. 314 for 3. Hill moves on to 118, leading scorer, top scorer in the Leicestershire first innings here, as the league leaders take a firm grip on proceedings. Of course, we should never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it.
Absolutely.
So by this time tomorrow we'll have a fair idea, you would have thought. As Tickner goes in again, and that one is guided down towards third man for 4 more, this time by Hanscom. Nobody down there in front of the members' pavilion. Hanscom moves to 78 now, 318 for 3, and the runs are coming far too quickly for Derbyshire's liking.
Well, they've just picked up it after that odd period that we had, that 10-15 overs before the new ball. It felt like marking time. Derbyshire have to do something with the new ball here.
Certainly do.
They really do. Or they've already got themselves into a pretty difficult position now.
Well, by this time with the first ball, as that one is whipped into the leg side for a single by Hanscom out towards Zach Chappell down at long leg. They'd already got 2 wickets with the first ball. Inside the first 8 deliveries, we've now had 9 with the second, and they've scored 16 runs.
Yeah. Well, also you've got 2 batters who are well and truly set now,
and bowlers who are dishevelled. As Tickner prances in and bowls a short delivery. Good one.
That was a good one.
Lewis Hill just leans back and it dies on Brooke Guest as it reaches the wicket-keeper on the bounce.
He literally had to bend his back to get underneath that one. He's followed him a bit.
He's played the short ball quite well though, hasn't he, today? Yes. He has done that, just leant backwards. And if I did that, I'd put my back out and I'd end up on the floor. Never to get up again, I'm afraid. Tickner sets off once more. Past umpire Chantry and bowls another short delivery. That one wasn't quite as well directed. He was just able to bend at the knees to get out of the way of that one. So one more ball of the 82nd over to come. 14 overs remaining in the day. I'll let the listener into a little secret. I'm actually going to bunk off before the end, but I won't miss too many by the look of it.
And they've actually done pretty well.
Yeah, well, they're +2, so we should be finishing before 6 o'clock, of course, but that clearly won't happen. But we won't finish before 6 o'clock anyway. In goes Tickner and bowls. That one is turned off his hip by Hill. Down again towards Zach Chappell. The single is taken. And Leicestershire move on to 320 for 3. Hill has 119. 79 to Hanscom, who has the chance, before the close of play, you would expect, to become the 3rd Leicestershire Centurion of the day.
After
0
two
for 2.
ducks.
0 for 2, and then the next 3 batters all get centuries.
That's quite extraordinary.
Makes no sense at all, does it, cricket, really?
Well, it really doesn't. It's been quite bizarre. It's not what I thought we were going to be in for when I arrived and saw those first 2 wickets, that's for sure.
No, nor me. I'd hoped for slightly better. Always set your expectations low, though, Mel. That's what I always think.
I think you said that to me last year. That's
Oh,
another
did
thing I
Yeah,
remember.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, here's Rees. First ball clipped to the right of a diving mid-wicket. I think it's that Aitchison.
It is, Ben,
yes,
absolutely, Ben Aitchison. He's going to get a low 5 from Jack Morley for his effort. Oh, it's handshake, that's nice. 2 Lancastrians, as is Lewis Rees, as is Brooke Guest, former Lancashire players all.
That's where I'm going tonight.
That's where I live.
Well, Manchester's not really, is it?
Oh, it is.
Next ball, isn't it separate? That ball's just defended back to the bowler.
But yes,
it's officially separate.
It is
which
now.
Don't worry about.
It is now. But it's in historical Lancashire. Manchester's definitely historical Lancashire. As is Liverpool.
Yeah, but you can't say that either. Get in trouble for that.
They probably can. They play in Liverpool.
I always get worried. Here's Rees over the wicket, flings that ball in, and it's just pushed down to the offside. No run, maybe getting a little bit of movement.
As indeed is Barrow, which is now in Cumbria, but that was in historical Lancashire.
I've spent a lot of time up in Lancashire.
It used to be a lot bigger than it is now.
I used to go up there all the time when I worked on the Super League, and I was actually known as Armel. Everywhere I went, Armel. Here's Rees in, a big stride forward and defensive shot from Hill. Rolls up towards mid-off, no run.
Did you get up to Cumbria with the... Workington were in the Super League in its first season?
No, I didn't get up to Cumbria then. I've only been to Cumbria once. I met my aunt and uncle were over, and I met them up at Coniston for a couple of days. And I remember going to Keswick and... Kendal, sorry. I remember going to Kendal because that's where the Kendal mint cake comes from.
Oh, yeah, famously.
Yeah, so I sort of remember that. Lewis is in and beats the outside edge. It's another play and a miss. There have been a couple from Rees who is just...
I can make a note of that one, though.
They've been rare.
Well, I'm giving my roundup of the day from the Pirelli Stadium. How did the cricket go? Well. Started really well. And then Leicestershire took complete control. Well, they've got a pencil museum in Kendal.
Really?
I think so. I think that's where it is.
Because the Pen Museum is in Birmingham. I've been there several times.
Have you?
Yes. In comes Reece. Oh, good Yorker. Almost knocks Hill off his feet, but he manages to jam the bat down. Ends up running in a circle as he really was off balance by it. It's quite a good over there from Reece. And at the end of it, Leicestershire 320 for 3. Hanscom on 79, Hill on 119. The Pen Museum is fantastic,
Yeah.
and if you like pens, you should go there. And I
think that's on the wall outside, isn't it? If you like pens, you should come here.
I'm going to. Yeah, otherwise it may not be for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Rich come on for a bit so that then I can replace you and you can take off.
No,
How about that?
I am so appreciative, and you know that. Thank you very much. Melinda Farrell, everybody. In case you were wondering. We take no responsibility. 320 for 3. Here's Blair Tickner from the racecourse end in and bowls to Hanscom, who just guides the ball out to backward point. And there is no... oh, no, there isn't. There's a single. Hanscom moves on to 80, 321 for 3. So I'm still thinking about the Pen Museum. Have you ever been?
No.
No.
But it rains a lot there, doesn't it? So.
No, that's in Birmingham, the Pen Museum.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, the Pencil
Pencil
Museum is
Museum,
up in Cumbria. So I think it's in Kendal, but I might be wrong. It has been known as Tickner is in full delivery and driven into the offside by Hanscom. A no ball, first of the day. 2 more to the total, 323 for 3. Lewis Reece by some considerable distance, I would venture to suggest the best bowler today. The rest have struggled a bit.
I'm afraid they have. Even Tickner's been a little bit inconsistent.
So Chappell's only gone at 3s, which is, in the grand scheme of things, isn't too bad. Short delivery from Tickner. Mill ducks underneath it. And there's no run. I've no idea how we got onto museums. Somebody's going to correct me about the Pencil Museum, I'm sure, as well. I'm just waiting for the message. In fact, the best thing to do is look it up, and then I can offset any...
Pop it into a search engine.
Oh, it's in Keswick. Here comes Tickner. Mel had been there as well. Bowls to Hill, who just jumps up in the air, dabs it down backward of square on the offside. Morley fields, and they pick up another single. Hill moves on to 120, 324 for 3. Missed the 150 partnership. Apologies for that. It's up to 155 now. The first big partnership was worth 169 between Rehan Ahmed and Lewis Hill. Rehan Ahmed scoring 115 of those 169 runs. Hanscom on strike, and there gets a short delivery from Tickner, pulls it nicely controlled into the leg side. Thrown back in by the mustachioed David Lloyd.
Seems to be okay now.
Yes, he does, which is good
thankfully.
news. Well, he dived for a ball down here in the previous over, I think it was, and showed no ill effects, which was good news. He'll be opening the batting with Caleb Jewell. I imagine. I can't see them opening with an Iron Donald in red ball cricket. He's at cover, extra cover, as this one is defended by Hill into the onside, fielded by Ben Aitchison, who also does a rugby pass. So the Welshman, an Iron Donald, and the son of the former Waterloo director of rugby, Ben Aitchison, have both done rugby passes.
Well, David Lloyd, I always think I've seen him score a lot of runs over the years for both Glamorgan and Derbyshire, but I always think of him as that victim of that slower ball from Scott Curry that laid him out.
Yeah. He spoke to us that night as well.
He did,
didn't
bless, he was great.
After, I can't remember which Tickner bowls. That one is dabbed into the offside backward of square. The runs are just coming far too easily, aren't they? That's the issue.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Well, one of the many issues. Only 3 down at 5:30 is a major issue as well. But There are far too many runs coming. I'm not sure whether Blair Tickner, who's now got his hands on his knees, looks like he's
struggling a little
100%.
bit.
I don't know what the time difference is between here and Guyana.
When did he get back?
It'd have been back. It'd been back a few days, I would have thought. I think the last game that the Central Stags played was over the weekend, before the weekend. But he's going off, I fancy, here.
It's not too bad flying that way, is it? Usually.
Is it
about
not?
4 hours, 5 hours, but you don't have the same sort of effect.
Well, he's leaving the field.
The 4 hour, 5 hour flight.
There's the new stand. Look on the stream now. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Beautiful new stand. There are 7 people in it. Great addition. Extra 900 seats.
Lewis Rees about to bowl his 13th over of the day. Bowls 2. Hill goes past the outside edge. Hill drawn into playing, pushing defensively at that one that bounces past his outside edge.
Twice in 2 overs. Having not gone past the edge of the bat for about 70 overs.
Might be starting to get a touch weary. Lewis Hill, 235 balls faced for his 121. The 2 slips waiting in eager anticipation. Wayne Madsen and Caleb Jewell as Rees is in. He bowls a full toss, and I suppose that goes down as a chance because it was hit hard and high back to his right, and he put up his right hand and knocked it down into the ground to his right. It does go down as a chance because he got his right hand to it. It was hit fairly firmly by Hill, round about head height, perhaps just above, just to Rees's right. It was a full toss. It was probably one of the worst balls he's bowled. And as is often the case, curious things happen.
And he's left-handed,
So
which
it
I
was
think
his-
always
so
makes
it's his
it
weak
makes it a
hand.
bit trickier, doesn't it? Just a little bit. He had a wry smile on his face as the ball clattered into his hand and hit the floor. But you're right, it was a terrible delivery. Low full toss. Perhaps they're the future.
I got a few wickets with full tosses in my time. In goes Rees, again goes past the outside edge and mops his brow wearily as he turns away from Lewis Hill, who's been drawn into pushing at deliveries that are wide. They're not doing anything in particular that's threatening, but it's a good line. And Hill anticipating perhaps a little bit of in-swing.
Yeah, he's just pushing
just
it
pushing
across
at
him,
it.
isn't he? Just pushing it across him, and he's having a go. But you're right. He could. Having seen the one that he left from Alex Thompson earlier, he could comfortably leave these.
Good. Rees in, bowls on off stump, just dropped out into the offside. Hanscom is ready to go straight away, and does Kame, picks up the ball, pirouettes and throws at the non-striker's end, but misses them. The sunglass wearing Zach Chappell makes the stop behind the stumps. It's a great look. Chappell sporting at the moment. There's sort of little white beard, little fair blonde beard, sunglasses, but no cap or top. So, as I say, Woody Harrelson in Return of the Planet of the Apes. In goes Rees and bowls, and Hanscom is just carefully forward and off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Came quickly onto it. 3-2-7 for 3. Hanscom 81. How many overs to go until the close? 11 after this delivery, so decent chance for Hanscom to become the 3rd Leicestershire player to go to 3 figures after the 2 ducks. Curious looking card. The openers will be sheepish, I would anticipate. In goes Rees and bowls. Hanscom's going to pick up a couple there. It's a long chase down the boundary for David Lloyd, who picks up and throws, and Hanscom picks up a couple. Well, Rishi Patel will. Budinger got a very good one from
Tickner, absolutely.
which knocked his off stump out of the ground. Patel was drawn into driving a little bit, well, very loosely at a delivery from Rees that was pushed across him, similar to those that have drawn false shots from Lewis Hill in recent overs.
Zach Chappell is going to replace Blair Tickner, who bowled just 2 overs with the new ball. 13 overs, 1 for 67. His current figures. Zach Chappell has bowled 10 overs today, 1 for 32 from memory. It's just gone off the board for a moment, but it'll be back shortly, and it will prove me wrong. 1 for 33, in fact. Scratches away at the footmarks, dries his hands on the floor, and marches purposefully back to his mark. Has a word with Alex Thompson, who's got a smile on his face. 28 overs for 94. Thompson today. As Chappell goes in and bowls to Hill, who crashes the first ball out towards backward point for a single. He moves to 123, and Leicestershire to 330 for 3. Some expensive places in the First Division: South Bank of the Thames, Birmingham City Centre. That'll be a nice little place to stop next season for you.
Almost commutable, isn't it?
Headingley.
But it's not from Stamford, it isn't.
Chappell in and bowls. That one is defended by Hill.
Who's going to be relegated from the
Hanscom,
First Division
rather.
this season?
Worcestershire and Essex, possibly.
Ah, Essex, right.
So whoever stays in the second division gets a trip to Worcester. Unless it rains, and then you go to Kidderminster, but either way, both very nice cricket grounds. I don't know that for certain, of course. I'm no clairvoyant, as this one is wide of the off stump, and Hanscom lets it go through to keeper Brooke Guest. Let's have a look. No, that's the wrong division, of course. So the bottom two at the moment are Essex and Worcestershire. Yorkshire struggling a little bit. Hampshire. Oof.
Well, the mighty could be fallen. Kevin James has to. First time they've been in the second division for a long old time.
He has been here recently, though. As Chappell is in, that one is pushed out into the offside. I had a quiet word with him about that. As they pick up a single, Hanscom moves to 84, 331 for 3. He was here for the Women's T20 Finals day last season. Slagged off the outfield. Called it a bits and pieces ground while I was driving somewhere. Just dropped him a little note. At least it's not a concrete bowl in the middle of nowhere. Or with an expensive hotel attached to it. Here goes Chappell. 331 for 3. In and bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Hill. Hanscom sets off, but there was never a single there as it's fielded by Donald.
Well, Leicestershire have played at whatever it was called I think it was the Rose Bowl. That was that long ago when Leicestershire played there. I remember Angus Robson getting 100. Now teaching in Sydney.
Is he?
His brother told me. When Middlesex came to Grace Road a couple of weeks ago and thrashed the pants off us.
In goes Chappell again. Bowls. Oh, that just tucks him up a little bit. Hill bends at the knees as he gets the bat down on it just in time. 331 for 3 at the end of the over. 10 to go today. Hanscom has 84. Hill has 123. The partnership moving closer to that 169 for the third wicket. It's 162.
Well, Leicestershire will already be thinking in terms, you would imagine, of or hoping to only bat once in the game. You would think that it's often been the case this season that the lower, middle and lower order have added more runs than the top order. Well, given that the two openers contributed precisely nothing between them, I suppose that's going to be the case in this game as well, but they'll be hoping for More substantial contributions from lower down in the order. Ian Holland due to come in next. In goes Rees. Bowls. It does swing in a little bit, but Hanscom reads it. It's at a fairly gentle pace as well, and so comfortable single to be taken. This could be the sort of position in which Louis Kimber can thrive as well. Struggled a little bit against the red ball this season. Kimber. Travaskis listed to come in between Holland and Kimber, but if he has got a hand, well, he does have a hand problem, there won't be much point. In goes Rees. Down the wicket walks Hill to him. Rees sees him coming, I assume, and drags his length back a bit. Hill ends up defending. But Green and Van Beek have been two of the better batters this season as well. So
That's good to know.
they'll be, as I say, hoping to bat just the once. Try and get maximum batting bonus points if they possibly can. They're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit if they're going to achieve that, though. Rees is in. Bowls a little bit short. There is a little bit of movement, swing back into Hill, but Rees's pace at the moment, it just isn't enough to. And the pitch, obviously, being slightly slow, isn't helping. But Hill could adjust and just drop it out to square leg and take the one.
Triple Nelson.
That's bad, isn't it?
I wouldn't
Is
have
it?
thought so. Well,
No?
so they say, but
I suppose 3-3-3 for 3
too many threes.
isn't too bad.
No, you'd take that, wouldn't you?
Rees, athletic run, bowls outside off stump, and Hanscom with all the time in the world just dabs it down to wide-ish third man. In comes Lloyd. This Chuckle Brothers look-alike competition between the Derbyshire players is impressive. Now David Lloyd being the smaller, with standing next to Blair Tickner, well, I tell you what, you get picture of Paul and Barry and a picture of.
Can I not join in this one, please?
Right.
Well, as somebody who has to probably speak to them and whose family members might be listening,
No, it's not intended to be rude in any way. Two extremely successful comedians. Well, comedians anyway.
I thought the extremely successful bit was the more doubtful one.
Well, that's why I swapped it just to comedians. Rees is going to go round the wicket to Hanscom. Bowls. That one does swing in a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad. Appeal began from Rees and from Madsen, and it had to be choked off. It trickles down towards long leg, and the single is taken. Rees still has his hands on his head because Hanscom had moved across his stumps, and I have a feeling had it got through directly onto the pad without the inside edge, the appeal would have been answered in the affirmative for the first time today.
Lewis Rees has got one of those smiles on his face that says, I'm not really smiling, I'm just having a go at you. Looking at him on the screen here.
In he comes over the wicket to Hill, who's walking down. Hill then turns the delivery behind square because again Rees adjusted his length. Hill just helped it around the corner and took 3-3-7 for 3. 9 overs remain to be bowled today, so another 40 runs, 375, something like that, for 4 or 5.
Brief hiatus here as the two batters towel themselves down and have a drink. Interesting pitch at Sophia Gardens where Kent were bowled out for 155 and Glamorgan is 76 for 3 in reply. So that one's going to finish in a positive result. You would expect Glamorgan to win that one, which is going to heap even more pressure on Derbyshire in second place. Glamorgan currently third. Lancashire 230 for 6 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. And there's I assume it's for rain. There's a delay at Merchant Taylor's where Middlesex are currently 319 for 1 against Northamptonshire.
I was just thinking though, if Glamorgan do win it, the odds are they're not going to pick up many, if any, batting bonus points. Yes, they've got the 3 bowling bonus
true
points,
enough.
so that they might just come out of it with 19 or 20 points. And if Derbyshire
get out of
early
it with
days.
a draw.
Emerge
Pick
from
up
this with a draw and loads
14
of batting.
points.
Well,
It's madness, isn't it? It's too many points
know.
for a draw. I mean, Derbyshire are where they are because of draws,
Mm-hmm.
because they've only won twice this season. Both of them on this ground. Zach Chappell is in and bowls to Hill, who goes for the drive. Doesn't quite time it, but he's got it past the man at extra cover, who was an Aaron Donald, and it's picked up by Alex Thompson. Hill moves to 126, 338 for 3. Raining in Scarborough, who would have thought? All the chip shops will be closing, because that's what happens at 6 o'clock at night.
I don't know. The chip shops.
Yeah, September's a bad time to go to Scarborough. We went to Scarborough in last game of the season, I think it was.
September
Oh,
time.
it was terrible. This one's down the leg side, hits the pad of Peter Hanscom, and they pick up a leg bye to move to 339 for 3. Yorkshire 282 for 4 after 86 overs, so they've got plenty of play in there before the delay.
First time we met was in Scarborough, you and I.
Was it?
Yes, you were covering for Dave Callahan of blessed memory.
Yeah.
You dragged in for the day.
Again, I can't remember the Northamptonshire game from last season, so I do know I did cover for Callie a couple of times up at Scarborough. Chappell in and bowls. That one's way wide of the off stump. He actually leant back there, Hill, but I don't think he really needed to, as it went through to Brooke Guest. Durham all out for 145. Woe is Martin at Taunton, with Somerset 188 for 6 in reply. So 16 wickets at Taunton.
I suspect we're going to be on Sports Extra on the final. Oh no, because it's a test match as well.
There are many. We're on
There are.
Sports Extra 3 today, I believe.
Indeed.
Welcome to everybody who's listening. As Chappell is in and Hill defends into the offside. In races Donald to do the fielding. Sussex were bowled out for 204 at Hove by Essex, who were 114 for 2. And in the game they call a derby match, Warwickshire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 242 for 7. That game being played at Edgbaston.
You're not convinced of the...
Well, I think that this country's so small, and because there are so few counties, there are that many derby matches. I mean, this is an East Midlands derby up to a point, isn't it? It's not far from Leicester to Derby. That one is cut away nicely, just for a single though, by Hill. He moves to 127 now. It's 340 for 3. England's women have got a tall task, haven't they? 318 for 5, India made in the one-day international. England 45 for 2 in reply. I noticed Bangladesh have beaten Pakistan as well in a T20. Pakistan all Bangladesh all out for 133 as this one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Hanscom for a single. 341 for 3. Bangladesh all out for 133 in exactly 20 overs, and Pakistan made were bowled out for 125. 341 for 3 at the end of the over. 8 remain today. Hanscom has 89. Hill has 127. I think that's about all the scores I can be bothered with, really. England under 19s are playing India. There was a Derbyshire player called up into that squad. Not playing.
Leicestershire's Alex Green, I think, a prominent member of the under-19s.
Is he? On that pile of papers there, I ought to give a name check to the young man whose name has completely escaped me, and I apologise to him for that. Then again, perhaps not. No. Hopeless. Genuinely hopeless. My apologies.
8 overs remain. 8 minutes until the close, which given 39 overs have been bowled by the spinners. It's a bit disappointing. In goes Rees and bowls with the keeper standing up to the stumps. Hanscom leans forward and plays that Characteristic little angled push out into the offside. A good diving stop away to his left by Caleb Jewell, who stays lying on the ground for a while, looking up at Madsen as the two converse with smiles on their respective faces.
Over 8 +2 though.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, absolutely.
In goes Rees and bowls. Hanscom is dabbing that just wide of Jewell, who holds up his right hand, the accepted sort of signal warning the fielder on the point boundary, who's David Lloyd. The ball is heading his way. Mr. Lloyd was already perfectly well aware of the fact and was on his way in to meet it, keeping Hanscom to 1. Hanscom has moved quietly. He always just seems to bat quite quietly, Peter Hanscom. And you look up and suddenly he's on 90. It's come off just 140 deliveries as well. Lewis Hill faces Rees, and he wasn't quite sure about that one. He leant forward, just a suggestion of shape back into him, and drops it down the pitch on the onside, then wanders forward and taps at the pitch. Just for something to do as much as anything. It was nowhere near where Rees is bowling. Madsen and Jewell have run out of things to say to each other at first and second slip. Rees, hands down by his sides, runs in and bowls onto the leg stump of Lewis Hill, who turns it, but only as far as square leg, where Morley is the fielder.
Talking about idiosyncratic run-ups, and Lewis Rees has got one to a degree, hasn't he? Because his arms are very, very low as he runs in.
And it's quite a quick run. He takes his paces quickly, scraping at the crease. Now, certainly if you've seen him bowl, you wouldn't have any problems recognising him from his bowling action when you next saw him. Not quite as idiosyncratic as that of Tickner, for example, but but still very individual to the man. He turns, runs in, bowls outside off stump, goes for the drive. Hill. It's a little bit half-hearted, and it goes past his outside edge. Guest sort of knocks it up into the air before taking it at the second attempt behind the stumps. But Hill he's been there very nearly all day, bar 8 deliveries. So understandable if he's getting a little bit tired. 173 the partnership now, off 270 deliveries. Rees turns, hurries in, outside off stump, and this time Hill lets it bounce through into the gloves of Guest. End of Rees's 15th over of the day, 1 for 42. His figures: Leicestershire 342 for 3/7 overs remain. They'll obviously certainly want to get 4 batting bonus points. 58 needed from 21.
Yeah, that's easy enough, isn't it? That's easy enough.
But 108 from 21, not so easy. It's doable though, with 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I
you would
think
have
so.
thought.
If they fancy it, it's there for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they fancy it.
Indeed.
What's happening here? Zach Chappell's departing.
Taking his sweater.
Yeah. So there's been a change of plan, and it's Alex Thompson is going to have a go from the race course. Blair Tickner is back on the field, which means that Ben Aitchison can depart.
Just the 2 overs from Chappell. I just wonder whether that...
Tickner only bowled 2 as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
But no, you're right. I mean, is there some... He doesn't... He's just stretching out. I mean, he's been out in the field most of the day. I think most players will want to stretch out, jump in an ice bath or whatever they do. Have 7 pints. As they used to do in the old days, just to warm down.
Pipes, 7 pipes,
yeah.
7 pints.
And a large pie. The good old days.
Your regime, isn't it?
Yes, yes, very much. That's the good old days, as I like to refer them. Thompson's bowled 28 overs today for 94, so the chances are he'll get his century up as well before the close, you would have thought.
The ball is only 9
9
overs
overs
old, so there might be a little bit of
Yeah.
extra bounce for him, or seam should be perfectly prominent at the moment.
As prominent as it ever. They're supposed to be slightly more prominent this year than they were last year, aren't they? The Kookaburra seams. It doesn't take much to flatten them now.
Well, we are pretty much at the close, but again we've got this seemingly endless vague pointing around the field and players
It's vaguely,
jogging hither and thither.
vaguely irritating, isn't it? I don't think.
And even the umpire now decides he's going to go across. Not quite sure.
Well, there's no
why,
short. There's no
because
short
there's no
leg.
short leg and no. Well, unless he's going to go in at short leg in a moment. Was he going to stay at leg slip? No, he's going to stay at leg slip. So
Pratt was going to leave the field for a moment now.
umpire Pratt just wanted a different view. Wanted to have a look at the hotel. I don't know whether that's where he's staying.
I very much doubt it. Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Hanscom, who defends just about into the offside.
Do you remember umpire Harris, Patsy Harris? He used to travel in his
Yes, in his camper van.
camper van, yeah, parking it. Used to be in the car park at Grace Road. Used to go and find a picturesque site.
Thompson in. That one is driven, but straight to Chappell by Hanscom. Chappell wearing his sunglasses on top of his uncapped head, which is an interesting look. Thompson's in again. Hanscom drives once more to Zach Chappell, much to the delight of his teammates by the sound of it. Good start to the over from Thompson. Only 5 maidens have been bowled today, 3 of them by Lewis Rees, as that one is turned into the leg side by Hanscom, straight to Harry Kame. And there's no run.
Lewis Hill just stretching off his hamstrings.
Well, I got cramp early today, so this one is driven by Hanscom to Chappell. I'm only sitting down.
Could have been a double for your for Radio Derby there, couldn't
No,
it?
no, that's not going to happen.
BBC Radio Derby.
It would have been spectacular. And in goes Thompson and bowls, and that one is whipped into the leg side, but straight to Harry Kame. And Alex Thompson has now bowled 2 maidens. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 94. It's the 6th maiden of the day, and we've had 90 overs. That simply isn't enough maidens. Too much pressure has been eased on the Leicestershire batters, I'm afraid. Well, Rich, it's been lovely. I'm just going to check if I'm doing a 6 o'clock, and then
And then to Burton you must go.
Yes, I shall see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Fletch. 6 overs remain tonight, the first of which will be bowled by Lewis Rees from the city end here at the is it Co-op Central or Central Co-op? The Central Co-op. They are different from the main Co-op. I don't know quite how it works, that business. In goes Rees and bowls outside off stump, and a rather palsied jab at the delivery from Lewis Hill. Misses again and just rehearses a forward defensive. A defensive shot he didn't play. It was an absolutely nothing shot from Hill, who I think really is just getting a little bit tired out there at the moment. Foxes could do with him being there tomorrow, because if he is, the new ball will be 16 overs old, which is about as good as it gets for the Kookaburra in English conditions.
Oh, here we go.
Mel's back. As Rees is in past umpire Pratt and bowls. Hill defends on the back foot, just waiting for it, really drops it out towards Tickner who's at that short straight mid-wicket, and there is no run.
The you were talking about Reese's running, which I actually, of course, with me being very interested and fascinated by quirks, he runs as though someone's tied his arms. He's got a rope tied around his waist.
In he goes and bowls. It's only at the last minute that's defended by
Yes.
Hill, but it's only at the last minute that he goes into his bowling action, doesn't he? But as he runs in, both arms are held almost down by his thighs. Curious.
I don't understand how you can run like that. If I tried to run like that, I couldn't do it. Your arms sort of propel you, don't they?
They are a huge part of running sort of any sort of distance, really. They're very important. So, yeah, it is a curious little affectation almost. Bowls foolish to Hill. Hill is drawn into a firm push. The ball is in the air for a few feet as it goes out low into the offside. Kame is the fielder.
4 balls bowled. No runs off it yet. Are we about to get another maiden?
Definitely the first. I was going to say, that second. Were there any runs in the second over of the day either? Was it 0 for 2 after 2?
Well, Reese had bowled 2 of the maidens. So, yeah. Well, there must have been.
Whether
Yeah.
Tickner's first over was a maiden. In goes Reese and bowls, but whether all I'm desperately trying to work out is whether it's the first time there'd be 2 consecutive maidens.
Yeah.
Obviously, there'd be 2. Or whether the first 2 overs of the day were both maidens. Certainly the first was.
Yeah, I think there'll be a few discussions about the execution of the bowling and inability to build pressure.
Reese bowls, and well, that is another dot ball,
A
and
maiden.
that is
A maiden.
consecutive
Ah.
maidens.
Oh,
And at last, Derbyshire have a little bit of scoreboard control.
a little bit of squeeze. Right, just go back. I mentioned it a couple of times. That period of 15 overs or so around that before that new ball was taken, where they just leaked so many runs on the leg side. It was. You notice it when you're commentating because you find yourself trying to find different ways to say someone has turned the ball down the leg side and they've taken 2 or they've taken 1, and it just looked a bit too easy, and you suddenly find yourself saying it over and over again. And it's one thing, it's a very different thing when you find yourself saying over and over again that someone's defended and there's no run, and you do get that sense of pressure building, and we just haven't had that today so much.
No. Once again, interminable discussions before the over can start.
It's going to be Thompson again from the racecourse end around the wicket, and Hanscom backs away as he does so well. And he cuts this. It's just been stopped inside the boundary rope. An excellent bit of fielding from Morley out there. Just managed to pull it up, but they ran for 3. And that takes the score to 345 for 3 now. It takes Hill onto 127. And hasn't he been terrific today? Or Hanscom onto 93 even. Hill is. He's been good too.
He has.
Might he get his 100 before the day is out? And one would suspect, with only 7 runs to get there. Of course, this is the Australian unlucky number, isn't it? 2. There's a couple. 87 is unlucky.
87.
Yeah, 87's unlucky, but 93 is also considered
Is
a bit
it?
unlucky because it's 7 short. Of,
Okay.
So it's the unlucky numbers short of 100. It's very silly
So why is 87?
because it's 13 short of
Oh,
100.
Okay.
So it's the unlucky number subtracted. Next ball. Now that has gone down towards fine leg, and I think it's come off the pad. Yes, it has. Umpire Jack Shantry making the signal. So just the leg by.
be if Hanscom gets there, I think you need to see him over the line. That would be appropriate.
Do you think so?
Absolutely.
I feel.
If he gets
Oh, now I'm nervous. He's on strike now and defends a full delivery from Thompson. And now we'll be feeling the pressure.
What number would it be for Pete? Let's have a look. See.
Well, I was just going to check that because now the pressure's on. I need to check it. Where is he? Next ball. It's just played out through the covers. Coming back for a second.
He's got 26 first. Well, he came into this season on 26 first-class centuries, and he has. I know he's certainly got one this season. Yeah, just the one. So he's on 27 first class at the moment. That
27, right. So this will be his 28th if he gets there.
Correct.
That next delivery is just played to backward point, no run, and playing in his 200th first-class game.
Indeed. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew that. He was determined to mark it.
He backs away and just plays a nice wristy shot out towards deep point. They stroll through for a single to finish the over. Another one that was a little bit expensive. Hanscom moves on to 96 and retains the strike for the next over. 349 for 3. So do you want me to?
Yes, I think you ought to. I think it's the right thing to do.
Oh, so that.
What's your hometown?
I feel quite special. My hometown is Orange. So he's obviously from Hobart.
Which is in?
From Hobart. He's obviously from Melbourne, I should say.
Where's Orange?
Orange is in New South Wales.
Okay.
Are you?
No, I've just not heard of it.
Oh, you know me and you've not heard of Orange?
No.
Is that possible?
Indeed.
Goodness gracious me. Right. Next over, Rees is around the wicket. That's just punched up to extra cover. There's a little bit of a misfield from Kame it is. And they don't take a run though. So still Hanscom on strike. He'd love to get there with a boundary, wouldn't he? You just imagine that. There's one fielder out in the deep on the offside, deep point. In comes Rees. He clips that to short mid-wicket. Tickner fields even. Tickner picks it up, is what I was unsuccessfully trying to say.
He looks as though he's had a long day.
He does, doesn't it?
Well, a lot of travelling.
I'm not surprised he's been running on the spot for at least 3 hours.
Yes.
There's a lot of energy before you even start your run-up. Here comes Rees. Around the wicket to Hanscom, who's forward in defence, and it does go to Tickner again. Short mid-wicket, so still no run. The wait goes on. That's 3 dot balls now. And it is that silly thing, isn't it? We've seen in the test series between England and India how the desire to get to that milestone before the end of the session or the end of the day can sometimes be a batter's undoing. But Hanscom waits patiently as Rees is in. Oh, and he plays that nicely behind point. Does play that shot so well. He waits for it and he just lets his wrists roll through the ball. Brings up 350 for Leicestershire. And Hanscom moves on to 97. You know what? He's not going to get it in this over now.
No. Third batting bonus point for the Foxes. As I say, they will get 4. Whether they'll get 5 remains to be seen. 18 overs.
Well, here is Rees once more. It's a full ball. Driven straight to Zach Chappell at mid-on. Gives it a little polish. So, yes, the wait does go on. So what we don't want here now is we don't want a single. With just 3 overs remaining after this one in the day, resets off and bowls, and it is just defended. So just 1 run coming from that over. Finishes with Leicestershire 350 for 3. getting that extra batting bonus point in that over, and Hanscom will be on strike now on 97 for the start of the next over. As we see, oh, Zach Chappell's just got the ball and is giving it a bit of a polish. I'm having a bit of a laugh with Jack Shantry, of course. Worcestershire's finest, Jack Shantry. Enjoyed watching him bowl for Worcestershire in those early days when I came over here to this country.
He had a fairly idiosyncratic
Yes, talk about
bowling action.
off the wrong foot.
Indeed.
It was, what did my colleague George DeBell, I think, once said it wasn't so much an action as a cry for help.
Oh.
It was, which Jack Shantry laughed about.
He would, yeah.
He's a great fella. He is. Right, Thompson. Does it come now? Hanscom on strike on 97, plays it straight into short leg, rebounds to the keeper.
Thompson has, incidentally, brought up his 100.
Oh, he has too. There you go. But it's Hanscom on strike. Just again, plays that into the leg side. It goes down towards deep backward square leg where David Lloyd ambles over and picks the ball up. So just a single takes him to 98. He's stretching this out. But that's actually maybe a good thing. I don't know. I never know whether it's that idea of you should just play normally, shouldn't you? Because that's where batters get into trouble.
What he's doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's what Pete does, really. He's so experienced and sort of calm. He just keeps playing the same way.
Every single time. Now, it's Hill who presses forward, and it's sort of a thickish edge, but along the ground. Wayne Madsen runs out from the slips and picks the ball up, throws it back to Thompson. And once more, full ball. He floats that one up, and it's driven nicely straight down the ground. Zach Chappell's got some work to do. He's going to get there. It's going to be 2 runs. It was nicely driven by Hill. It was a bit of an invitation from Thompson as he tossed it up.
Still can't believe how lush the outfield is here, really. It's
Yeah.
there's barely a blade of grass left on it. Grace Road, it's like rock.
Well, around the country, it's quite yellow. In comes Thompson. Next ball, as we've said so often, just twisted round the corner by Hill, but not very far. It's got a short leg in there, and well, it's also got a leg slip on his knees. Wow, isn't this Trescothic territory? And the next ball goes between leg slip and short leg. I'll just get the single for it. He's down on his knees. You don't see that too often. Leg slip fielder on his knees. End of the over. 354 for 3. Hanscom on 98. Hill on 130.
Hill has kept the strike there, hasn't he? So we will start this penultimate over of the day with Hanscom not being on strike on 98.
Well, why
so
don't you
I'll
call
start
it?
it off. I'll start it off.
You get
and
it
then
going.
If the man from Melbourne, as I'm told it should always be pronounced. I've only been a couple of times. Melbourne.
Or Melby.
Melby. Okay.
I heard you calling it Brizzy earlier. And if you want to really fit in Australia,
Is that a
it's
tourist
always
thing?
say Bris
Okay.
Vegas. We always call
Vegas.
it. Yeah.
Lewis Rees is in from the city end. Bowls to Hill, who drives it firmly down into the ground. It was fullish, and he got plenty of it, but it bounced nicely for Harry Kame at extra cover to make the stop on the bounce. So Hill might feel a little bit he missed out there. 130 to him remains his score. 11 legitimate deliveries left in the day. Rees still with 2 slips because Hill has been pushing and playing and missing occasionally outside off stump bowls, and Hill goes back. No, he calls as he turns that one out towards Morley, who's in front of square on the leg side.
You made that point, and it's only you making the point about how lush it is that I have realised, because getting about the country on a train, it's really struck me as I've been going along. Just everything genuinely is yellow. Yellow fields of sort of burnt off grass everywhere, and it's unusual to see it like that here.
Reese bowls, and a little bit short, turned in the air. There is no short leg though this time. Madsen's hands on that faded Derbyshire cap on his head. Tickner is there at shortish mid-wicket, but was well short of him. But short leg would have had a dolly of a catch had there been one. There wasn't.
I have had a short leg in for quite a lot of the day as well.
Reese bowls, Fuller this time. He'll just dabs it out through backward point. Dual jogs across from second slip to field. Hill takes one, giving Hanscom 2 deliveries in this penultimate over, in which to get his 100, if it is remotely on his mind to do so before the day is out. He'd prefer to, of course he would, but he won't take it. I'd be amazed if he took any risks just to do that.
2 little singles maybe is the way he'll bring it up. He's on strike now as Reese runs in, bowls, and oh my goodness, even he gets there, and that one has struck him on the pad, has it?
How did it miss off stump? I think it went through
Has
to the
it gone
keeper.
through?
I don't think the keeper took it, and it just missed off
He has
stump.
too, because it's ricocheted back out.
Yeah.
I thought it had come off his back leg.
He just missed it, and it just missed off stump, so much so that Guest didn't take the ball cleanly.
Well, there you go. You get to 98, and then all of a sudden you get one of those. So maybe a few nervous moments. They've got the offside ring pretty well covered as Reese is in once more, and it just does go out to one of those fielders. Goes up to mid-off, so no run. Hanscom remains on 98, and now he will not have the strike because it's the end of the over. 355 for 3.
6 balls remain then on what has been the first 8 balls of the day aside. Leicestershire's day, really. And I suppose you have to say, therefore, it's been very much Leicestershire's day. Are we going to get the third centurion of the day? The first, Rehan Ahmed, 115. He made off 139 deliveries. The second, Lewis Hill, who's still there on 131. His 100 came off 194 deliveries. And now Peter Hanscom, 98 off 159, but he is not on strike. Thompson is going to go around the wicket to Lewis Hill. Short leg slip and slip. Drops a little bit short. Hill can go back and work it into the gap, and that should be just the one. Now then, Peter Hanscom, you have a fellow Australian on commentary. If he but knew it.
If, you know, have the stars align.
Absolutely.
This moment. They probably could have hussied for a second there, but I think Hanscom was pretty keen to keep the strike, understandably.
He's just put a single saving field in, Madsen, now. He's aware.
They've got 3 saving the single on the offside. In comes Thompson. He strides forward and defends that one. Hanscom ends up rolling behind him on the onside. He has got a short leg in there as well. There's that short mid-wicket. In comes Thompson. Pete Hanscom leans back and goes to pull the ball, and he's still looking out at deep square leg, which is where he was trying to get the ball, but it's ended up
It hit Donald. That short leg.
Hitting short leg and dribbling up towards mid-wicket. So he was still looking out there And that's where I wanted it to go. Well, here's Thompson to Hanscom. He's back, and that ball, he's almost chopped on. It's ended up bouncing and getting past Guest, a wicket keeper. My goodness. It's suddenly become very, very eventful. But Pete Hanscom is still there. He's had a bit of luck, but he is still there, Pete Hanscom. He turns and flicks this one down to fine leg for a single. Oh, he's denied me. He moves on to 99, and there is one ball remaining in the day. So I will not be able to call his 28th century in his 200th first-class game. I'll leave that to you tomorrow, Rich, but thank you for allowing me. I'll finish it off, shall I?
Go on then.
I won't be back tomorrow. So, last ball of the day, Thompson in full ball, defended, rolls back towards the bowler, and Jack Shantry knocks the bails off, and that will be the end of quite an extraordinary day's cricket, where we saw 2 wickets fall for Leicestershire with no runs on the board, and from there the day has been theirs. 2 centurions already, 1 in Peter Hanscom, just 1 run short, and 357 for 3 is absolutely been Leicestershire's day.
It has the partnership 188 for the 4th wicket so far. We'll give you the Derbyshire bowling figures. The close, Lewis Rees, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44 was probably the pick of the Derbyshire attack. Blair Tickner, 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67. Zach Chappell bowled sort of tightly, 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38, but we're pretty sure that he's not quite right, Chappell. Jack Morley had not his best day with the ball, 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 66. Alex Thompson wheeled away, bowled twice as many overs as Morley, 32 overs, 2 maidens, but no wickets for him, none for 106. And David Lloyd, just the 5 overs, didn't get them right at all with his off spin, 5 overs, none for 30. So Leicestershire will be pretty satisfied having won the toss and chosen to bat. It looked like it was going to be a very different day at 0 for 2. As it turns out, the league leaders look in good position to, at the very least now, take a draw from the game and hopefully from their point of view go big in this first innings and put Derbyshire under pressure later on. Thank you for your company on BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester, and of course Sports Extra 3. Hopefully some of you will be able to join us tomorrow. Mel, it's been lovely to be in your company again, and you'll be at the test match tomorrow in Manchester.
I will.
Watching what's going on, but probably with half an eye for a few minutes just to see if Pete Hanscom can get across the line.
I will be watching with interest to see how the rest of this game unfolds, and it has been honestly an absolute pleasure being here with you and Fletch today. My face is hurting from the amount of laughing that I've done.
It's been a lot of fun. Oh my word, that's the sound of the ex-Lords cover being taken out there. That's the engine starting up. Fletch, no doubt, he's been deafened on his way to Burton, but he and I will be back with you tomorrow from the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby. But for now, from Derby, it's a very good night from us all. Good night to you all.